Okay, hello. Hi, I'm here, and Kat's here, and I didn't get sound on it, but I'm going to play it anyway for anybody who missed it because I didn't get it finished till like way late last week. Last week, and by way late, I mean like way late. So imagine it with spooky noises. Spooky noises. Ooh, thunder, lightning.
It's in
Ooh,
my blood. Bam.
bam,
Pow. Boom.
boom.
It is a great responsibility. It takes us to other worlds. It gives our imaginations life.
Fanfiction Friday. Fanfiction Friday. I still like it. It just needs the really dramatic music, and I didn't have time to do it this week because I did other stuff.
Did you make that on Canva or?
Yes.
Okay, so they do have like a video game music one that's free.
Ooh.
The reason I have the ukulele song and everything is because the ukulele song is free.
Because after I got dinged for using Canva music, I was just a little.
I found out how to add my own audio. There is a new tab. Let me find it. Hold on.
Oh! This could be a game changer, everybody. This could be a game changer.
Oh, shoot, I gotta log in.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. We'll go with this one, I think. So in uploads, there's an images, videos, and audio tab now.
Ooh.
So you can upload media, and you can upload or just drag it onto the thing, and you can upload your own audio.
Okay, so I may be playing with Canva when we first get started, just because that's been my big gripe with it. And if that works, then I can save like $15 a month because I can get rid of one of my other paid services that I
found it when I was making the one for me, Jason Meadow.
That's exciting because that was not there. Because I asked them, and they were like, "No, you cannot do that." Oh, okay, well, fine then. So before I say hello to everybody in the chat, because I'm definitely going to do that because I see all you beautiful lovelies in there. I am having like a crazy week. I have been feeling good so far. Knock on wood, all the wood that I can get my hands on. Nothing has caught fire in the neighborhood this week, and I am thrilled. I could not be happier. I like. Some people have like very like important life goals that they're gonna like finish that novel. They're gonna. I just want to go through a week without something catching on fire somewhere really close to my house. It's not a lot to ask. At least it shouldn't be a lot to ask. But here lately, I mean, goodness. So far, we've made it to Friday. We've made it to Friday, people. So hopefully we're good. We still have a couple more days. But also, I have gotten approved for my music show on Spotify. So if you have Spotify or Spotify Premium, it's better with Premium because you get to hear the whole tracks. And you're curious about me doing like DJ stuff, check out my show over there. I am so excited. The first episode is up because I didn't know it was the first episode. I thought it was just a practice thing that I was doing to learn the ropes. And then they were like, it's live now. And I was like, okay. So if you just want to hear me just thinking about things and talking about what I might do in the show, because I thought I was doing like an audition thingy because of the way they wrote up the thing asking me to do it. So basically it's like my audition for doing a show, but it's live. So y'all can listen to it. I'm very happy. I'm very excited. And we're going to start doing some deep dives into goth music over the next 2 weeks because Halloween. And then I'm going to talk with some of my musician friends and try to have them on the show for stuff. And I am thrilled. It's called House of the Blue Dragon. It's up on Spotify now. And the first episode really is kind of a potpourri of all the kinds of music that you'll end up hearing on the show. I'm really happy. But I spent like a lot of the week working on that, and because I got their rule set and I followed their rules, and then I found out there were secret rules.
There are always secret rules.
So I had to adjust to the secret rules. And then after I adjusted to the secret rules, I found out there were more secret rules. And now I think I have made a list of all of the secret rules because they finally said yes and it's live. So woohoo! Woohoo! So that's what I've been doing today. And I've been working on this like vampire story that is like utter trash, and I love it. Oh, it's so bad. Like, it literally needs 8-bit music in the background. Like, it is improved by having an 8-bit soundtrack, because it's basically Castlevania if it was an romp. This is what it is. And I'm going to continue working on that today because it, like I said, it's basically just dirty vampire fan fiction, and I'm living for it. What are you doing today, Kat?
I have so many things I could do. I just got the World Anvil thing. So they have, like, I can make infinite worlds now. I could be working on my book. I could work on the stuff for No Tears Cooking. I could work on the stuff for the Not So Secret podcast that I'm considering doing. I could be doing, what else? What else is on this list I have? I could work on that book that I showed you.
I'm secretly in love with that, and then like we could add you to the chat, because I'll just say, Spence, it's in the same vein as what you and I are doing. Like, like, join us, be one of us.
Just hands it to somebody else. Like, I need you to write the romance into this.
Oh, I can write all the trash into it if you want. Like, we can really shock people. Like, I'll just ghostwrite all the trash, and you can just claim it, just to bother people. I'm down. I'm completely down. I don't need the credit, unless you like get really rich, and then of course I'm going to sue you for credit, because it's how I am. But
you would never have to sue me for credit.
Yeah, but I gotta be bitchy with somebody, and you're the only one on camera. So, hello, Jules. How are you doing? Dinner. Spence is here. Hello, Spence. Alley Cat is here. Hello. CB is here. Could I just say, your Bed of Roses video gave me feels. Like, it gave me all the feels. If you have not watched CB's Bed of Roses, like, all the pepperoni and the Bon Jovi in one place, it gave me feels. I loved it. It was really good. Okay, Weird is here. Hello. My favorite day of the week. Oh, mine too, because it means that I have the weekend off. Oh wait, I don't. But on that note, I will be doing the virtual Ren Fair this weekend. I have no idea how many panels I'm going to be on, because I know I'm on at least 2 of them, because I'm going to be doing on Glories, and I'm on mine. So I'm on one Saturday, one Sunday. Go to the virtual Ren Fair on Instagram, and you can find the schedule there. I think it's 3 for Glories on Saturday, and I think 7 for mine. The problem with that is I don't remember which of those are Eastern or Central Time, so maybe plus or minus an hour. Because I'm in Central Time, and I converted a lot of the times in my head, so I know when I have to show up to places, and then I have to remember to reconvert, or am I remembering the actual number? It's a mess. It's a mess, people. But, what else do you expect from me?
Brain.
Hello, Natalie. How are you doing today? Look at Kat hitting us with the dark lip.
Literally.
Yeah, because I was complaining about my lipstick and lack thereof. So solidarity.
So my cup is wearing most of it now.
Oh, I'm in such like a bad goth mood. Like, I just wanted to get out the hairspray and do like the poof, like the full Robert Smith poof on the top of my head, but That takes like 3 hours because I have a lot of hair. For anybody who doesn't know, because everybody's shocked when I pull it out from behind me, I have a lot of hair. There's a lot of it back here. But it does make for a really big Robert Smith poof. And maybe one day you'll get to see it. Hello, Petra. How are you doing today?
I love your picture.
I do too. Isn't that lovely? And I have to say, I love Sid's. Sid always has good avatar art. I'm just saying. Hello, Sid. How are you doing? There is the link for the new Spotify show. I feel really weird about it. I've never done an exclusive podcast before. And it feels weird because you know me, I'm not a big fan of exclusives, but they said, hey, you can play music. And I went, I'm there.
No, let's go.
Wait, I can play music and potentially make money doing it? I'm there. Because like that's like the dream. Like I've always wanted to like be a DJ kind of thing. And like, yes. Even if it's like a little bit, like even if I get like 2 cents a month, like, oh, I'm going to enjoy doing this. Because living the dream. It is exciting. Hello to Mama, and yes,
wearing pajamas.
That makes you super fancy. I should have put on my pajamas like next week. Actually, for the one right before Halloween, I might just like put on a nightcap and my nightshirt and just be like, "Hey, y'all," because I don't have costumes.
I can wear my Care Bear onesie, which is technically pajamas.
I don't. I wanted costumes. I wanted all the costumes, and then money.
Yeah.
2020.
Also, my hair looks surprisingly good considering it was done by a storm.
Well, see, that used to be like my whole like fashion sense is you put the mousse in your hair and then you go out and let the wind go, and then you go back in and let it sit. And once it's set, you can then go out into the world and people are like, wow, you must have spent so long teasing your hair up. And it's like, yes, I did. Isn't it lovely? Like it worked. It was magic. Loved it. Hello, Spence. How are you doing with the trashy romance novels? I love them. I did send you a request because you sent me a link to the outline and it was like, no. So I sent you a request to actually be able to look at the outline if that's a thing that you want me to be able to do. But yeah, I am loving this. And I love all the vampire trash. I really do. Hello, Alexis. How are you doing today? Oh, yeah, getting ready for Nano. See, I'm doing my goal, if I can do it, is to finish this novella this month. I want to get this novella finished this month. And I'm going to do my space opera for Nano. Hopefully. And see, I've hedged my bets with that because I have 2 different space opera ideas, and that's why I haven't really announced. And I think I'm just going to call it Project Space Opera. And whichever one I think I can actually write, that's the one I'm going to actually start on the first. Because I might cheat. But also on the first, I will be on the streams with Tabuggy and Matilda for the really bad, terrible idea. And I am looking so forward to that. And I hope that one or both of them actually succeeds because that would be amazing. That would just be so cool. But I am not going to try to write a book of 50,000 words in one day. I'm not trying. I'm just along for the ride. Hello, Kate. How are you doing? Can't believe it took me this long to make it to a Fanfic Friday. You've been working on, a Narnia fic because why not? I have a lot of feels about Narnia. There's a lot of things I wish I would have done better, but I will say, ever since I first read that book, I wanted to live in a beaver den. Like there was something about like the chapters that was in The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Like when you first get into the beaver den and like, I don't know. It did things to me. I like those little books. Hello, MM. How are you doing? No, stop with the trampire. I'm not writing that. That could be the name. It is very appropriate for what I'm doing, but that's not the name.
I keep saying it myself as well.
I'm trying out names for it. See, I I didn't realize how I actually had a moment where I didn't realize how something sounded because I actually titled the file on the computer Project Square Hammer because of the music video for Square Hammer. And then I was like, I'm writing a romance novel with Naughty Bents doing stuff in it called Square Hammer, and that's kind of wrong. So I'm not openly calling it that, but I mean, that's actually almost worse in my head than Trampire. So I guess it's Project Trampire until I figure out something better. I don't know why you're blushing. Your video was very good. Like, it was so cute. Like, those pictures of Tony and Pepper, it was so cute. I loved it. Trampires in space. I guess that's the sequel. Yeah, I have not read. I was more of, when it comes to C.S. Lewis, I was more a fan of, what were they called? The Penumbra books. The ones where the space opera books he did, where they find Merlin and wake him up and then go have weird space adventures. I think it was like the Penumbra or something like that books. It was a trilogy, but I really liked the Narnia books too.
I actually got from my school because they got rid of their old copies. So I got the whole set from my school.
Nice.
For free.
Ooh.
They were like, do you want these, sweetie? I was like, sure.
Yes.
That's the benefit of hanging out with your school's librarian, by the way.
That's how you know you were one of the cool kids in school, at least in my book, because I hung out with the school librarian too. Librarians and lunch ladies, we were a squad.
My friend's mom was one of the head lunch ladies.
Gotta brainstorm today, says to Mama, my biggest weakness. Lol. Also, my phone auto-corrected to brainstorm, so that's a good start. Yeah, I don't even want to talk about autocorrect on my phone. It's been doing all kinds of random stuff. Just all kinds of random stuff. Like, to the point where the hubby and I literally passed each other's text messages over to each other because we're like, one of us has to be using these words and not realizing it. Like, it's just my autocorrect has gone all kinds of foul mouth and I don't like it, and we can't figure out why. We can't figure out why.
I wish when I want mine to swear, it bleeps it out.
I'll look it up because I'm not going back into my office right now because I still have the books back there, but it starts with a P, and I want to say it's like Penumbra or something of that nature. But yeah, there's 3 of them, and they literally start with Merlin being freed from the Crystal Cave, which is a fun way to start like an adventure in space.
It's called the Space Trilogy or Cosmic Trilogy, but one of the books is called Perelandra.
There you go. Thank you.
Perelandra.
I like them, but I'm a space kid, so it wasn't hard for me to get there. That's awesome. Those are fun books to read. Anne McCaffrey. Anne McCaffrey is my life. Like, I just want the Pern extended universe movies to come out. Like, I just need that. I need all of that. I need my Melody. I need my Harper's trilogy. I need all of it. Okay. I need my Jax on the White Dragon. Okay. I need my Jax on the White Dragon. I need it. I need it. I need it. It needs to be a thing. I'm in the pit of random anxious admin stuff. I hate that for you because I was kind of there this morning a little bit, and luckily I got it all finished. Finally convinced mine that I love to swear. Mine just assumed, and I don't know why. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's just eavesdropping and hearing the fact that I talk like that and thinking I want to type like that too. I don't know. But use symbols instead of swear words today. I do that from time to time. It's fun. That's the word. Perelandra. I enjoyed them. Alrighty. Oh crap! It's been 20 minutes. I enjoy the talking. Can you tell I enjoy the talking? But I've got writing to do, and I want to do some writing. So who's in the mood for a sprint?
Sure.
I'm going to use the jack-o'-lantern timer because I found the race timer to be evil, horrible, cheaty monsters who would win and then not win and get our hopes up. And that made me not happy. So we're going to use this one right now. I've been writing a little bit today, so I don't need a warm up, but I don't know about y'all. So I'm going to go over to the YouTube's chat so I don't have to wait for StreamYard to catch up. Would you like to start with 15 or 20?
15.
Alrighty.
I rolled the dice and it landed on 3. So 5.
Oh, yes, Jules. The Pern books are my life. Good night, Alexis. Alrighty.
I've been using a 6-sided die to do and timesing it by 5 for sprint times, except the max I do is 25 minutes. So 5 and 6 are 25.
Back when I was a kid, I had a 5-sided die, and it was basically a 6-sided die that had the numbers 1 through 5 on it, and where the number 6 should be, it just said "you die now."
Perfect.
And it made me happy. I liked it. I used it a lot. Okay, so 15 minutes on the timer. I hope y'all are ready. Oh, right in at the timer. There you go. Hello, Nikki. We're just getting started. You haven't missed a thing. So, make sure that you have something to drink. Make sure that you are doing your stretches. If you haven't gotten up and moved around, do that. Make sure you are saving your documents because the gremlins are out there. They're hungry. They want our words. Do not give them to them. Save your work. Save it. Back it up. Don't feed the gremlins. All right? All right. Let's get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. A ring-a-ding-ding. A ring-a-ding-ding. The timer has ended. A ring-a-ding-ding.
I refreshed my lipstick because, it was up.
I got some words done. I got about 300 and some words done, which makes me happy. I'm not like keeping close track because I'm not. Like I'm at about 6:43 now for today, and yay.
What did I do? Oh, I talked to my roommates for a second.
Sorry, I was about to say I'm surprised. That's shocking. Like,
so shocking. Talk to the people I live with. Wow. And I created another world, Anvil World. This one for a fanfic.
woohoo!
I'm gonna make all the worlds.
I feel like that sometimes. I look at what I'm doing. Okay, so my brain is doing a very much my brain thing. Let me know how y'all did in the chat, and we'll get to that in just 1 second. But I'm wanting to call the creatures he's going to meet cynocephaloi because they're just dog-headed people, and that's what dog-headed people were called.
Oh.
And I've never really seen that in a lot of fiction, and I'm afraid I've gone too far. So, thoughts?
I have no idea.
Because they're not werewolves. They're not lycanthropes in any way, shape, or form. They're just dog-headed people. They are cynocephaloi, which, depending on whether they're a boy or a girl, makes them either a cynocephalos or a cynocephala. Because Greek is gender, babies. It's all gendered. But yeah, I don't know if that's going too far, but so thoughts, opinions.
Do you?
Hello, Orla. How are you doing? Hello, Rose. How are you doing? Have to hop off for a bit for some work stuff, but you'll be back. Okay, Kate, have the fun. Hopefully it's good work stuff and not annoying work stuff, because I know every time I have to pop off for work stuff. It's never the happy work stuff. Got distracted reading pepperoni fanfic. How did that happen, CB? Like, that seems so not like you. I know I've had to hide my phone because Sid may have tagged me, and I almost got lost at Instagram again because Cactus Puff has been putting up a lot of really pretty pictures, and I just wanted to like scroll through all of the party pictures, and I was like, no, I'm writing. I'm writing. This is not Instagram time. That's not what this is. So I didn't get much written earlier because it was all Instagram time. Spence is going to get dinner. Have fun with that. Hopefully it's yummy.
Food.
Okay, Word has gotten the food. Laura has applied to 2 jobs. That is the awesome. Hopefully good things will come of that.
Is it sad that one of the things I'm looking forward to about graduating is that I can apply for a job that's not a restaurant?
No. Like, I get it.
I'm allergic to onions, so it's not like the thing if I could, I would totally have I originally wanted to go to culinary school. If I didn't wasn't going to become a librarian, I was going to go to culinary school.
Well, I will say that as somebody who owns a restaurant and knows a lot of people who own restaurants, because, once you enter a world, you're like, everything's a cult. They pull you in. We actually prefer people who didn't go to culinary school and actually studied under chefs, because like when you hire somebody out of culinary school, the first thing you have to do is beat culinary school out of them, because Well, what you can do in a classroom environment and what you can do working on the line at a restaurant are
It's
two
way different.
very different things. And like, it's wonderful that you know how to do all these magical, mysterious things, but that's not going to be helpful in like.
We need you to do this specific thing.
Yeah.
They didn't teach you.
Or worse than that, it's just like, that's nice, but we don't have 18 hours for you to be able to make just one of those plates.
Oh my god.
Because the last person we hired had this recipe. It was amazing. They made it because we were trying to figure out if there was a way we could like stop at certain parts and like finish it on the line, so it would be warm when people came out. But it took, I think, 26 hours to make it. And if you stopped at any point in there, it literally ruined it. Like, so basically you'd have to do like a special one-off meal, like everybody be here at this date and time, and just be making hopefully enough of them to serve. And it was just like, it's a beautiful idea. I'm glad you learned how to do stuff like that in culinary school. That's not helpful in a restaurant environment.
No.
Like, it's not helpful.
Mind you, at one point I also, me and Caitlin, aka Peanut Gallery, joked that we would open a restaurant called Cat and Kate.
Oh my goodness. I would go to Cat and Kate's. I would go that. Or you could do Katie Cats. Because that's even more punny.
Yeah.
Okay, so the reason I left this up is my biggest problem with it is I think the letters are going to confuse people and like make them start tripping, because it's a lot of like, it looks like I randomly hit, like that's how the word's properly spelled, but it looks like I randomly hit keys on the keyboard a little bit.
Well, since I actually like have had to read like ancient languages, it doesn't look like a weird word to me, but that's just because I'm used to those words at this point in English.
So be warned, there may be cynocephaloi in my upcoming vampire story, because he has pets and they're not werewolves. All right. Alley Cat got 162 words and is playing Halo multiplayer with her brother. Wait, are you doing that like at the same time? Or did you like write a little bit, play the game, or like finish your round and then write? Like, I have so many questions.
So do I.
Because if you know how to write while playing video games,
good for you.
Teach me, Sifu. Teach me. I need to learn this skill. I will be a lot happier if I can run around in a video game working out my emotional issues while writing at the same time. Teach me. I need to know your ways. CB said there was a fallout between C.S. Lewis estate and the filmmakers. Yes, there was. That is why they never continued. They never continued. But darn it, rumor has it Disney has reacquired the license and are going to be doing. They're going to restart from the first one because people have aged out because it's been a while since the last set of movies happened. So they're going to restart it. But rumor has it Disney is going to be doing more of them. So keep an eye out for that if you are a Narnia fan. Petra got 463 words. That is awesome. Ooh. And started searching for dinner. I'm noticing a trend. It's a super secret trend. Like, it's hard to see. Like, you have to be really good at detective work, but it's definitely there. Hello to Mama. No words, but the litter box is clean. And can I say, that's like 1,000 words or 2,000 words. Like, as somebody with 3 cats, that is a Herculean task, because half the time you start cleaning the litter box and one of the cats goes up there and it's like, here, wait, get this one first. And then he like starts cleaning that up. And then the other cat is like no, just use it when I'm done. Yeah, it's a thing. Orla said, I got no words done, but it's late here, so I don't mind. And you know what? That is an attitude to have. That is a perfectly acceptable attitude to have, because
Oh, I filmed a short vlog. That's what I did.
CB says 182 words. My hair is a fright. I washed it this morning and let it dry, and it's curly and looks dreadful.
Is it sad that I can totally imagine this is Tony?
Story of my life. And yes, I could totally.
Tony?
Mainly because I can see Robert Downey Jr. saying those words, like, and really hamming it up. And like totally hamming it up. And it's dreadful.
It's dreadful.
Because you gotta have like those trademark and things that he does. You're watching Gargoyles, and Elisa is one of them, and Goliath is the human. And then you have Bronx and Brooklyn and all the others. And I love that show, but like when like all the crazy magic stuff started going on, that's when that show just like took over my heart. I'm just saying, like all the Merlin stuff just made me happy. Anna says, howdy, just got here. We're working on one more history class test for today, and then on to writing emails and blog posts and re-outlining my crime novel, Children of Innocence, for accuracy's sake. Power to you. Power to you. I think I've powered through all my emails. If somebody has sent me an email and I have not responded, it must have gone into my spam folder because I'm pretty... I do not see anymore. So, like, contact me somewhere else and be like, check your spam folder. Because that's been a problem lately. Alley Cat says Spanish is the same. It depends on the gender for some words. Yep. I'm probably just going to leave it plural just because I don't have to deal with, like, figuring out if it's a boy dog-headed person or a girl dog-headed. That's too much work. It's a trash novel. They're all cynocephaloid. Just all of them. Hello, Nina. I love the avatar. It makes me giggle every time. It makes me giggle, and I love it. And it says, for a step might help. Yeah. That's true. Point taken. As I pick up my phone like a shamed school child who should have thought about that because I'm not that dumb. Yeah, because I feel so bad. I do. I feel really bad when I kill the tree. I don't like doing it.
I'm going to be honest. I have mine set that so my tree doesn't die anymore when I leave the app. But I don't think I can do that when I have a group tree.
I don't think you can do that when you have a group tree. No, stop.
If somebody calls me, I have to answer it. So sorry.
Okay. So that's not it. Okay. Come on. Copy. Let's do this again. Paste. There we go. I didn't know why it's doing this now. Like, your stupid thing used to be so helpful, and now you do more than 200 characters, and I don't like it. It used to be so easy. I could just copy it and paste it in, and it was less than 200 characters, and yay. But now they've added more text to it. They became more verbose. Alrighty, so if anybody wants to join, there is the code for the forest room. And I don't have any, like, really fancy trees. Let's see. Let me see if I have enough to unlock one of the Halloweenies yet, because I really want that one. And
it's been a while. I need to. Has there been anything happening?
Okay, so it's going to be the pumpkin-headed scarecrow because I've got enough coins to unlock that one. So I think it's going to be that one. Let me see if I have enough for the ghost tree. Because didn't they do a ghost tree?
They've added a witch mushroom.
Ooh, there's a ghost mushroom. I see that one. There's so many in here, and they get so expensive. I do not have 2,000 coins. That is the thing that I can't do. I don't have 2,000 coins. I'm not good enough at using it to have 2,000 coins. Okay, so I am going to get... Okay, ghost mushroom or scarecrow? I like both of them. Y'all decide. Which do you want? Ghost mushroom or... Looking to see if anybody said anything. Okay, I'm gonna see. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do the ghost mushroom because I don't think I've ever seen the ghost mushroom. No, I'm gonna do the nope. I'm gonna do the scarecrow. I've wanted the scarecrow for a while. It's a nice little reward because I've been wanting it and now I got it. So there we go. And clickety click. No. I'm sorry, I gotta share the room again. When I went to switch it, it planted for some reason. Oh, wait a minute. Is that a replant button? I don't know what's going on. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to do the code again. Why did it plant? All I did was change the tree. I swear, Forest. You make me want to scream sometimes. But at least I'm not going to be changing it for a while. So.
Ooh, I can deal with a group tree apparently.
Okay, so there's the new forest room. Sorry about that. I killed the last tree. I'm sorry, but I didn't know what was going on, and it started to count down, and it drove me crazy. So there's the room. It's in the chat. Have the fun with that. We will do that in just a minute. Let me go back to where we were, which was back here, because... Hello, Aoife.
Hi, Eva.
When do you graduate? You could potentially be applying already.
I graduated in May.
Kat says with all the excitement in the world.
And then to grad school.
I'm just saying, to everybody who wanted to go to culinary school, if you can find a chef that will teach you in a kitchen that you can work in, employers will look a lot more favorably on that than culinary school. I not just for our restaurant. I know a lot of restaurateurs, and we like experience over schooling. The schooling's nice because we then have to teach you things that you don't know if you don't have the schooling, but we also don't have to worry about you sometimes it's too poncy. Let's see. My mister was a line cook once upon a time. And we used to think a restaurant would be our business of choice. Oh no, don't do it. Don't do it. If I can talk everybody out of starting a restaurant, I'm going to do.
If things were profitable, I'd own a cafe.
Oh yeah. Restaurants, cafes, and bars are not the most profitable businesses to be in. I mean, you can do okay, but they are not a get rich quick scheme. They are not any of that. So you're not late. You're a wizard. You arrived exactly when you intended. Kate eats cats. Oh, that's too funny. That's too funny. Hello, Stephanie. How are you doing? You can pre-order her book right now. It's available. Okay. English is my first language, and you can tell I spec it well. Is available for pre-order right now on Amazon.
Please, in fact, I can go find a link.
Can you tell my stutter's trying to come back? That's been a fun thing that's happened this week. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they'll get. I don't know who they're casting. I have not heard any casting. I've just heard that they're planning on doing it. So, Oh, you're not. Eva. Eva. Oh. Maybe you can dictate to one device while playing. See, if I could find a dictation that was more reliable and didn't put weird random words that I get lost in the in the revision on in it, uh, I, I would try that. But if I had money, actually, if I had the money to pay for a Sonics account, I would totally do that. Let's be honest, because Sonics has a very good voice to text engine. You can't talk directly into it. You have to give them a pre-recorded thing. And excuse me, when you're editing your transcript, it will play for where the word is. So when you find a sentence that you don't understand, you can just hit play and hear what you said so you can correct it. Mm-hmm. So if I had the money for a Sonics account, which I think is how that's pronounced, it's like Sonxia, I think, or AI, or it's something like that. It's got letters, but anyway, it works really well. I had one for a while that I was using to transcribe the podcast, and then I realized I was taking like 6 hours a day editing transcripts, and went, no, sorry, but no.
I'd rather just script it at that point.
No.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna edit something that much. I might as well just script the fuck up.
Because I found myself like wanting to add like links into it, and like it was a thing. I had to stop myself. See all my previous statements of I'm bad at it. I'm just bad at it.
Is it from your book?
Yes. Somebody's got a copy of the chain. It smelled oaky and clean. Thank you for that. Hello.
And there may not be a smile.
For? I can see it in your eyes. And I just aged myself because I'm singing Lionel Richie, and everybody is like, "Who is that? What song is that? Why are you doing that?" I don't get it. Because nobody knows Lionel Richie because he does not let people embed his songs and things. Not that I'm bitter. Alrighty. So, what are we thinking? 25 for the next one? 20? 25? Going once? Going twice? What are we feeling? What are we feeling? Because I want to see how far we can go before I invoke the boiler effect today. Because I enjoyed my start.
25 and hope I don't fall asleep.
So what you're saying is I need to do the timer this way so we can all see. So it's like a double timer. We can watch and see the time. We can see our time countdown, but we can also check and see, is she asleep yet? Has it happened? Because I mean, I can do that. Like, I have no shame. Like, you do, and you'll probably just like turn your camera off just to keep me from trolling you like that. But
But then it's like over there. Like,
alrighty, let's get going because I have a fight with some cynocephaly. Action scenes. All right. So make sure you're saving your documents. Make sure you are staying hydrated. Make sure that you're getting up and moving around occasionally because it's good for you and you should be doing it. All right. Don't forget to pick up the phone that has the thingy in it that you're supposed to be turning on, because there's no point in telling people that you're doing a forest room if you don't actually turn on the forest room. All right. So 20 minutes. Let's get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. beep 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 beep.
Beep, 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 beep.
Somebody's backing up. All right. Um. Okay, I'm gonna be 100% honest with y'all. I did not do any writing that time because I realized what time it was, and I've started reading the Tao of Thomas Aquinas, and I wanted to get it finished before the weekend, and I started reading more of that. So because
Reasonable excuse for no words.
yes, I was reading words
You were reading
because
words instead of
I
writing.
have a lot of internal projects that I want to be doing, and I want to start them for the new, because we're at the new moon. It's the first new moon after Rosh Hashanah, and that's, in my own weird way, a very important thing for me to kind of refresh and renew like how I live my life. And I wanted to have this book read by now, and I'm bad at it. So yeah. Not that much. It's more that it keeps saying things that I've read, because I've read Aquinas in both English and Latin on numerous occasions, and he has written so much that it's easy to forget that he said certain things. You know what I'm saying? And having it all put together in this way, because not to like get off on a spirituality religion thing, but the the author is making a very profound case that a lot of what Meister Eckhart and later generations wrote actually came out of the ecumenism of Thomas Aquinas, and that he basically got co-opted by a lot of conservatives. And I've argued that for years myself, because he had a very spacious philosophy and theology and spirituality that usually gets shut down into, no, he gave very rigid rules, and like, no, not really, but and it's just it's a very, I don't know, I'm finding it very relaxing and very interesting to just more be reminded of a brilliant mind who oddly sounds like he was speaking to today, because it was he was writing during a time of political upheaval, and a lot of people were sniping at each other and just being nasty with each other and just being terrible. And you would hope reading work by somebody who died 800 years ago would be like, oh, those ancient people that lived all those years ago. But like, you're reading it and you're just like, if this was an op-ed today, like Thomas Aquinas would so be canceled. like they would, like, there would be really, really mad people. Like he really spoke to what's going on right now in a way that's
it's frightening. Yeah, it's crazy how, like, reading some of my ancient sources for my classes, I'm just like, this is happening today.
I remember during
change this art, like this thing, and make it about today with a few word changes.
I remember during the Bush administration, telling some people they were like, we've never seen anything like this in our country. I was like, read Cicero. Just read Cicero. Go back, read Cicero. Like, we've been here, done that. It didn't end well for anybody involved. Like, it was not happy times for anybody. But go read Cicero, and then go read Juvenile, and then you'll be like, oh wow, like that's the discourse today. Like, yes, that's the discourse today. Like, this has been going on literally for 2,000 years. We just lie to ourselves and be like, it's never been like this. Yeah. Yeah, but we have the back and forth letters going back 2,000 years.
One of my classes is like, currently the part we're in is like what my major actually is. It's a history class, and it's like, it goes from ancient to medieval time. And like, so the thing is, like, we're currently in the portion that I literally like am devoting my college career to studying. And so I'm just like, I was taught 2 different versions of this story, and you're telling me a third right now.
There's a lot of that. I've been trying to do a translation of a turn of the last millennium document for years, but I can't get the language the way I like it because I can't capture the original Latin in a way that, like, because there's some very ambiguous words in Latin that need to stay ambiguous in English, because if you don't make them, if you accidentally make them sound certain, it really changes the meaning of everything. And yeah.
I have one of my professors. I didn't think about it until like this last week, because she's retiring after this semester. And I was like, oh my God, I could have had an author like sign several books.
Oh.
But we're not doing in-person stuff with her.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're gonna be like, hey, Dr. Rayer, can you sign my copy of Antigone? Can you sign my copy of the Homeric hymns? I was like, what was the name of that?
You know, I keep saying that I want to do a collaboration with somebody. I don't know if you'd be down for it, but if you wanted to do a modern retelling of like the Iliad and the Odyssey, I'd be down, because I love those. Those stories are so good, and I love them.
Just want to work on insurance.
Because I've always wanted to do like an actual collab project. Like, I've never co-written with anybody, so I don't know what that experience is like, because I've never done it.
Ever co-written with anyone was a paper, and I did most of it anyway.
So I'm always looking for like excuses of like, hey, here's a project that could be that we could co-write.
Have you ever read The Penulpiad by Margaret Atwood?
Yes.
I love that. It made me love Penelope, like, because the first time I read The Odyssey was actually my freshman year of high school.
Mm-hmm.
And we skipped certain scenes.
For reasons.
But my honors English class, we read The Odyssey freshman year of high school. And then I, of course, had to read it. I've read it several times in college for several classes. And then also because I was part of the Homerathon my sophomore year. So we did a 24-hour reading, like nonstop reading of The Odyssey. Was it The Odyssey? No, that was the Iliad, I think, that we did that time.
And then there's the Aeneid, the weird Roman fan fiction to the other two.
Yeah. Used as a founding story for Rome.
Yep.
They legitimately use it as their history.
Yep.
Just like do. And how they connect it to how I don't remember what did it, but somebody in ancient times connected Remus and Romulus are the descendants of Ines.
The closest I ever came to rage quitting a movie, and you had to like sit through the whole movie because it was when Troy was in the theater, and it was all right. I was really mad that like, oh, his lover is his cousin now. I was really mad about that. But then at the very end, when they're like, Aeneas, go get your family, and I was just like, I just started cussing and snorting in the theater. And, like, the hubby literally put his hand over my mouth. I was like, do we have to leave? I was like, maybe. We might have to leave now. This might be over. It's like, I see what you're doing. You're setting up sequels. You want this to be a trilogy. I'm not here for it. Because no.
Certain stories are Greek epic. The other one is Roman epic.
Yes. But you could see in that movie, like, they were really trying hard to set up the trilogy. And, like, just because it's, like, out of nowhere, it's like, Aeneas, go get your father. And just, no! Don't do this. You've already made so many bad choices. Why this one?
Or I love when, like, because I've had to study the stories, I know the pieces that are key to it, and someone tried to tell me the wrong version of the beginning of the Aeneid, And I was like, no, his father was alive at that time.
Yep.
His father, when he was dead, came to him when he was in Carthage.
Yep, because he carries him out on his shoulders through the tunnels to get out of...
Leaving his wife behind.
Yeah, leaving his wife behind, because to hell with her.
Because it's literally...
Because Romans have daddy issues.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, let's be honest. It's because Romans have daddy issues. All Romans have daddy issues.
Yes, that is in their stories the symbolism for why they are so for the patriarchal line.
Mm-hmm.
That is why that is in that story.
It's a problem. It's all a problem. Hello, Devin.
Hi, Devin.
How did everybody else do, by the way? I think some other people have put stuff in the chat. We'll get there. I'm sorry. Can you tell, like, this is the podcast that I'm surprised I've never done. Like, I love talking about, like, classical literature, and it's fun. It's
I think it'd be fun to
Tessa.
like hi Tessa. How Sako does, like, during her morning coffee, she was reading like the books from her witchy book club. I was like, I think it'd be fun for me to do that, like reading a section of like the Odyssey and the Iliad, and
they're fun books. They really are. And
or the hymns.
Because I have to say, because I say this to a lot of people that are like, I don't know why we have to read that in school. I'm like, the Odyssey is the most, no, not the Odyssey, the Iliad is the most metal book you'll ever read in school. Like, it is a power metal album that was written like 2,500 years ago. Like,
Yeah, you have no clue when it truly started. It's because it was originally oral tradition.
Yeah. Like 3,000-4,000 years. It's the world's first power metal album. Like, that's what it is. It's just like, you could just put loud screaming guitars behind it and actually recite it as the cantos it's intended to be, and it would work as a power metal album because the lyrics are already there.
People forget that because they started as oral traditions, they are not just read; they are sung.
Yep.
They are literal. They are lyric. That is why so often the chorus is called. That's why we have a chorus called a chorus. It's because the chorus literally sang, guys. They literally used to sing.
Yep. Could do this all day. Hello, CB. You got 202 words. Yay! Oh, I'm glad it was good timing because you've done with dinner right when the timer went off.
Perfect.
That's awesome. Hello. Your holiday season starts with Halloween sewing and ends. Yeah, kind of here too. See, we do the whole Days of the Dead, so we do All Saints. Like, Halloween is a thing. We kind of do a Samhain thing, and then we do All Saints and then All Souls, because that's November 1st and 2nd, and then kind of move into the rest of the holiday season. But yeah, the end of the year, like 1 year just to do it, because I was curious, we actually celebrated all of the Ember Days, which is a very old school tradition of various candles you're supposed to light that aren't like the Advent wreath. Like, it's not the Advent wreath. Like, it's candles you're supposed to light to keep all of the bad spirits away so that you get good fortune in the next year. And those start, I think, on the 10th of November, I think. I'd have to look them up. They're in the Golden Legend, because the Golden Legend is in chronological order of the year that you're supposed to read it. And when you get to the chapters on November, they're listed in there. He actually lists the practices, and we were like, oh, that would be really fun. Let's try that. And we did. And it was weird. And we never did that again.
Got it. Didn't like it. Goodbye.
But we tried.
Yes, to Mama, there are so many options.
I ran into the restroom, did what I had to do, washed and carefully dried my hands, and came back to find the kitchen in flames. No! How the hell did this happen? Jarvis, call the fire department! Yeah, Jarvis was asleep at the wheel. How did that happen? Inquiry minds have to know. How do you check the word count in Gmail? I get 80% of my history test that which is great. That should be a thing. Like as many emails as I sent this morning, I really should copy and paste them into like a Pages document and get a word count and add them to my Mill Wordy because I had a lot of email to write today. I feel like that should be a thing. I feel like this much left out that I'm not doing classes right now. I actually am. Maybe there's another thing for the Charter for Compassion. I may be going to get certificated.
Do you want me to give you homework?
I feel oddly left out, but yeah, I may be doing another certificate for the Charter of Charter for Compassion, but like.
I'm reading the Odyssey right now, so if you want, I can just tell you the chapter numbers and you can read it with me.
Because I'm supposed to be, I think, like in a week or two, I'm supposed to be learning how to get people to talk to each other when they feel that they have nothing in common. That's the next task that I'm supposed to be mastering and getting my certificate for. And I'm kind of excited, but the classes are intense. They're fun, though. I missed the last set because they were on Wednesdays and I wasn't that interested in the coursework. I'd rather do this. Nina says, I did some copy paste that needed doing. Sometimes it'd be like that. Yep, sometimes. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. If anybody's still playing the bingo, we just like super jumped.
Oh yeah.
So I would give like 3 squares if you have the card that's got the chat jumped on it multiple times. Like you get all of them because it just super jumped. Like I didn't think people were talking, and apparently y'all were talking while we were talking, and we just found out about it.
They were partaking in our conversation.
I'm sorry, that sounds like a story in and of itself. Retrieved neighbor's dog and deleted 381 words. Did you use the dog to delete them? Did you like pick the dog up and like shake him at the screen and be like, "Words be gone, words be gone"? I'm in a silly mood today, y'all. Sorry. And December 1st is a very important day in the Catholic Church. It's the first day of Advent. Yes, it is. Yeah, I am probably going to be doing my Advent stuff this year. I'm debating how much I'm going to do on the channel because I've never had a YouTube channel during the holidays. So I don't know what I'm going to do, like holiday-wise. Because, I know some people aren't into it. And I'm fine with that. Like, you do you, boo. But Alley Cat got 75 words and played Halo with the brother. Also, ate lunch. Okay. So you're writing, playing a video game, and eating. How many hands do you have? Do you have more arms than the rest of us?
We want to know.
We need to know. How are you doing all this? Like it was
multitasking ability. I want it.
Yes, it was like 20 minutes. How do? A lot of stuff Victor Hugo wrote has happened too. Yes. And Victor Hugo, yeah, don't even get me started. Don't get me started. I can, got feels about that man. They're not bad. They're just voluminous and a lot. Like, I don't think we want to like invoke the boiler alert just yet, because that's all I will talk about.
Okay, it wasn't done all at the same time.
It makes me feel a little bit better. just say it, because I'm looking at this going, whoo. Kate says, got through editing the first 250 words of this chapter or so and finished the day job work for the day. That's awesome. Snaps for you. That's really cool. Smith says, grew up Catholic too. That's why January 5th is the last day of the holiday here. Exactly. I had to explain that to the hubby because like Christmas is over and he wanted to take down the tree. And I'm like, Christmas just started. Like, what are you doing? Christmas lasts for 12 days. Have you never heard the song? On the first day of Christmas. Like, have you not heard the song?
So it actually starts on the 25th and then goes for 12 more days?
Yes. The Christmas season starts on the 25th and ends at the Epiphany.
Oh, I thought it would end on the 25th?
Nope, that's the first day of Christmas.
Okay.
or the first day of 12th night, depending on which variant of said holiday you are doing. But yeah, it begins there and keeps going, because that's how we do. Yep. The Christmas tree is supposed to go up on the 12th. Yep. And come down on the 6th. Exactly.
So many people put their trees up on Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Can't do that. Cannot do that.
That is peak Christmas tree sales time.
Because see, I have to say,
Thanksgiving Day.
We start decorating, but I'm one of those like evil people that has like a whole Christmas village that I set up in the house, because I've got all the little houses with the snow and like little carts and people, and like I'm terrible.
You really like Christmas.
Yeah, I do. Because see, it's actually the one holiday I decorate for, because goth, so there are skeletons and gargoyles and stuff around me all year round. So we really don't decorate for Halloween, because it's kind of always Halloween. Because we live in a goth house. And so
I aspire to have that, by the way.
You know, like that's the house that I live in. So come Christmas time, that's when everything gets magically changed. Like we literally like change the paintings that are on the wall. We put other stuff up, and like it becomes not Halloween for like a month, and then it becomes Halloween again. That's
actually kind of cool.
It's the way we do.
I one day would like to be that person that like I go really big on Halloween, and then like when you're new and you're nervous, like, oh, they're gonna be real big on like Christmas, and there's nothing, just nothing.
The neighbors get upset because we don't do the yard, because ain't nobody got time for that. Like, let's be honest. Like, I know the kids in the neighborhood, and I do not want to bring them joy. Like, excuse me, they don't do anything to bring me joy. They just like throw trash in my yard and like try to break my windows. So like, to hell with them. Like, it's not for them, it's for me. So we decorate the inside of the house, and like everybody on the road is just like so much shade. Like, we got so mad at them one year because they tried to shade us for not decorating the outside of the house, that we moved our Christmas tree so it was not easily seen through the window at the front window. So they didn't even know we had a Christmas tree up, and that just like broke everybody's minds. Like, how do you not have a Christmas tree up? And I'd just like move an inch to the side, because they'd be standing at my door yelling at me, and they'd see the Christmas tree and they'd be like, oh, sorry. And waddle away. Because yeah. Yeah, I was almost a Catholic priest. I just feel like I need to put that out into the world periodically. You know, I was kind of super Catholic for a very long period of time. And yeah. In fact, I regularly have debates with the priests in town, because I get mad at them and often accuse them of not being Catholic, because I just will ask them certain questions that they should know, because they're in the freaking catechism and they get them wrong. And then they say I'm wrong. And then I quote the catechism at them, and then they check it, and then they never talk to me again. Because I'm sorry, if you're going to call yourself a Catholic priest,
all over again.
You should be a Catholic priest. Just saying. What did you say, Kat?
I said, is it like the Mormons all over again?
It's kind of like that, except for I like talking to Mormons, because Mormons will actually talk to you. I miss Mormons. Like, we actually had a Mormon sighting the other day. It was so exciting. Like, they walked by the restaurant, like really far away on the opposite side of the street, but we actually saw them. And the hubby came home and was all excited. He was like, I saw Mormons today. I was like, oh, maybe one day they'll forgive me and I can talk to them again. Because I miss Mormons. I miss them so much. Just a pro tip, if you like.
You're banned from the Mormons.
Like, yeah. 157 words for Anna in the emails to my cousin. Hey, there you go. Haven't hung out with them in ages. Yeah, my cousins and I, that's a story. People don't realize how repetitive history is. No, they don't. They really don't. And it's something that I yell about all the time because the one quickest way to cause me to go off on a rant is to say, we've never seen anything like this before. Because unless it's like when we set off the atomic bomb, which no one had seen that before, because, yeah, okay, we had not done that before. Very few things are as momentous as that. And most things there is a historical analog for. That's one that's a little bit difficult to find one, but I would say that it is roughly similar to when the Turks used cannons to tear down the walls of Constantinople, though. Because nobody saw that coming. Like, nobody saw that coming. And then the walls were gone. And then rebuilt. December 1st is your friend's birthday and your grandmother's anniversary. That's awesome. January 5th, you bring the mom cake and alcohol. Yep. People also don't realize how much the Simpsons have predicted. Yeah, not gonna go there. That's just freaky. They predicted our current president in the right year, and that's just, and like a long time ago too. Like that's wrong. That shouldn't have happened. MM says I ghost wrote / co-wrote a paper for my friend who was dying of cancer. She was an amazing woman who survived terrible abuse, escaped, and became a rescuer of abused women and gay people in the Middle East. That is, that's amazing. That's amazing. Where's that movie? I'm just saying, where's that movie? I would watch that.
Yeah.
Because that's a hero story. See, I don't know when I will get to see my mother again. She lives in Houston. You're in the UK. I was actually talking to my mom about that today because we literally live like kitty corner each other, but they have all the health conditions. So we have not visited for a long time because, with the hubby going into public to work, we never know if you're an asymptomatic person,
Yeah.
And like, I would never be able to like recover from like the knowledge I killed my mom. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have fights, but like if I gave her a disease that killed her, that would just destroy me. And both my and the hubby's birthdays are coming up. And she was just like, I really wanted to throw a party, but I know you won't come up. And I'm like, stop with the guilt. Mom guilt is not going to work on this one. I'm sorry. We're not visiting for your own well-being, but I feel this. And I feel it in the most awkward way because like my dad will sometimes sit on the corner of his property and I will at the corner of mine, and we like wave at each other and talk over a great distance because I don't want to make them sick. But hopefully things will get better soon. Hopefully. Troy may have happened twice. Yes. And the walls of Jericho were knocked down at least 6 times. Because we found it. And at least 6 times the walls of Jericho came tumbling down. I tried to read the Iliad in 7th grade and just kind of tried and failed. I get that. It depends on the translation. Some translations are horrible. And I don't mean like in accuracy. I mean like a good translation needs to be as accurate as possible while being as close to entertaining as the original. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to walk a fine line when doing translation.
Yeah, and you also have to remember that people sat on like rock and watched it be performed.
Yeah, which is
for the whole thing. And they watched a comedy before it, I think. It was like a whole event.
See, I read Les Mis in 4th year, and it was hard enough to read. Les Mis is a hard book to read. And when you know the history behind Hugo writing, no, you're not tricking me. You're not tricking me into doing this. No. Grr, when is Goliath going to tell him that he loves her? I think it's in season 3. I'm pretty sure I remember in season 3, but it takes a long time because it's just one of those things. Delightful tangents are delightful. They are. They are. Let's see how much chat is remaining before. Oh, there's a lot. Okay, I'm going to start like. Oh, wow, there's a super lot. Okay, so I'm going to start breezing through a little bit quicker. Just created a world anvil, and there are so many options there. There are, and if you want me to either do streams on the YouTube or more private streams on the Discord for how to use World Anvil, I will. And the reason I say that is there are some things that I'm fine screen sharing on YouTube for the whole world to see, and other things that, I don't want public yet because, I would literally be showing you my worlds and whatnot. So I can
Also,
definitely do some
highly
stuff.
recommend the World Anvil YouTube channel.
Yes, Janet is amazing.
She puts so much work into that.
She does. Janet is phenomenal. She is amazing. She is very helpful. She and Demetrius are wonderful. And if you're just getting started with World Anvil, make sure you join their Discord, because the people over there, like, I love everybody in my Discord. I'm no shade to any of y'all, but over there, because I think it's just because there's so many of them. If you have a question in like 1 to 5 minutes, someone will answer it correctly for you. Like, they are just on it. Like, if you have any issues, they will fix it for you. It is very, very helpful. It's a very good community to be a part of, even though apparently I'm not active enough in it. Or so I've been told. Yes. I copy and paste emails into a Word document to get the word count. Yes. Oh, I did not know that. I wonder if Pro Writing Aid does that. I've never even looked to see. I know I get like a weekly email from them that tells me, like, here's how you did this week. And I bet it actually has some of that in there, but I don't use it for everything. You're making me wonder things, Eva.
Wonders.
Alley Cat types with her feet. Oh, I'm surprised my husband has not learned how to type with his feet. He can do just about everything else. To me, do whatever you do. I want to show my son all the traditions. We've never done Advent before, but we're considering it. I personally love Advent. I think it's a very fun thing to do. We have kind of a special variation of Advent that we do in the house. But I don't know what I want to do, like, for the channel, because I've never, like, for the podcast, because it's a topical show, oftentimes there would be like a Christmas special of something or something akin to that I would end up talking about, and so I wouldn't feel like the need to do anything. Like, this is my first year with like live streams and stuff, so you may start seeing like Santa hats and stuff in December. Like, that may be a thing, because I have those. I don't have to buy them.
My Santa hat has, instead of the white, it's leopard print.
Oh, see, I'm not fabulous enough for my leopard print yet, but I'm getting there.
I kind of want a black one.
One of the things that I'm thinking of doing, because I'm thinking of doing wax eggs again for doing the wax dyeing of the eggs for Easter next year, and I may do videos about that, because that's a lot of fun, where you actually melt the wax onto the candles and designs and then programmatically dip them, and then at the end you put the egg in hot water and wash the wax off, and then you get to see the pattern. It's a really fun thing to do. I think it was Croatian friend of mine taught me how to do it, and I really enjoy doing it. I don't always do it, but it is
the egg coloring. If we wanted a design, we used a white crayon to block it off, I think, and then I don't remember.
You can do it with a crayon. It does work. The trick that he taught me, you actually get beeswax and or some other kind of wax. You can do it with paraffin, and there's a specialized thing that you have a candle that you heat it up in the candle, and then you put the wax in, and it slowly drips out the end, and you use it to kind of paint the.
Cool.
If I think about it before one of these, I will hunt it down and pull it out so I can just show it to y'all, because it's a really neat looking implement that is used for such things. But yeah. And I promise we are going to do another sprint. I just got chatty for a minute because somebody said Victor Hugo, and then we started talking about classics, and you know.
I'm not sorry.
But I will say, I just put in maybe. There it goes. Okay, I just put in the code for the next forest room in the chat because it did not want to go through. So if you don't see it, let me know, because the chat did a weirdness when I hit enter.
H8
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. It did a weirdness when it went to go in there. And
in the StreamYard chat.
Just wanted to make sure.
There it is in the chat.
Our neighbors go crazy with it, and we don't do anything outside because it's a thing. Alrighty. If I
I'm not gonna go decorate outside, it's too cold.
I want a t-shirt. I just want a t-shirt that says humans are dumb in quotes, and then at the bottom it has the dash human. Like,
I mean, it's true. I call humans stupid all the time.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Devin.
We are a dumb species.
And apparently we need Meowie Catness merch.
Yes, that would be awesome. I've thought about doing some specialized Christmas merch dedicated to some of the things that are in my settings, because I think they'd be funny. I almost did a bunch of Halloween stuff because there are some in-setting holidays, but those books haven't come out yet, so nobody knows about them. So it would just be like throwing merch up for no reason, kind of. So I didn't do it, but I may have designed it for maybe next year. So
there you go. I kind of wish I had a little clip, and then I could just clip my hair over. I don't have any of those.
See, this is where we definitely need Wonka vision, because I have like two right over there. So I could be like,
giant. I have like the really big ones where I would like twist my hair up and clip it, but my hair is too short to do that.
Because I have one little lock of hair around the side that has decided to break off, and it's just the right length that it will just slide right down under my glasses into my eye. Like just every now and then, just randomly, whoop, got your eye. Just right in there. Right in there. And I was like, no, stop it. Stop it.
I have a lovely raging asexual thing if anybody wants that.
Alrighty. So I'm probably going to do some more reading because, like I said, I really want to get this book read, and I'm bad at it. So I'm probably going to read and hydrate because, well, it's actually my allergies. My nose has started running. Somebody is burning something in their chimney, and I'm nervous now because, you know, how my week has gone with fire.
Yeah.
And I just realized, like, why am I coughing? And I can smell like that particular scent that the chimneys around here make, because nobody cleans their chimneys out, so it has a weird like mustiness to it. And then they throw like trash into their freaking things, and you get plastic smells
into their house.
Yes, Higgs.
What?
I live in the land that good manners and grace have forgotten.
What?
Yes.
Not in your house that literally releases obnoxious chemicals.
Yes. I know this. You know this. We tell them this. Honey, my neighbors are so smart that through lockdown, I kept trying to call the police on them because they were throwing like giant parties and their house during the lockdown because they're smart and good at it. That's the that's where I live. I live with those people, surrounded by them, with luckily a lawn to keep them away, and various bladed implements in case they get too close. Because my life. Alrighty. So I promised a 25 this time because I did. Because I missed the chat when I was like, how long do you want? And I was like, I don't see anybody, so let's do 20. And then as soon as we got started, it went 25, 25, 25. I was like, I'm sorry.
Earlier I was saying, because my professor, she does Greek translation. That's like her main thing. So like she did the Homeric hymns and she did Antigone. She has a Medea one, and she also has the fragments of Sappho's work.
Ooh.
That she did. The problem is, it's like $60 for, I think, the ebook. And I really want the physical copy, but it's like $100 for me to get the physical copy.
Can I just say, I would love to do a really messed up rewrite of the Oedipus trilogy. I love those books so much. I love them so much. I know it's already messed up, but I would even do Oedipus economics. But if I'm not careful, my entire career is going to be just me doing rewrites of stuff, because The Chain, that book that Eva keeps taunting me with, is a rewrite of the story of Cupid and Psyche. That's how it got started. And then it became that.
Yeah, for me to buy the Kindle of the Sappho, a new translation of the complete works, which was translated by my professor, to buy it is $69.30 in Kindle edition. Hardcover, you can't get it in paperback, by the way. To get it in hardcover, it's $107.
Okay, Eva, I'm just going to say this. The county I live in has like 40,000 people living in it, and we already have 900 confirmed cases. So that's almost 1 in 40 people have already, like, we're over 1% of the population in our county. And that's just confirmed. That's not anything else. That's people that had to go to the hospital or to the doctor. Yes, that book began its life as a retelling of Cupid and Psyche. Alrighty, is everybody ready? I need to reset the time on the Forest app because it's still at 20. Okay, there we go. Alrighty, let's get going. Make sure you're saving your stuff. Make sure you're hydrating. Make sure you're looking out for people that are burning weird things in their chimneys. Let's get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There you go. Let's get some words. Beep 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 beep.
Unmute self, accidentally remute self.
I do that all the time. Whoop, wrong button. There we go. Alrighty. So, how did everybody do? I came across a Latin phrase that I had read before and like instantly remembered it, and then just got lost in contemplating the beauty of it. And I'm just gonna say the last part of it because there's no point in like reciting like long bits of Latin, but that human beings are capax universi, that we are capable of the universe. And I just kind of lost myself in contemplating the variant meanings of that.
Wow.
Because yeah, it's used in the context of like knowing, remembering that your arm came from the ground, and thus is the earth in motion. That that we are capable of the universe because we are part and parcel of it, and that just like blew my mind and all over again, and I just kind of got lost thinking about that because that's a beautiful phrase.
It is.
It just kind of blew me up, blew me away. So let me know how y'all did in the chat. How did you do, Angrifice?
What did I do? Oh, I recorded a quick blog that who knows if I'm ever actually going to compile these.
So say, did you actually take that nap that you were threatening to take? Should I have left the camera on you?
I did not, and I had the camera off because I also took a bio break.
There are times when I get messages from people. Oh, not again, not again. Sorry. We're under a red flag day again tomorrow, so there shall be no fires this week. There shall be no fires this week. There shall be no fires this week. Sorry. My phone did a thing.
I get to close the hosting tomorrow.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah. It's because it's Saturday and it's the night we're open the longest, so I never know. Like, I already never actually know when I get to leave. But considering we close at like 1, 2 a.m. on Saturdays, and it's also a football day.
You know, I was just thinking about it. One of the things that I should try to figure out is setting up a retreat weekend for the Discord. That's literally a retreat. Like, we're just going to get together. We're going to be accountability buddies for each other to just do things that rejuvenate us and take care of ourselves.
Yeah, and like, the voice chat and
yeah,
do like face masks and,
and yep. Because we can't have spa days. Like, we should literally do a Discord spa day. Like, everybody, like, we'll just schedule it. Everybody will get their masks, and if you want a manicure kit or whatever, like, we'll schedule it, and then that gives time for everybody to get their stuff, and then we'll just
beforehand we could all share links to, like, if you want to do homemade things.
Yep. That could be a lot of fun. That might be something we have to look into doing. Because I think a lot of us just need, like, a pamper and self-care day.
Also be fun to do, like, a sort of writing retreat, but, like, not, like, a mega one, like, all of author do. That's just too much.
Yeah.
Because an actual writing retreat is only a few people most of the time.
Yeah, because I've been thinking about doing that in the Discord, because then we could actually share work, like actually have like assignments, like do it more for like more than a day, where we could actually like, here's the thing, and if people wanted to, they could actually do it, and we could critique each other's work on the thing, and actually like, instead of just like doing the American school system thing of sitting there taking notes and just being good little kids, we could actually like work on making our craft better.
Yeah.
Look for these things. They're maybe going to be coming.
And we could do. So if people didn't want to be involved in it, or if we just wanted to keep like, you can sign up for it and then you'd get a role so that you can access those categories specifically, and then it's not spammed by other things. And other people aren't spammed by it as well.
See, I wish that Discord had what World Handful has, and that's self-assigned roles. You can create roles for your worlds that are self-assigned.
I think you can set it up to self-assigned stuff, but
yeah, I need to figure that out, because that would be a lot easier, because then people could, if we could figure that out. Anyway, that could be really fun. We should look into doing that, because we'll do a spa day and a writing retreat in the Discord, because I think that would be amazing.
At the same time.
Yeah. Because I know I need a mask. I need a mask. I need to I just want to feel that soothing tingle sensation. You know, the one I'm talking about that feels oh so nice. Because I don't pamper myself ever. And it's like an excuse because we're all doing it.
Yeah.
No, because that's the only reason I would do it is my girlfriends and I would get together and we would have a spa day. We would just pamper ourselves. We'd all go over to one person's house and do the facials and the nails and stuff. And then we stopped visiting each other because plague, and that all went away. But this is a way we could kind of virtually do that.
Yeah.
I'm kind of down with this idea. I kind of like this idea.
Heck, I might even be able to convince my roommates to partake, because then it wouldn't be fully live on the internet.
Yeah.
Which I'm pretty sure that's why the one roommate, she doesn't enter my room during live streams and stuff. She's one is live on the internet and she doesn't want to interrupt it. And then there's Peanut Gallery, who's just fuck it. She's I'm gonna scream in your ear.
Since we don't have a nickname for the other one, I've just started calling them Peanut and Gallery. Because that way I can differentiate between the two, because there's Peanut and Gallery.
It makes sense.
Because we don't have a name for the other one. Alley Cat got 126 words and still playing video games with the brother. Yay. That is awesome. By the way, I put it into the chat. That's the spelling of it if you want to look it up. I actually didn't find all that much useful on the interwebs, because apparently somebody used it for the name of a thing in a fantasy book. And so a lot of what came up is that.
Also, I'm far enough away from my screen that I really can't see you. So I definitely can't read that right now.
That means that I must be beautiful, because I'm just a blurry splotch. I've always wanted to be a blurry splotch.
So I can see you better than I can see myself on the thing.
That's because I'm purple, honey. The purple.
Well, no, I'm blending in with the color of this room.
CB got 447 words. That is awesome. Snaps for you. Yes, I did. Because now we need to go and have dinner. And have dinner out somewhere. Because the big science idiot tried to be domesticated and ruined the kitchen.
I have a fan that is did I actually start writing that, or did I just make that story up in my head and I haven't written it down yet? But essentially Tony's daughter is I did start writing it. So she is she doesn't do science. She can do it. She's just I'm gonna go make a painting instead. But so she's also a really she can do cooking and everything. If she wanted to, she could be a 5-star chef, and she does art and makes jewelry and stuff. And he's but science, but physics. She's but art.
But science.
Also, she's kind of in my head. I envision her as a goth, and then she has a girlfriend who's like really into science and everything. Her girlfriend's Bruce Banner's daughter. But she's just like all like really happy and stuff. So like she makes her like a sparkly painting because that's what she likes. You know, babe, I made you this rainbow sparkly painting of you in a rainbow dress that has glitter on it. They're like my headcanon OTP for.
I can see it. I can see it. I can see it. I can totally see it. I'm just saying, CB, I'm really enjoying like the updates. They make me happy. MM got another load of laundry folded and the bathroom boxed unpacked. That's a lot. That's a lot.
You want to do my laundry?
Isn't it funny how somebody with an IQ of 270 can't even do simple things? Yes. Because I'm not telling that story again.
Oh, and then she goes on art benders like Tony goes on science benders. So like how she meets the Avengers is she's just like drawing on her arm because she's just in a mode.
Oh, that's
and
hilarious.
she doesn't know what's happening around her, and her girlfriend's just like, "Hi, Dad," after not seeing him for so long, and then she's like, "Babe, just go to your studio. I need to have a family thing, and you're just doodling on your arm." Sorry.
Sorry. I can't even read that out loud because I will just crack up and laugh. So,
want me to read it?
Sure.
I did absolutely nothing. A screen cap of Bella saying Edward could be a little bitch sometimes, caught my eye, and then it was all over. But she's right.
Because see, the problem is I've been watching way too many one-topic videos, so I heard him say could be a little bicha because that's what he says instead of the actual word because he doesn't want to get demonetized. It's even funnier with could be a little bicha sometimes because I don't know why, but it makes it funnier. I love it. I've got a problem. I have a problem, internet. I have a problem. Anna got 192 words and another email sent, this time to your grandmother. I wish my grandmothers were still on the planet Earth. I can't say I wish they were still with me because one grandma kind of haunts the house. And yeah, she lets you know when she's unhappy with you. But she also takes care of us when we're sick, so it's all good. She's one of the fun ghosties. We have some unfun ghosties too. Remind me at some point to like when we're on the Discord or something to share the video that we have of one of the ghosts at the restaurant.
Yeah, she told me about it.
Chittering. Because it's creepy. And see, this is one of the reasons why people should hang out in the Discord from time to time, because we do random things in there. You think my streams are random? Oh, you ain't seen nothing to what happens when it's not being recorded and broadcast live on YouTube. We do some random stuff on the Discord. It's fun.
Talk till 2 a.m.
Oh, I just can't even with the Twilight. I can't. I really wanted to make an evil sorcerer who sparkles named Edward to get killed in the story, but like there's no way for it to fit. Like I can't figure out how to squeeze it in. And that's where my mind was like, oh, but we could do a sequel where their love gets challenged by the evil sparkle wizard. And I was just like, oh, this is really turned it into trash. It's going to be Trash Fam versus Sparkle Wizard. Book 2. Like, no, stop doing this to me, Braid. You're supposed to be a one-off.
I'm literally sitting here eating popcorn.
Well, I'm glad I could entertain you. MM says, we are red flagged all weekend. PSA, please refrain from taking your fireflies out for a flight. If the whole state will burn to the ground. Okay, MM. Poster. Will buy. Can confirm. Okay? Poster. I need a poster I need a poster. Like it needs to look like one of those posters that you would see in a park, though. Don't walk your dogs here. If you walk your dogs, you got to clean up after them. Like one of those like Department of Forestry posters that basically says that because I will. It will be on the wall behind me during the things, and I will not explain it to anybody. Just because I will tell them where to buy it so that you can make more money off of it, but I will not explain it. I'll just be like, yeah, all of that. Because I love that. I love that.
Highly recommend Reese's with pretzels.
Ooh. Can I just say peanut M&Ms in popcorn, greatest snack of all time.
This is Reese's Popped Snack Mix.
I've never seen that.
I hadn't either. I've had this one. I had it at my dad's house, and I was like, this is really good, and I accidentally ate the rest of his bag. I was like, sorry, Dad. And he's like, it's okay. Stop me from doing it. So the other day, I got these at Speedway. And then I went back when I went for the ice cream, and they had this.
I'm going to have to tell the hubby about that because he's a little bit addicted to the Reese's.
And the popcorn has like a sugar coating and then it's drizzled in chocolate.
See, I can't say that word because I have a dog that will go insane if I don't make it. Because we don't really give it to her, but you can't eat that substance without some of it falling.
Yeah.
Like, you just can't because, like, you pick it up and they're just shaped just right so that some of them will go flew out of your hand in random directions. And she is the shark. Like, I can't even say the initials. She has learned that the initials mean the thing. Like, we've gone through, I think, 5 different terms for the thing that we can no longer say because the dog is too smart and has figured out all of them mean the thing.
Yeah, my dad's dog, who is... Well, she's my stepmom's dog, technically. Willow, the one who I showed you a picture of wearing my dad's overalls. She, depending on the food, will sit there and because she gets her own plate at the end after dinner. But she doesn't get like an actual like plate. She gets like leftovers, like a small amount of leftovers, and we also give it to the cat. Like they both each get a small little plate of it. Willows gets put in with her food, and Dopey just gets a little saucer with some of it in cheese. But popcorn, the dog will just be like, hello, and just stare.
Hi guys. Yes.
Also,
yes.
salad. Have you ever seen a cat that eats salad?
No.
I have. He likes it with ranch.
So yeah, I
very high class.
This is the other reason why I'm happy I remembered to found my headphones, so I'm not having the speakers on because I would have to be making it because the hubby has a rule. It has to be kettle made.
Oh.
Because he is a true popcorn. Now, I wouldn't say snob. Like if you offer him any popcorn, he'll definitely eat it. But he has mastered the perfect popcorn. And so like I said it. Oh, good. She's asleep. Thank God. She's asleep. But he's mastered the perfect like ratios and recipes and timing. And so like, I'm not even allowed to like go near it. Like he's just like, I'll do it. I'll do it. And then he makes like mountains of it and we have it for days. I love it.
I want movie theater popcorn.
Oh yeah. That's the only thing I like about movie theaters is that crack butter. Let's just be honest. Some of the crack butter, I'll be fine. I know, right, Kate? Right? Like it's been so long. It's been so long.
And I have some sitting in my cupboard, and I don't use them.
I'm saying this should totally be a thing. We need to get on it and make this a thing.
Your birthday. We could do.
Oh no! But you could do it with us in spirit. Do it in solidarity. Or we could find a way to make it work.
Hmm.
For goodness sakes, get Gloria involved, and she'll have you on a Zoom call, and have you on a Zoom call in one window, and have us on the Discord in the other, and you'll be able to hear us in the background. Because it's Gloria. Tell Gloria there's a party, she'll find a way to make it happen. That's what I appreciate about her. And yes, we've been rewatching Letterkenny again, and it's all throughout. Oh! I will share pictures on the Instagram. The hubby is dressing up as Squirrely Dan for Halloween this year. We're putting the costume together now, so he's going to work at the restaurant.
That'd be so easy to get my dad into because that's what he wears.
He's doing Squirrely Dan because we were trying to figure out what costume to do, and I was like, we should do something like completely off the wall because we always do like something horror related or gothy related because that's who we are as people. And I was like, nobody would know what to do if you showed up as Squirrely Dan with the cap and the beard and the and the overalls and the boots.
So my dad dresses on a daily basis.
Yeah, because he's not a degen from upcountry. Just say it. But we will find a way to make it work, MM. We can find a way to make it work. Yeah, I saw that you had a stream tonight. That's cool. Let's see, I usually do a face pack just before I go somewhere. Yeah, I really see. I usually have my week of pampering before the weekend of joy and nightmares because there's a convention that we go to out east, and so we visit family and stuff. And so with each family member, I get to do another thing of pampering because like one family member really loves having their nails done. So we get our nails done together. And one really likes facials. So we get facials together. And one loves to do like the salon stuff. And so I get my hair done. And like I usually have a week of that. And, no traveling because plague. So, but that's how we connect to the family is through all of those nice things.
Dear God.
Crap.
I don't think my washing and dryer machine would let me do that.
We have one of them Japanese washers that when it's done, it makes the happy song. And the hubby gets way too excited when the washing machine makes the happy song because it's done. Nikki says, I'm on season 2, episode 11 now. And all Goliath has told Eliza is that she's beautiful. Yes, because it takes forever. It takes forever.
Yeah. So for my Not So Secret podcast idea, I might end up like rewatching a bunch of shows and then just having a little segments about me sharing my opinion on them.
I think that would be fun. I've thought about doing that. I have honestly thought about doing that. And then for some reason, I watched the shows and recorded nothing. So it didn't work. It did not work at all. It backfired on me. But I did get to watch some stuff. So there's that. But yeah, I've contemplated that on many an occasion. Because I was like, that was going to be the trick to getting me to start a Star Wars podcast. Because I've been wanting to do that forever. Is when they were right before they released the final season of Clone Wars, because it's had a final season like 3 times because reasons.
Changing the network.
Yeah, because it was canceled and then moved, and then it's had many final seasons. But when they final seasoned it, I was like, that would be really fun to go back and do a rewatch and go through like all the different stuff that happened in there and bring up all the old behind the scenes and stuff like that. Wouldn't that be great? And we just watched it and did none of the other stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Made you laugh, Queens. Yeah, it's not hard to make me laugh here lately, which is awesome because I've been in such a bad place and I'm not there anymore because the depression kitty got kicked out the house. She tapped on the window today and I was like, get the hell out of here, you evil depression kitty. Get out. No, I don't care how comforting your purr is. I don't need you in my life. I cannot read that out loud because the dog is now awake, but I understand.
Aww.
I understand. They are doing really well. The dog is currently doing her patrols because she is the security guard of the house and literally has to several times a day go to each door and check it. Like she just has to do it, and she will look out each window and check it. She will then track down each animal, and then she just finished and she's doing her circles and is about to lay back down on her stool. And wait, yes, a truck drove by and interrupted her spin. She had to watch the truck as it went by the house because you never know what shenanigans they might be up to. And the cats are doing well. They're surprisingly not here because they've decided to yin yang in the kitchen for some reason. But well, they do. It's so cute because they literally like head to tail in a little ball, and it looks like a little gray and silver yin yang. But I figured they'd be in here because they're probably cold because I've got the windows open and it's like 65 out. But I figured they'd be like all cuddled up next to me because that's what they usually do when they get cold. But they didn't. CB says, I hate getting my nails done because every time they do. Ooh. That's a horrible experience. And I'm sorry. Like, I've had that happen once and never. But like, that's Yes.
Your point?
Your point? There's a lot. It's Gargoyles. It's a good show.
I feel like that show was also they did take breaks.
Yes.
So that's why a lot of some of the older shows and older cartoons had breaks, but they didn't have like their seasons weren't seasons, but they were.
But in season, if you remember in season 2, because I remember this when it originally aired. Season 2 is when they went to daily, and it was coming out because originally it was just a weekly show, and then for like a year it was a Monday through Friday show for a season. And that's why there's suddenly a bunch of episodes because it became a Monday to Friday show. So they needed a bunch to fill the gap. But yeah, I love that show so much. Hello, Netta. I do not remember saying hello to you earlier, and I still love the fairy. I still love it. It's beautiful. It makes me happy. No, wait. I have an excerpt. No. Let's see. Trying to figure out which voice to do this in. No. There's nowhere sensible to hide unless someone is buried underneath the sand, in which case I don't think they'll be alive enough to spy on our conversation. I love that. I love it so much it made me stop in the middle because I was like, "Oh, that's brilliant." That's
I'll never be alive enough to spy on our conversation.
See, the problem is, in most of my stories, that would stop no one. Like, death is a temporary hurdle that just causes more mayhem. Because it's the kind of stuff I write. I love it so much for absolutely no reason. Oh, no, there's reason. There's reason, because that is a great statement. Like, that, mwah, like, that's perfect chef kiss. Like, mwah, like, I love it. No, I meant to look at HMV when I was in town today because I went to get Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yeah, that's a good show. I have not watched the last season yet, just because the season before that was weird. Like, I get that they wanted to avoid the whole snapping on the show, because that would have been weird to figure out which cast members have to be gone for a year, even though they've done that before. But it was weird. Like, it was weird. I liked it, but it was weird, and I have not watched the final season. I'm going to eventually, but because there are a few actors that are on that show that if you put them on anything, I will watch them, and I will say one of them originally played Mulan, so secret. MM says, I have a story seed for a Queen Gargoyle Shifter Vigilante, but I have 3 series I want to finish before I start it. Yeah, I know that feeling. That's kind of the state that I'm in, is trying to figure out in what order I'm going to just start finishing things. Well, what else do you call it? It's the snappening. The snappening happened. Like, at least that's what we call it around the house. Okay, so I'm going to give you like the first warning. We've been doing this for like three hours. It is now 7 o'clock in my time zone, 8 o'clock Eastern. Who knows what it is in other time zones, because time zones are evil magic that I do not practice. Because I'm bad at it. I am willing to continue doing sprints because, one, I'm alternating back and forth between reading a book that is just blowing my mind and making me feel good to be alive, which I need right now desperately. Like, this is the best self-care I've done in weeks.
Self-care.
I'm bad at self-care. I'm very, very bad at it. So if you want to continue, we can continue, or, things can get bizarre. Though I just realized I still have Discord open in the background and it's like doing a bunch of stuff. So I'm going to close that right quick.
Just don't do that though.
Well, it was being quiet because apparently everybody was doing other things, and then everybody decided to be on all the Discords. Like, every Discord that I have it set up to notify me when things happen, everybody started doing stuff all at the same time. Alrighty. It was funny, but it wasn't as funny. But the word is, yeah, agreed. I still cry in the movie because, I'm sorry, Tom Holland, that line, I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark. Like, I just can't. Like, every time, just, it gets me.
I love the things that it's like posts where it's just like, Mr. Stark told me I'm not allowed to tell him I don't feel good anymore. And then Bucky's just like, Steve told me I'm not allowed to say Steve. Do you know how hard it is when you can't say their name?
Can I just say, I am looking forward to the Madcap adventures of Bucky and the Falcon. Like, I am living for this because, one, Sebastian Stan, like, I have loved him since he was on Kings. I loved that show. Like, nobody watched it, but I loved it. I have been a big fan of his for a long time, and I just can't wait because, yeah, Anthony Mackie. I mean, need I say more? If you didn't see Anthony Mackie's season of Altered Carbon, like, the first season of Altered Carbon was good. I liked it, but Anthony Mackie's season of Altered Carbon was so good for many reasons. It was a really good season, but also Anthony Mackie is a national treasure. Cut the check. He's amazing.
I think it would be cool if for some reason they just randomly had in the background like Chris Evans as an old Cap just going grocery shopping or doing something random.
I would be so happy.
Like, I wish even more that he was young and we still got that. Like, he completely ignores the fighting and just like get my groceries, eating some food, just like chilling at a restaurant while they're just running by, like getting chased by somebody with a gun. It's great. How about that?
The biggest non-Star Wars fight that I've gotten in with anyone in like the last 10 years was about how that altered the timeline, and I'm like, no, that did not alter the timeline. That he went back. That he went back in time.
Literally made it true there was more than one timeline.
But that's the whole point, though. That was the timeline all along. Because do you think Peggy Carter was just a creeper who kept a picture of her dead boyfriend everywhere and never dated again for all that time and kept talking about him as if he were still alive? Like, she did. She slipped up even on the Agents of Carter show and would talk about him as if he were still around occasionally. Like, she knew he was sitting at home and nobody knew. Like, she knew he was there the whole time. Because, I'm sorry, I love Peggy Carter, and she was not that much of a creeper. She was just not that much of a creeper. I'm sorry. Like, don't come at me, man. Like, I will like defend Peggy Carter to the ends of the earth because, oh my goodness, that show was canceled before its time because it was so good. But yeah, and they don't even get me started on Star Wars. Like, Gloria, if you're here, I'm probably gonna skip the awkward sibling hour because you're talking Star Wars and I have opinions that are apparently controversial. I don't think they're controversial, but others do, and I just don't need to do that right now. Because
I probably have would be considered a controversial comment on Star Wars, but I won't say it.
You can share it. I can control myself. I'm in a good mood. I'm just saying, if because their entire stream is going to be dedicated to Star Wars movies, like I can't, because if anybody says anything bad about Rian Johnson, I might just lose my mind, and that will probably happen.
So for such a great series, it's shit at the same time.
Oh yeah, that's what makes it good.
Complete shit. In all on, like watching it back, it's like, wait a minute, this is actual complete shit, but it's so good.
And the only thing that they missed from the way the trilogy was supposed to happen is we didn't meet Luke's secret sister. Because there were 9 movies planned. Luke was always meant to die in episode 8. That was always supposed to happen, but he was supposed to die at the hands of his secret sister. And we never got the secret sister. That's the one thing that George Lucas had originally planned, because Leia was not intended to be the sister. And the actual sister was supposed to be revealed in episode 7 as one of the villains, and then she was going to kill Luke in episode 8. That was part of the original plan, and but we actually did get some of what he had originally intended. But when he decided that he wasn't going to do episodes 7, 8, and 9, that's when he had the script changed and Leia became Luke's sister, because he wanted to resolve as many of the plot lines as he could by the end of Return of the Jedi. Which is why it was so hard to do a sequel series, because they literally wrote Return of the Jedi to close off as many potential future stories as they could, so he wouldn't have to do any more of the movies. But anyhow, you can see what I'm saying. I can go. It also doesn't help that I know a lot of people that actually worked on the movies, so I know things that are not that are in the common wisdom that are not true. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of lore about, well, this happened for this reason and that reason, and they're not true. Mm-hmm. And I just don't want to get into it. So when it gets me every dang time. Yeah. I have to say, if somebody would have told me that anybody would make a superhero film that would make me cry before the Marvel Cinematic Universe, I would have laughed at them, because superhero movies did not have that emotional punch. Like, they could be fun, they could be good. There were some good ones prior to that. Like the Tim Burton Batman movies, I still hold up as like some of the best DC movies ever made. And the Richard Donner versions of Superman, that would be Superman 1 and his original version of Superman 2, which is available to buy now, and it's also, I think, up on on HBO Max to stream. It at least was, because he made a complete movie, and it was too adult, and they took it away from him, rewrote it, and refilmed like half the movie, which is why Superman 2 is such a weird movie, because it's like half Richard Donner's movie and half the other guy that they brought in to make it more kid friendly. Like, Zod is terrifying. Zod is horrifying in the original movie. So if you haven't seen that, definitely hunt it down, because it is a treasure.
Have those people not seen some of the things that kids watch?
Well, this would have been what? See, the first Superman movie came out in 1979.
No, still.
So they still had like pretend standards on paper. But
we still have pretend standards on paper. But
Superman cusses in the original version.
Yes.
He says a bad word. And given the time,
Oh,
and given like having had seen all 5 of the original Superman movies, when I first saw the Richard Donner cut, it was so shocking to see Christopher Reeves in the Superman suit say a bad word that it was just like, oh, like I literally clutched my pearls. Like, oh my goodness, Superman said a bad word. Like it was shocking. It was shocking. They get progressively weirder because Richard Donner did the first 2, which if you don't know, he did the Lethal Weapon movies. Like he is an action movie guy. That's why they brought him in to do it and why they actually work on the level of being action movies. So Richard Donner did the first 2, but then they took the second one away from him and made it more kid friendly. And then this is a trend that continues forward and gets even weirder. So if you do watch them, the order that you should watch them in is actually Superman 1, the Richard Donner version of Superman 2, and then the Brandon Roth movie Superman Returns, which is meant to take place right after Superman 2. It actually picks up the continuity right after Superman 2 and continues forward from the story, which is one of the things that I don't think a lot of people got because it was a really good movie. Unfortunately, it has Kevin Spacey in it, which is problematic nowadays, but it was still a really good movie.
a lot of things are problematic nowadays.
Yeah. Had a long talk with somebody about that last night. Alrighty, let's do at least one more sprint, because I feel like we should do at least one more. Like, we shouldn't start goofing off just yet, right? Right?
And then I enjoy that, like, when Cap tries to say a swear word, everybody goes, language. Because he meant language. The funny thing is, he was in the army in World War II.
Yep.
He ran around with a bunch of showgirls. Think about it.
Oh, honey, I don't have to, because I have both an Instagram and a Twitter account, and I follow Chris Evans. I think about a lot of things. I'll have to say, that man made my dreams come true. In so many ways. Oh, Chris Evans. Oh, and for anybody who's curious, we did watch the first episode of the 3rd season of Star Trek Discovery. Don't know if it's going to be indicative of the whole reboot thing that they're doing, but it was really good. Like, unambiguously good. It was entertaining from start to finish and had absolutely no moments that made me angry. And I have not been able to say that about an entire episode of Discovery since the show launched. And it's not like just because like I'm an old Star Trek fan and I'm like, well, that's not canon. It's because they would make like really stupid decisions. Like the character would not do that. Decisions. Like you set this character up to be smart. So before I reveal that I know who the bad guy is to his face, let me turn off the force field between me and them so that they have easy access to me. You know, you can't say that that character was smart if their solution is, here, let me deactivate the force field, keeping me safe before I say, I know you're a secret agent, and I'm going to expose you to the captain. No, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. You're just dumb. That is so... You deserved death. And it's so frustrating because you set this character up as being smart. And then they do that. And it's just like, no.
No.
And it was the worst kept secret in all of the series. Because like the moment you meet the other character, you're like, oh, you're a double agent. Aren't you?
Aren't you?
You know what?
You just stink.
Oh, he does. No, it's literally that stupid thing where they get captured and then conveniently the person that's in the cell with them helps them escape and knows all the secret ways to help them escape.
Yeah.
Like, no, that's not suspicious at all.
I don't know why this just popped into my head, but I think it's because of the escaping thing. So in The Mandalorian, you know the scene where, spoilers if you haven't seen The Mandalorian, people, and when they're in the prison ship or whatever, and the lights are blinking, and he's just getting closer.
Yes.
Scene. So I accidentally did that to my roommate. Because except like it wasn't the light, like she had the door open and I was standing far away. She closed it and then opened it and I was standing right there.
I have to say, I'm so excited for the new season of The Mandalorian.
My
I am
roommate
so
watched it like twice.
I am so excited. Wait a minute, but it doesn't. No, the new season 2 doesn't come
No,
out.
rewatched the first season.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, don't tell me that. My husband will kill me if I kept Mandalorian away from him. Like we've got it on the calendar. He's taking the day off.
He has rewatched the first season several times already.
Yeah, we're very excited because I love it. I love it. And I just have one thing to say about that show. The quickest way they can make me hate it is if they name the species that Yoda comes from. I don't want to know. Some mysteries need to remain.
Or give it some really obscure, like not translated name, and then it'll be fine.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. But like, I don't want to find out that they're like the Yahoos or something. Like, no, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Because you know it's going to start with a Y. Because the only two people from that species we know the names of are Yoda and Yaddle. So they like Ys. So they're going to end up being like the Yahoos or something. And I don't want it. I don't need it. No. Do it not.
Managed to get seasons 1 through 7 of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. on Amazon for less than €40.
Nice.
That's impossible. Hello, Spence.
Hello, Spence.
You're just immediately a different person. Hello.
Because Spence is awesome.
No, my this voice. I have a different one.
Okay, is everybody ready? I just dropped some things that I knocked some things off my desk that I need to pick up at the beginning of the next sprint.
Okay.
So, I know what I'm doing at the beginning.
I suddenly have energy again. I think the espresso has kicked in properly. Because I get a crash, and then I could have gone to sleep then and been fine. But then if I stay awake a little bit longer, it actually works how it's supposed to sometimes.
I know that feeling. Alrighty. We are getting ready for this one. Maybe our last. I don't know. Who knows? I'm random that way. And it's like a Fanfiction Friday. So you never know. But make sure you are saving your documents. Don't feed the gremlins. They have taken enough from us. They need no more. Make sure that you're hydrating. If you've not gotten up and moved around for a while, please do that. Take care of yourself. We are getting started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A sprint. Maybe. Go. There we go. Sprint. Beedity beep, beedity beep, beedity beep, beedity beep. So, how'd you do? Let me know. I continued my reading for the new moon because I'm living for it. And I came across, is it in the chat yet? Where is it? This beautiful, beautiful line. There it is. Joy is the human's noblest act. And then in explaining that, everything that we do that is good and noble results in joy. Saving people from harm results in joy. Healing someone from suffering results in joy. Bringing justice or peace or ending a war brings joy. Everything that we do that is good ultimately results in joy. So, joy is our noblest act and the thing that we are to be about doing. And I read that, and that just like filled me with so much like, yes, all of that. I want to go to there, all of that. And I wanted to share because I thought that was just beautiful. That was such a beautiful line.
It was. I think I have it planned out, seasons for my fanfic commentaries on me reading my fanfics. Because I do about 2 or 3 chapters of a fanfic per episode. So I have it all the way through until the final episode, which would be, I wouldn't be reading any of my fanfics explicitly, but I'd be like just looking back on the ones that I had just read. And that's like a total of 14 episodes.
That's good.
And that's only 5 fanfics. And then season 2 would have even less fanfics because that's when I get to the point where, because I did one that would only be 2 episodes, but then I have one that's like episodes 3 through 11 because it's a 26 chapter fanfic because I rewrote season 3 of the Vampire Diaries.
I'm just going to put this out there because I say this every time people bring up their old fanfic. If anybody has any old, like from the 1990s, print fanfic zines for either the Forever Night or the Star Trek fandom that include an author named Koloth, that was me, and I would like copies of those, please. All mine were taken in the second Great Pilfering, and I no longer have copies of them. So should anybody have any old fanzines in either the Forever Night vampire fandom or the Star Trek fandom that includes work by in any of the Star Trek one, it would be by Koloth the Dishonorable because, let me know because I would love to have them back. You don't have to like send me the physical things, like take pictures, send me pictures, of the stories and send them to me. That's fine. Like, I don't need the physical things. I just want those stories back because I don't have them anymore, and I would love to have them. Sorry, I get like emotional because I'm like, I wish I could read my old fanfics.
Yeah, because I've already done one of my fanfics. My very first one I've already done because I'm going in the order in which I had initially posted them. So I'm like starting very first, and then this one's the second fanfic I wrote, so on. And then I'm actually skipping one of them because it's the one that's technically still being written, but I have to rewrite it because it had been written over such a long period of time that my writing has changed in that one fanfic. Too many times.
I wish I had grown up when fanfic was already on the internet because it would be probably easier, like with a Wayback Machine or something, to hunt that stuff down. So, yet again, if anybody has access to any of that, or if anybody notices that they start putting that up because the Organization for Transformative Wisdom started a project, basically their own Project Gutenberg, where they're scanning in old fanzines to put up, and I go and search through there periodically. which is really cool. Like if you want to read like fanfic from the 30s, it's up there, and some of it's really just like amazing. There's some stuff from the 60s that will blow your mind. Like it's there's some fun stuff up over there. So like if you want to like deep dive into fanfic past, like people are preserving our history, folks, because
beautiful.
Yeah, because it's the one thing that I always try to tell people, like, because there seems to be this assumption amongst a lot of people nowadays that like fanfic came about with like Tumblr and the like the internet. And it's like no, like Isaac Asimov used to write fan fiction. Like if you ever want to like research some of the crazy stuff that has happened in the history of fan fiction, like the first like use of the term fan fiction that I've been able to find, it goes back to Arthur Conan Doyle writing letters of these fanatics whose fictions use my characters, because he was mad about it. Because that's why he killed Sherlock off and then had to bring him back, because he was so mad at the fanfics that people were writing that he killed Sherlock off. And then the fanfic increased because people were like, well, here's how he survived, and started writing, continuing the stories. And so he was like, well, fine, to hell with it, and started writing more Sherlock Holmes. So that's the earliest thing that I've been able to find that where that term actually shows up.
And then before the term, it was already happening as well. Just technically, like the Aeneid is technically a Roman fanfic for the Odyssey and the Iliad.
Yep.
Or Dante's Inferno, also fanfic technically.
Yeah, and what's the term gala, which is literally fanfic poetry? Like when you are interested in another poet's work and you do basically your own version of one of their poems. It's actually one of the poetic forms. I think it's called like a gullah or something like that.
I don't do poetry.
But and that goes back a ways, where you literally mimic their meter and their rhyme scheme, and you're even allowed to use up to I think 2 lines from the original poem in your own, so people are 100% sure which poem you're referring back to. Yeah, but it's actually a
started on fan art.
Yeah,
like most Renaissance art is just fan art.
Yep.
That's what it is, guys.
But we have a history, and and a culture, and I think it's something that's important for us to preserve, because I don't like it when people think it like rose out of nowhere. Like the arguments that people are having about Star Wars now, they were having about the Lensman in the 1930s. Like it's the same arguments. They haven't changed. It's the same thing. And like maybe if we learned like our own fanish history, we could try to stop repeating some of our mistakes. Like there's this long line. Like there's a long.
Yeah.
It's a thing. Hello, Glory. How are you doing? I actually did a series of podcasts. I'll have to see if they're up, if they survived the transfer when I moved the podcast over to Anchor or not, and if not, put them back up. Where I actually went through and we did Fandom History Month, and I actually went through and like read old fanfics from like the 1920s, and I read some of the speeches that were given at the first World Science Fiction convention, because we actually have the text of the speeches and stuff in there. Like I because it's one of those weird things that I am oddly passionate about, because I don't know, so much of queer history has been lost and forgotten, and that has just made me like so like any culture I'm a part of like must be preserved. Like we must like keep our history, know our history, teach our history, because it's important.
I mean, considering we say, oh, they were just friends. No, they were just cousins. No, they were cousins. No, honey, they were not. They were not.
It's such a shame that she never found a husband, but she lived together with her best friend for the last 50 years of her life, and they shared a one bedroom in the house, and even shared a bed to keep each other cold on the warm on keep each other warm on the cold winter nights. I forgot which biography I read that in, and I just lost it. I was like, okay, okay, uh-huh.
Sure.
Uh-huh.
Well, mm-hmm.
This is the same person that we were just reading about earlier who kept getting in trouble for her mannish demeanor and not giving in to the demands of her society. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. But like it's like even like triply problematic because it's almost impossible to find early representations of people who are bi, because if they ever did marry, like even today we have a hard time with bi erasure with which like, oh, you finally chose. Like, no, that's not how that works. Like, that's not how that works. It's not about choosing. This isn't The Bachelor. It's not like, oh, you get the rose. Like, that's not how that works. And of course, ace people are completely erased from the record.
Yeah.
Because and now we have the problem of like the incels, which go back way in history. Like, that's a video that I actually scripted because I knew I would never make it. But like the history of the incels starting in like the 1890s, because I get angry sometimes.
I feel like there might actually be more people that are ace than they realize. Like, I'm pretty sure somebody that I used to work with might actually be ace, but because of the generation they grew up in and how they were raised.
I'll never forget, like I've told the story before, but the one convention that I was at, and this girl had never heard of ace arrow people at all, and she just thought she was broken. She showed up at the panel that we did, the LGBTQIA panel, because she was like in her head coming to the smorgasbord to like finally like, oh, they're gonna have one of everything. I can find myself here, and was like literally asking questions about everything. And then when I was like, honey, I think you're asexual, like, I'll never forget the look on her face. Like, that's a thing. Like, she just thought she was broken, and it just destroyed me on the inside that here she was, like, I think she was like 18, 19 years old. She had just graduated high school. So like 18 years old, and had thought she was broken because she just, and I'm like, no, that's a thing. That's a thing. That's a perfectly valid way to be. And I love the community that we have at that event. And some of the Ace Arrow people that were there just scooped her up under their wing and like, let's talk. We'll help you through this. But it was just like, it broke me, because we need to talk about things. Everything that's wrong with the world is that we don't talk about things. We just shout at each other. We don't listen. And then we go, that's not appropriate to talk about.
The problem is so many things that were not proper to talk about need to, like, those are important things that should be talked about.
Yes.
And should be part of your everyday conversation. My religion teacher, my religion 101 teachers, actually the person was just like, we're going to talk about religion, and we're also going to talk about politics in this class, because guess what? Those are conversations you should be having.
Yes. Yes. And that's the fun thing about rereading Aquinas, like I'm doing right now. Like, oh my goodness, like, oh, like if he were alive today, I know where he would be. And I will say, it's not where a lot of people think he would be. Like, he's not the man he's not the droid you're looking for. He was a good guy. Anyway. Hello, Heather. You are back from dinner, cleanup, and kids' bedtime. Began a backup email attached to some documents, and was working that you were working on today. That's a smart thing to do from time to time. That's actually how I was able to keep some of the things that got lost when one of the laptops died, because I had emailed them to myself because I needed to move it from the shared computer that I had with the hubby to my really cheap laptop so I could work on it because he wanted to play a video game. And luckily I still had that email and didn't lose everything when one of the bad things happened. Darn you, Windows! And talk to the hubby who's already going to bed. You did a lot.
I'm sorry I didn't hear them.
You're welcome. Everybody saying hello to Glory. Glory saying hello back. CB got 306 words. Snaps for you.
Weird head swivel for you.
That's okay. It was a random thing. I debated whether or not to put it in there, but I thought it was just such a beautiful quote. Like, I just thought it was a beautiful quote, and I love the meaning behind it because as somebody who's like, I think that's going to be my goal next year is to work more towards having happiness in my life because that's something I don't do. Like, I just, it was this year was all about rebuilding myself into a manageable human being after all of the darkness of the years before. And after reading that, it was like, I think the next year is going to be about just trying to find more opportunities to have joy. Like, I'm going to completely Marie Kondo my life. Like, does this spark joy? If not, get the fuck out. Just get
out of here.
Get out of here. I'm done with you. So, which on that note, not like no tea, no shade on anybody. I may back off doing a lot of live streams other than the ones on my channel for a little bit. Not because I don't like doing them, but because I need to work some stuff out. Like, I'm going to need some. I've been very public for the last couple months, and I need like some alone time to think some things through. So I don't know how I'm going to schedule that out, but I'm going to need to figure that out. CB says, finally, it was Rhodey who said, What about Bed of Roses? I looked at Pepper. She looked at me, and now I've got your video going through my head again. It was so beautiful. Like, I love the pictures that you found. They were so sweet. Glory says, I sent an email and posted to Instagram about our Ren Fair panel tomorrow. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to get back to Haley. Haley sent me a thing. That's right. Need to do that. Isn't it beautiful? Like, I just love it. I love it so much.
Let me just subscribe to CB. For some reason, I was not subscribed to CB.
Actually, you may have been. There's been a weird culling. I've noticed that where I know that I was subscribed to people, and I just had a moment of, I haven't seen a video from this person for a while, and I've started looking them up, and so YouTube did the thing again. So, Kate says, just over 300 words added to this chapter and done with editing, about 2K of it. That's awesome. That is awesome. Ooh. That's really cool.
Fanfic is fun. But remember, there are slightly different grammatical things that you do in fanfic that are not in regular stuff. But you want it to be like regular stuff, but just remember that.
I think that's why I'm like afraid to like actually post any of the fanfics that I've written during these streams, because I still haven't posted any of them. Because one, I don't know where I want to post them, and two, I'm just like, I don't know if I belong. Like, I have problems. Let's see. The writers of the MCU wrote fan fiction for Marvel Comics because otherwise no pepperoni. Yeah.
Because in the comics, Tony and Pepper are not together.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all.
They're literally just work friends.
There's actually a really good behind the scenes for, I think was included with the first Avengers movie. Wait, which one was the first one that the Russo brothers did? That was Civil War, wasn't it? Anyway, the first movie that the Russos did, where they talk about their fandom growing up and all the stuff that they did. And when they were brought in, the first thing they started doing was talking about some of the things that they used to do with their toys, and they said they watched Kevin Feige's face just light up and like, we have the budget, we can do that. We're just like, and that's why the Russo movies are so good. Like,
you'd think I'd write like, based on how I played with Barbie, you'd think I'd be writing people getting their heads ripped off all the time, or their limbs being removed. It's particularly men getting their head ripped off and women getting their limbs taken off.
My friend and I, we had a bunch of the Transformers toys, and we used to we created we didn't know about Warhammer, or we would have probably used Warhammer rules, but we created our own strategy game where we would put them out on a field where we would set up so many squares and actually fight them out and do these epic Transformer battles and stuff. It was so much fun.
Yeah,
I wish
my
I
dad
could find the rule set we wrote up for that.
My dad was like, I just assumed I had done something to piss you off, and I just didn't want to go. Because I used to Ken's head. I used to just go. He's like, I had a basket of Ken heads and Ken bodies that were separated. Every Ken, within a couple days, possibly the same day, his head was getting removed.
For anybody who wants to know my feelings about Ken, there's a wonderful video by the band Living Colour, and the song is Glamour Boys. It's all my feelings in one place.
At one point, I trained the St. Bernard to bite the head while I went like this, so it was much more efficient.
And they're a band that you probably know for their song Cult of Personality, but they had so many good songs. And if you want to hear one of the angriest coming out songs ever, look up their song Bisexual. Because lead singer of a metal band in the 90s coming out.
Good for them.
They're amazing.
I can really put that on a shirt already. Good for her, quote, Cat. Good for them, quote, Cat. Good for them, quote, Cat. Interesting line. Wonder.
Yeah. That's actually one of my great goals in life, because I don't want to do it forever, but I want to write tie-ins for a couple things just because. I want an official thing with that logo, with those logos over my head. And some of them I know I will never get. I want to write official He-Man something, because I am so into you have no idea, the deep lore. He-Man, Transformers, and Star Wars and Star Trek are the four things that I would love to do something officially with. So much. You have no idea.
My dream is, I just want to see that there's fanfic of something that I've written now, but somebody felt that much about that thing. That will bring me the ultimate joy. I'm not gonna lie.
If I ever saw a fanfic based off of something that I did, I don't know what I would do. I really don't know. I would not be angry. Even if it was they wrote the ending wrong, here's how it should have ended. Some of the snarky ones.
You have to feel
you have to feel something for that
thing, a certain amount of something to truly write a fanfic.
That's one of those moments where I would make one of those anime faces that you can't replicate in real life, with all of the question exclamation marks over your head, and all of your facial features vanish, and you're just because you really don't know what's going on.
And then one day I will release one fanfic and it'll be canon and no one will ever, or everyone will know.
It would just blow my mind in so many ways. I didn't realize that about that kind of poetry. Then I wrote quite a bit of that in junior high school. Yeah, there actually is a style. I can't remember what it's called, but it's actually it's a specific form of poetry, and I can look it up, but it starts with a G. It's Gullah, or it's something like that. That's literally what it is. And yes, a lot of people.
Poetry is a genre that people actually post on fanfiction.net. They write poetry that is a fanfic of a thing. I thought that was a thing. You can tell I didn't read it.
In one strand of Marvel Comics, Pepper ends up with happy. Yep.
I can see it. I mean, didn't it almost happen in the movies?
I feel like it. I feel like it almost did. Like, and I feel like we wouldn't have ended up with that beautiful scene if Marvel didn't give Gwyneth Paltrow like all the money, because she was so done playing Pepper Potts. Because she's Gwyneth Paltrow, damn it. I'm like, yes. And I'm going to buy those candles that smell like your hoo-ha to send to people that I'm mad at, because I find that funny. Yeah, there's definitely more ace people. Yes. I think that's true. I think that's also the thing about NBs. I think there are a lot more of us out there that, because, like I said, I was 40 years old before I ever heard the term non-binary.
Yeah.
And, you know, like when I heard it and started looking into what it meant, and it was like, oh, I'm not the only one. I'm not alone in the universe. And yeah, like there's a lot of those terms that once they leak out, it's this is what a lot of generations are really afraid of right now, because it's not that people are inventing new things, it's that we are finally able to talk to each other enough to go, wait, you're one too?
Yeah.
And once that starts happening enough, you're like, maybe we should name this thing that we are. And like we're discovering ourselves as a species at such a rapid rate that it's scaring people that want to keep all of the old categories in existence. Not like a groundbreaking theory, but it's the one that I'm going on. I can choose whatever. Damn well, please. Anyway, sorry. I just had to say it. I'm a bad person. Everybody needs to know that about me. I'm a bad person. Gloria says, I do wonder how many people have been labeled frigid who were actually ace. I want to know how many people were labeled frigid who were actually queer of any stripe.
Yeah. Or possibly prudish.
Yes. Because all I have to say is when I was a really conservative Baptist kid growing up, it was really easy to, like, when they're like, promise me you will not have sex with a woman till marriage. Oh, yes, I promise. I swear. I'll put my hand on all the Bibles. I'm 44 years old and I've still never done that. Like, I am good. I have kept that oath all these years. Like, it's really easy to be prudish when you're not interested in the thing.
Yeah.
It's really easy. Like, oh yeah, I swear I will never do that. I will never. Nope.
My sister told me, she's like, I'd accept you bringing a man home, but I would never accept you bringing a woman home. And I wanted to be like, good, because you're not getting either. My dad just doesn't want me to live alone. Like, my dad's like, I don't want you to, like, be forever alone, like, living alone. Like, I'm pretty sure he'd be just happy if, like, I had a friend that lived with me.
Can I just say, romance is not the only way to have companionship. Yeah. Like, that's why we have different words for a companion and a spouse. Like, these are different things, and I don't like it when they get muddled together. I have a couple companions that I'm going to be friends with forever. Like, if we've literally talked about at some point getting a large house so we can all live together. But there's nothing sexual, there's nothing romantic about the relationship. Like, we're just family. Like, we're, you know.
Yeah. I just want to live alone with a bunch of dogs and a bunch of cats, and maybe some guinea pigs.
One of these days, when the world finally pisses me off, I may become a hermit, because that's very much in my nature. Because that's very much in my nature. Like, I will go live in a cave and meditate for 30 years. That's who I secretly am. But yeah, I don't recommend it unless it's something you're really into.
Yes, CB, kind of like the Golden Girls, except not.
Yeah. Yeah, the Golden Girls are totally life goals. I'm just saying.
Like, as soon as I found out the one channel was constantly playing the Golden Girls on the weekends, I was like, "Excuse you, I want the CV now."
If you have a Hulu account, all of the Golden Girls and all of Designing Women are on there. I'm just saying. If you want to know all the deep dark secrets of the town I live in, watch Designing Women. Every story Charlene says is true, and they did not change the names, so you will know everything about everything that happened here. And Charlene is from here. The actress who plays her, she was from here.
It's even better.
Yep. She met her at the local Kroger when she was in town when they were casting for the show, and she was like, "Didn't you used to act in high school?" And she's like, "Yeah." She's like, "I'm doing a TV show. Would you like to be on TV?"
How do you feel about being on TV?
And everybody thought Linda was just kooky because, yeah, you're doing a TV show, Linda. No one from our little town in Poplar Bluff, Missouri does TV. And then Designing Women happened. And like, oh, Linda is doing TV. And she's very nice. And her uncle, brother, and father are the law because they're all judges. Like they control everything else. But she's wonderful. She is wonderful, and did some of the first stories about AIDS on TV that did not treat people with AIDS as evil because her mother contracted it. And she started learning about it and got really angry at how people with AIDS were treated because she's like, this isn't right. And she has been an advocate for us forever. She founded the Claudia House. She's amazing. Anyway, TED Talk over. I'm honestly not sure where I fit in because I have not clued up enough on it yet. And that's the thing. Like everybody, but I do think everyone has, everyone will eventually have that light bulb moment and figure out who they are and where they belong. And that's the thing that makes everything worth doing is meeting everybody and seeing all of their differences. Like that's what makes life worth living. Like it really, because let's just be honest, like life would be so boring. Life would be so boring. Like think about it. If all of the people that wish we were all the same got their wish, how boring would that world be? Like, let's be honest, arguing about the little stupid things is sometimes the greatest thing that you could ever do, especially when it's like in fun and you're not like actually trying to hurt each other's feelings. You know what I'm saying? Like, just like picking like I remember when we were painting one of the rooms. It was we were staining some furniture, and just we had this like knockdown, drag out argument over which color of oak stain we should get. I wanted the honey oak and he wanted the golden oak, and I thought the golden oak looked trashy and he thought that mine looked faded and dusted, and we just like went after each other, and like the poor shop attendant came over and was like, "Are you two okay?" And then we just started laughing and we're like, "Yeah, we're fine." And then I think we ended up getting the golden because it was cheaper, but yeah, money settles a lot of arguments in our capitalist world. But yeah, it was fun because we both like arguing, and it was something stupid that we knew there was like no emotions are going to get hurt over this. Let's have fun. I did not know that. It's a good song, but they actually have a lot of really good songs, and I like them as a band. Heather says, "I am wondering if they want to just publish it to a blog or something. Apparently, this person used to publish her fanfic in the zines." I miss zines. But they are not going to do that anymore. It's possible. It's also, there is a trend that you got to be careful about because, but there is a trend of people re-editing their fanfic into, I don't know what to call them, non-copyright encumbered stories. I think that's the most non-judgmental way I can say it. That has been going on for a while. And
Kindle had a thing called, I don't know if it's still a thing, but Kindle Worlds, which is where you can make money off fanfics.
yeah, I think they've actually closed it down.
Probably.
Because it never got the broad adoption that it should have. Because let's be honest, every company that didn't sign up to that was an idiot. Because that fan fiction is getting written regardless, and you could have gotten a taste of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could have actually made money off that. Like,
yes,
seriously.
In August of 2018, they shut that part down. And the thing is, one of my favorite authors, L.J. Smith, that was how she was publishing, because they took Vampire Diaries away from her. Like, her contract had run up, so they gave it to a ghostwriter. So that's how she was publishing, how she wanted it to end.
I now have lines from a Gwen Stefani song going through my head. It involves bananas. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. But
I know that it was a ghostwriter writing at a certain point, and then like I picked up the book and like started reading it after I bought it. I was like, "There's something wrong with this."
But remember what?
There's just something not right about this. And I was like, I actually looked at the cover, and it's like created by L.J. Smith.
Because the Mortal Instruments began as a Draco fanfic, if I remember correctly. That's, I think, the earliest one that I know of that was a fanfic rewritten. Because if you don't know, Jace was originally Draco Malfoy in the original version of that. Because Cassandra Clare, woohoo! If you don't remember Cassandra Clare in the weird old days of Harry Potter fandom, whoo! But yeah, that whole thing started as a Draco fanfic. And that was the first one that I remember hearing about getting kind of sanitized so that it no longer had encumbrances upon it, because Claire was Hermione in the original one. Yeah, the Muggleborn who comes in and yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, all of a sudden that whole story is like
makes sense now.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah.
He never actually fully read that series, but I've heard enough about it that I know. That makes a lot more sense now.
I have to say, I am a huge fan of the books because they remind me of me and my friends when we used to LARP Vampire the Masquerade. Like, so hard. I was hooked when I read the first book, because the first time she runs into Jace and Alec and them is at a club, is at a party. And I remember that party at Orpheus where basically that same thing happened, but in a LARP. And I was like, I'm in. I was like, Brian, you got to read these books. It's like, remember that night that Sean, Mike, and I did the thing at the club? Oh my goodness, that's in a book? Like, yeah, do you think she's from Baltimore? I don't know. Like, we had serious conversations, because like it goes down just like a night in a LARP. And I'm like, because I know I'm not like friends. I need to say this up front before I say it, because I'm not name dropping, but like I know Lemony Snicket because I used to go clubbing and I knew him back then, like socially from the clubs. And then when I found out who Lemony Snicket was, it was like, oh my goodness. Hey, it's Paul. It's Paul. Because when he came out with his real name, and I was just like, oh my goodness. And then like we were like hunting down everything we could find on Cassandra Clare to make sure, because we were just like, she had to have been there. Like, because he read it too, and it was just like, oh my goodness, like that's like 3 of the different LARPs overlapping, making the story. Like, we could find no connection between her and the Baltimore goth scene that we used to hang out in.
Unless it was one person told a couple of stories. That's all it takes.
But yeah. But like, it cracked me up so much. And I love those books because it's like listening to somebody else tell you your favorite memories. Like, I literally have the audiobooks, and sometimes when I'm feeling nostalgic, I will listen to like City of Bones or because it reminds me of hanging out with my friends. And if that's not the most messed up statement a person can make. But yeah, that's how I am. I think I'm going to need to ring the bell. I think we've passed that time.
Oh, we probably should just ring the bell.
I think we should just make it official because I see how much is in chat, and so let's just do it.
It took the eyes of a child to see what we were blind to. If it wasn't for you, we would still be following every little rule in the book.
Wait, is that bad? Because I love rules.
We're instituting a new ship-wide mandate, and we're calling it the Boimler Effect. The Boimler Effect is about encouraging shortcuts and preventing people from just blindly following the rules. From now on, the crew can build in buffer time whenever they deem fit. Congratulations. Dismissed.
Go watch Lower Decks if you haven't already. All of season 1 is up, and it's wonderful, and I love it. But I cannot guarantee that there will be any more friends from now on. Like, I cannot make that guarantee. And I kind of feel it in my bones. Like, I don't think that that's going to be a thing that's going to happen. So, yeah. I think we've gotten to that point. There we are. There's the Golden Girls. Yeah. Can I just say, if you don't mind risque lyrics, Johnny McGovern did an album that each song on it is about one of the Golden Girls. And he writes what can be generously described as risque music from time to time. Though Take Me to St. Olaf is one of the most wholesome dance songs that you can get down to that I've ever heard. So that's Rosa's song is Take Me to St. Olaf. But Dvorak is probably the best club banger that's come out in the last 10 years. I'm just saying. Because I'm sorry, Spornak. Because Dorothy slays. I'm just saying. Dorothy. Like, I'm that far in, like, I know the weird gay fan music for the Golden Girl. Just say it.
Maybe, I might be nice and let nieces and nephews show up sometimes. Like, I'd have rooms for my family to come actually stay with me or something, but they're not living with me.
I'm just saying, when I start the commune, you can help with the farm. Like, you can have all the pets. Like, I'm fine with that. But we're gonna kidnap you. We need a librarian. You know how many writers are gonna live there? Like, somebody's gonna deal with the books. You are necessary to the functioning order of the commune when it eventually happens. You don't understand how integral you are to my eventual master plan.
Walks up to everyone. I need a list of all of your books, please. If you have copies, I'd appreciate that. I need one of each edition.
Because it's gonna be
creating an ordering system. I have a spreadsheet.
More power to you, CB. I just, and I'm not saying this like I don't know, like you. I'm just saying I was point blank never gonna have anything other than the relationship I was in. I was in a poly relationship just because it was easy breezy. We had fun. We hung out. We were basically friends who had mutual benefits, and we all lived together. It was wonderful. I loved it. But then I met the hubby,
and they said, "You're right for this person."
Yes, and then they kicked me out. Then they kicked me out of the poly out of the poly clump that I was in because they're like, "No, he is the one. Be gone."
There is someone screaming in the background of my thing.
She lives in a murder house. Have you not figured this out yet? She lives in a murder house.
We're all 22 years old. There's gonna be screaming. Mostly it's spiders.
I have to say, the way to get through to the straights is through humor. Somebody needs to write that Ace book, 101 ways to say no while remaining friends or something. I don't know. I'm not Ace. I can't come up with these things for y'all. But if it wasn't for the queer comics, we would be nowhere. Let's be honest.
Bro. Call them bro. They feel awkward when you call them bro. feel like I can't be attracted to my bro. She called me bro.
Yeah. Yes, it was.
It was?
Yes. There are. She says that it was not. She says that it was originally not. There is. I think she ended up getting it taken down. But there was. I can't remember which. I think it was on fanfic.net. There was a story that was oddly similar to Twilight. That was. Yeah. That predated Twilight.
Hold on. So are you telling me that 50 Shades of Grey is a fanfic of a fanfic?
Basically.
Okay, just checking.
But then again, E.L. James.
Probably possible to find that.
If you want to know why I have no respect for E.L. James, Folding Ideas did a series of videos explaining how the 50 Shades movies got made. And talks about all the drama behind the scenes. Because E.L. James would show up on set and berate the actors if they did not perform her masterpiece properly.
But
all of the weirdness of those movies is intentional. And he goes through the whole thing, and it's fascinating. It's wonderful. And if you ever want to know why you should not get too attached to your stories and just be like, they're making a movie, fine. And just like let it go to the ether, learn from E.L. James's mistakes. It's fascinating. It's how
I would only want like involved in like, can I just see the script? I just want to approve that. And then I don't know how to make a movie. That's on you.
But like, yeah, she would. Yeah, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. And it's on the Folding Ideas channel. He did one part. I think there's only one part for each movie. So there were 3 movies. So 3 parts. They're really good. If you don't watch his channel and you are into movies, it's probably the best channel because he has the driest, most Canadian delivery of any human on earth. And I love Dan Olson for that. Like his complete lack of emotion, like even when he's being emotive, gives me life. Like he makes me so happy. But yeah, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Like she did things. Have the fun, Kate. I'm glad that you could be here. Heather was talking to some editors, and some of them were talking about the legality of selling editing services for fanfics. See, here's the thing about copyright. Copyright technically and legally, by definition, something is not copyright infringement if it does not harm the ability of the copyright holder to continue to make money off of the thing. That's technically what it is. And so when like Axanar, the people making Axanar were taken to court. And if you're into fanfic and you don't know the story of Axanar, look it up. You need to know these things. It was a Star Trek fanfic that was being produced as a fan film by Tim Russ, who played Tuvok on Voyager. And quite a few of the actual cast members were coming in to reprise their roles in the fan film. And it was about the Battle of Axanar, and they were basically doing like a Ken Burns style documentary on the Battle of Axanar as a fan film. And they raised money for it. Like basically nobody was getting paid to do it. Like it was a fan film. It was a legit fan film. And they were sued into oblivion because, and I quote, the argument that won the day was they showed the judge and the jury the trailer. And because of the quality of the trailer, people could be confused by the branding and think it was an official film and thus detract from the films, because this is when the J.J. Abrams films were starting to come out, and could detract from the films that were being marketed. And because it had a chance of harming their income, that's why they won. That's technically what copyright infringement is. In all technicality, and you would have to have like a super team of lawyers. Do not try to take this to court. But in all technicality, if you're not making money off of it, you can kind of do whatever the hell you want, because you are not making money, and you are not infringing on their ability to make money. Because once you start charging for it legally, that $5 they gave you for your fan work could have gone to them for their official product.
Yeah.
And
so like, in the sense of an editor getting paid to edit it, that's not infringing on them.
Right.
Because that person is not making money for getting their thing edited. Somebody else is making money.
Now, I am not a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer, so take everything that I said with a grain of salt. But technically, I don't think as an editor, there's anything you can do that legally counts as copyright infringement. Now, the editing, that's a different story, because that's a torturous hellscape that Disney has controlled and has a monopoly over. But I don't think that there's anything that you as an editor could potentially do that would count as copyright infringement. But again, take that with all the entire bucket of salt, because I am not a lawyer. But
so the first time I ever heard about beta readers was fanfiction, actually. And alpha readers, actually. But essentially in fanfiction, your beta reader is your editor. That is what it is basically defined as in fanfiction.
Basically. So, I'm trying to figure out where I was, because I clicked off the chat. And...
So while you're searching,
when
your thing says that it's been beta read, it essentially means it's been edited by someone else.
Because that's
in fan fiction.
Oh, that's why you said that earlier. Okay, I get it. I'm caught up now. Then 365 days is a fanfic of a fanfic of a fanfic. Yep. Yes, Folding Ideas. That is the name of the channel. Dan is an editor by trade. That's what he does. He does film editing. And so one of the really cool things is you'll learn a lot about film editing, because that's one of the things that he really talks about a lot, because that is his area of expertise. But he talks about all kinds of movies. He watches a lot of really trash movies because he loves trash movies. And he gets really upset when trash movies are bad. Because, and if you don't understand the distinctions there, he did a series of videos on what makes a good trash movie and what distinguishes a trash movie from a
what's good trash and what's trash.
Yes. I love Dan Olson. His channel is one of my favorites. It's a good one to follow because he only does like one video a month. So you're not going to get like a bunch of videos from him, but I love his stuff. And he always has a take. Like his most recent thing is he got really mad because a flat earther did a thing to prove that the earth was flat using a lake not far from his house. So he was like, I have nothing better to do because the film industry is on hiatus. So he packed up all of his film equipment, went down to the lake, and showed how they faked the video. Like he made an entire video about how they faked their video because there's no way to actually film the thing that they claim to have filmed on that lake. And he goes down there twice because he doesn't like the quality of the footage that he did the first time. Though he still shows it to you, goes back and films it again and films himself filming it so that you get to see like the whole thing, because he just got mad because he's like, it's an editor trick. You did an editor trick. And I'm really mad about it. And it's awesome. Like you never know what you're going to get, but it's going to be somehow film related.
That's beautiful.
And amazing. Like I love Dan Olson's stuff. I really do. And his Twitter account is just like like he is the reason. One of the reasons I stay on Twitter is to read his tweets because he is life goals. Life goals.
I'm suddenly getting a ton of emails.
Cat, that's some people said. Because I didn't write it. Yeah, I don't think that there's anything that an editor can do.
I don't think so.
That, like, my understanding of copyright law, because this is really becoming a thing now, because there are some, I'm going to be generous and call them people who are trying to trademark various tropes of both science fiction, fantasy, and romance and claim that they own them. And
like using a certain C word in a title?
Yes, like using a certain C word in a title. And it's not even the
and
fun C word. So yeah, there's her. There's the lady, like, if you're not following, like, one of the reasons why I'm like obsessively talking about the Omegaverse lately is not because I care about it, but because of all the crazy lawsuits that have been going around for like the last 6 months. Because basically a woman claimed to have invented it and owning the exclusive rights to it and sent cease and desist orders out to stop other people from writing it. And it's wolf porn. That's all it is. It's wolf porn. It's anthropomorphic wolf porn. And it existed forever on the internet because this is the internet. And of course it did. But she's like, but no, I made it straight and thus I own it. Like, literally her argument.
Oh my God.
Yeah. See, it's usually men on men, and I made it about men on women. And thus I own it now because it's straight. And she's literally been suing people, and she kind of won recently. And not because she actually won, but because she basically, the person she was suing ran out of money and could not, and basically she ended up basically winning by default because she was suing that particular case, I believe, was in Virginia. And because of the way the suit works, you can't, once a copyright suit or certain types of legal actions are taken, you can't change your lawyers midstream. So if the person couldn't continue paying the people that were representing them, she basically had to stop arguing, essentially, and lost by default. And this is one of the reasons why I've been asking people, like, are you working with Drive to Digital? Because she also sued Drive to Digital, because that's who one of the other authors used to distribute their books. And she sued them for distributing copyright infringing works. And I believe that one was thrown out of court, I think. But it's a tangled mess. And it's like,
isn't there like one author that if they try to sue you, there's like a team of lawyers that are just like, if this person goes after you, we will represent you.
There are a couple of them.
Like instantly, just message us and we will represent you.
There are a couple groups like that. But it's, again, having the funds to do it, because that's the other thing that came out recently, because somebody got mad at her and leaked internal documents. Like, this is such trash. This is like, Lindsay Ellis just did an hour-long video talking about this, and so did what's her last name? Elsie Howard. It's an author tuber. Elsie. I'm sorry, I can't remember. I always call you Elsie in my head, and I just blanked on your last name. But she just did a long video about it too, and it's just. Like, if you care about copyright, if you care about like being able to publish stuff, it's a nightmare hellscape, because one, she won basically by default. One of the cases which now means she can take that win into future lawsuits.
How a fanfic trope landed in federal court.
It's a messed up story, and I've just been obsessing about it because I watched the Lindsay Ellis video and then just like did a deep dive into everything I can read about it because it's just messed up. Like literally, it's a trope. It's basically just a bondage trope that involves anthropomorphic animals and other things. Like it's disgusting. If you have a weak stomach, don't look into it. It's really there. It is. Elsie Clemens. Yeah, Elsie Clemens just did a really good video about it too. She is an author tuber. If you don't follow her, she does some really good stuff.
I am following her.
Ooh, we just got a well, Megan.
Hello.
And I should have looked at the chat because I see Jules had already found it. Because y'all are good like that. But yeah, here I'm on her channel now, so I'll put a link to her channel in chat. But yeah, she just did a video about it. I'm just
add both of these videos to my watch later list.
Yeah, I'm just obsessed with it because, like, this has huge ramifications. Like, if somebody can own a trope. That's literally what this lawsuit is about. Is she's claiming to own the specific tropes related to this genre.
Interesting.
And she's winning by default.
She's winning.
By default, like she does not have any case law on her side. But it's a nightmare. And that's the last part of it that recently came out is somebody actually, because she's been playing the victim. She's like, it's not me, everyone. It's not me. It's terrible that these lawsuits are going on. It's not me. It's the publisher. The publisher's doing this. I'm so sorry. It's not me. And like all these internal emails just got leaked that like she's like talking about the script of how she's going to deny culpability with the publisher, and the publisher's like, oh yeah, make us the bad guy. That'll be perfect because you'll look golden and we can take the flack and you can keep selling your books and doing your thing. And like the whole media plan got leaked.
Wow.
Like, yeah. Like this is one of the garbage fires that's happening in the writer world right now that I'm just obsessed with. But don't look into it if you have a weak stomach, because if you don't want to know what some of these things are, because
sadly, I do know about this. I mean, I know what this trope is.
Yeah.
I've been in fan fiction for a while.
Yeah. Oh no, but I just want to give warnings because you never know who doesn't know. And like if you have tender virgin eyes that will, because there's some disturbing stuff in here. Like, look, I like some rough fictions. This is too far even for me because
it can be very bad.
Yeah.
I have actually gotten to the point where I'm like, because I've accidentally gone into them and I was like, you know what? They didn't tag this one. But then I went back and I just did, because on Archive of Our Own, you can say no of this tag. So guess what? I no longer get on my tags.
So
I'm like, no.
When I say be warned, like rape is the norm, not the exception in this genre. Like, and like forced sex is a thing in these stories and is celebrated and relished, and violence on people, like it's bad. Like it's like, I don't mean to like, I'm not saying that like is a moral thing. Like people have their kinks, like have your kinks. I don't care as long as you're not doing that to people in real life. Don't rape people. Like that's bad. Like you can pretend, have all of the like consensual whatevers you want. I don't care. But you know, like it's a weird corner of the internet that unfortunately, if you're a writer, especially a genre writer, you kind of need to be paying attention to. Because if Disney gets a whiff of this case and goes, wait, what? We can own tropes now?
There will literally be nothing.
Yeah.
Because fiction is nothing but tropes.
Yep.
Nothing but tropes. All the tropes.
So it's one of those things that you should definitely at least know is going on if you're a writer of any stripe, and it's because it has implications for romance writers and genre writers, because that's the thing. The book series that she's taking down, she wrote a future dystopian book. The book series she is so far successfully litigating against is a fantasy epic. Like, they're not even technically in the same genre. They just use the same Omega-verse tropes.
Oh, gotcha.
Which she's claiming that she owns.
Good night, CB.
Oh, nice to meet
Good night, CB. Hello.
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 Karaoke time, but it was hilarious.
Uh-oh, what happened?
Well, I figured out if you want to sing Evil Woman in a way in which to be very entertaining to anybody around, or at least I was very entertained, you tap into the inner Wookiee and you mash that up with Animal, and you have Evil Woman. And,
Oh my goodness.
yeah. Evil Woman! Oh, yeah. Oh, gosh, I don't even know if I can repeat that. I have to get back into that right space.
We are on the interwebs.
BRB with
All right,
Okay.
we are on the interwebs, just so you know. But the stream is actually happening.
Because they might attack it just to try to silence it, just so they never have to hear that herd sung that way ever again.
Oh, it's true. That's true.
They'll be like, you found the perfect way to karaoke this song to kill people. To death.
I don't know.
Karaoke with murder.
Don't say karaoke. Don't say karaoke. Look, I'm so stressed over the next. I'm so stressed over the AuthorTube karaoke because I want to do a song on it, but like, I don't want to do a song on it.
No, this is definitely car karaoke song when you're the only one in the car, or you can scream it out. Or maybe one other poor person that peed their pants because they laughed too hard. Can you get the really have the Wookiee thing? I can't do the Wookiee thing now.
That's okay. You don't need to do the Wookiee thing. Nobody needs to hear the Wookiee thing. I don't need to hear the Wookiee thing. So, Megan, how was your day? You picked a very interesting time to join the stream.
I did. My day was interesting. I had a lot of new problems that I hadn't had before, so I was dealing with a lot of like new stuff, and I was like, for most of the day, but it all worked out.
German meatballs?
Do we have some to eat tonight?
No, maybe tomorrow.
Maybe tomorrow. Okay.
And she did bring the bison and pork.
Ooh.
So we had
Bison and pork.
Ooh,
bison meatballs.
Ooh.
sounds
yummy.
delicious.
That sounds really good.
Yeah.
Sounds like I
bison.
need some in my stomach, like right
Yes.
now.
Yes.
So they're cooked the German method. So they're actually cooked simmered in the sauce.
Ooh, German meatballs.
Oh, so is this for the German?
Yeah, for the German week at the German month at the restaurant.
You have
Nice.
to go to the Facebook page to see the German name for it.
Here, Kat just got back. Let me show the
There's no
picture
way I
again
can-
because she will appreciate. Of course, the first question will be, "There's onions in it, isn't there?" Because you'd like to poison Kat.
Oops. Oh, no.
They had lost the picture.
I'll do the extra. Use the extra fancy one.
Oh no!
It does sound ice cream.
Oh no! The extra fancy one. Kat
Yeah,
gets
this
the extra fancy
full
one.
mark.
I don't get the extra fancy one, but Kat
Yeah.
gets the extra fancy one. I see how you is.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Yes, I need some.
I just get
I
the
need some of
normal.
those.
Kat doesn't understand that she's more important than I am in my own damn house.
Ooh. Those are
meat-
meatballs.
Yep, those are meatballs.
And asparagus.
Now, what's that mashed potatoes?
Because see, the way German meatballs are traditionally cooked you cook them in the broth. So you actually make like a broth, and they get kind of simmered in them,
Ooh.
and it keeps them all nice and moist and yummy if you do it right.
Ooh.
So that reminds me, I want to make Swedish meatballs again soon because
Yes.
I love making Swedish meatballs.
Sounds delicious.
I may or may not have an addiction to Swedish meatballs.
This is right. That's what this is.
So
Ashi,
Valerie wanted
Sure.
Swedish meatballs or meatballs, and according to the thing we use shipped to order groceries, and according to the nutritional facts on the meatballs that she got, there was no onion in them. She got the meatballs and there's onion in them.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Okay, the reactions to your okay. The reactions to you being home have started showing up in StreamYard.
Oh no.
Jules says, haha, I love his cheerful okay when you tell him y'all are on the internet. Vixens of Fiction, hello, says, laugh out loud. I'm not ready for other tube karaoke. Yeah, me neither. Jules says, please tell me you are going to do the song with with lyrics that are ah.
Hopefully they probably couldn't hear that.
Oh no, they can probably hear you. I put it on.
Oh,
the
I
mic.
can hear it.
Yeah, they can hear you.
It's a little more gurgly.
I switched the mic to room because I'm not going to be the only one that has to hear your madness.
Yeah, the other one. Yeah.
If I have to hear it, everyone's got to hear it.
Go back to the other room and then do it properly. They'll still be able to hear it
Yeah,
from the other room.
definitely.
If I do it right. It's one of those that's belted.
And
It's in.
woo,
Yeah.
Dashi.
No.
Oh no, that's the garam masala.
That's a garam masala. Could have tandoori wings.
Woo. Yeah, we're gonna try a thing. We're going to defame and deface an entire culture in ways that only Americans can, because we made tandoori chicken the other day, and I was like, I love this so much. What if we just made tandoori dipping sauce for like wings and stuff? And so we're gonna try it. We're gonna try to do it because that's the American way. We're gonna make it into a dipping sauce.
I mean, you might as well.
Garam masala is in.
Quick question:
Yes,
would you consider ranch a basic thing?
yes. Like
Okay.
to me, ranch has to be included into the mother sauces. I'm sorry, like it needs to be on the list of bechamel and everything else.
It's like,
I want to do like basic recipes type things, but like because I'm also gonna make my ketchup on my no tears
I'm gonna
cooking
start
thing.
making ketchup again. Here,
I
fine.
probably don't make
I
it
see
like
your
other
sad
people make
face.
it, but
no.
who cares?
Yeah.
There
I
you
like
go.
it. When I-
Oh, because I can barely hear.
Yeah, you can play along now. I switched the speakers over so he could hear you all.
Ah, gotcha.
I only was allowed partial participation.
Yeah, he was only allowed partial participation. You're lucky. You're lucky. I'm gonna make you create a YouTube account just so I can like make you actually be here, because you enjoy being on the stream whether you admit it or not.
Yeah. Yeah. JP said Bob would probably be down for it. So now we just have to put together the.
Vixen
Let's
says
go
the
fuck me.
meatballs look yummy.
Oh, thank you.
Actually, I'm not eating. Cat's eating. I have to wait because
It's
I
not
don't know where
Fanfiction Friday if Cat doesn't need on screen.
Oh, you're actually doing that tonight?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been waiting on this.
Okay.
Because
So we're trying that recipe tonight.
Ooh, that'll be fun.
I'm the kind of freak who has to get garam masala a half pound at a time.
Well, yes, but we also buy like tubs of gochujang. Like
Yes.
most people would get their butter in, like these giant like crocks of gochujang because we go through it so quickly. Like,
It's so good.
because I'm not saying that I'm addicted to Korean food, but I'm not saying that I'm not addicted to Korean food.
It's good food.
Oh, it's so good.
Brown pepper paste.
And I grew up with my almost brother was Korean because my family.
Oh, so you got the good stuff.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And okay, almost brother. Quick explanation of that because that confuses everybody when I say it. His parents, for reasons, had to go back to Korea to come back for passport reasons. But because he could stay here, he lived with us. And then they had problems getting a passport to come back. And they moved here so he could have a better life. And they literally talked with us about my parents about possibly adopting him so he could just stay here permanently because they didn't know if they were going to be able to get back into the country.
Mm.
And so he was literally like a really good friend of mine that was literally almost my brother.
Gotcha.
But they finally got all of their paperwork in and were able to come back. But for a while there, it looked like they weren't going to be able to come back, and they wanted him to have the opportunities available here. Like that was the whole point of immigrating in the first place, you know?
Yeah.
So and it was a thing. It was a thing. Yes, I would actually be interested in that too because I like making my own condiments.
I've never done mustard.
Making your own mustard is so easy, and it's like so good. It makes all the other mustard look like sad mustard. You'll never eat mustard the same again.
Yeah. It's kind of like when you get your first thing of gochujang and you're just like, why does everybody put sriracha or ketchup on things? Why? Everything should just have hot chili paste on it. Why doesn't everything have hot chili paste on it? But maybe that's just me. I don't know. I have a problem. I openly admit that I have a problem. I may admit. I would be quiet.
I do not make ketchup how other people make ketchup, I don't think. Because I literally use tomato paste and tomato sauce to make ketchup.
That's interesting.
And then I also put apple cider vinegar in it to thin it.
Heather had smoked pork ribs for dinner, and it sounds so good.
Ooh.
All this food everybody's talking about with mashed potatoes and veggies. Sounds so good.
I have to say, Emmy made fake pork scratchings the other day with pasta, and I was just like, that looks like a lot of work for like making potato chips out of pasta. Essentially, that's what she said it tasted like when she was done. It's like store-bought potato chips, but it takes you 2 days to make it home. I was like, okay.
I'll also show people how to make homemade potato chips, and then homemade barbecue potato chip seasoning.
Ooh. Hello, Spence.
Hello, Spence. Jules says, my friend's mom has offered to teach me how to make mozzarella cheese.
Ooh.
I wish I knew she could do it before I developed a lactose intolerance.
Oh, no.
Apparently a whole container was not enough. I just found a whole container sitting in the spice rack. I've been waiting for this to arrive because I didn't have enough.
Yeah, so he bought a brick of garam masala and we had a container of it already. So we have a lot of garam masala.
This wasn't enough. I don't know why.
It's never enough. I love Indian food. We can just do the whole thing.
Yeah.
That's okay. I'm going to start experimenting and making cardamom tea because I just learned a couple of new recipes for cardamom tea and they sound amazing. So that's the thing I'm going to be playing with. I was lurking while chilling in Sarah's Friday stream. Ooh, lurking.
Lurking turkey.
You make your own barbecue sauce a lot. We used to make our own barbecue sauce, and then we stopped because I don't know why. Why did we stop making our own barbecue sauce?
I have no idea.
Apparently,
It's like the entire time-
barbecue sauce with Jack Daniels.
Like the entire time we lived in California, we made our own.
Did we lose the recipe?
I don't know.
Water off.
I'm now curious. I'm now confused because when you said that, I was like, oh, yeah, that's so good and it's so yummy. And we used to do that. Wait, why don't we do that anymore?
I got distracted and wandered off.
That's probably it. We just got distracted and wandered off. My hubby marinates steak and gochujang. If you yeah, And it is amazing. Yeah, gochujang is one of the greatest seasonings of all time, and it's good on everything. And it's. I'm not gonna say that it's good on vanilla ice cream, but I'm not saying it's not good on vanilla ice cream.
Apparently,
I may have a problem.
ice cream.
Which is?
Apparently, maple syrup
Oh, maple syrup's good on everything.
and honey.
But that's my secret
I've
Canadian.
never used either of those.
I wondered about a gochujang coffee rub on ribs.
Ooh, a gochujang coffee rub
On ribs.
on ribs.
Ooh,
Oh,
I need to try that.
yes, please.
Yeah.
Can we go to there?
Yeah.
Okay, Kat, would you like to do a food show with my hubby? Force these recipes into existence. You can help come up with them and guilt him into making them into reality.
It's like, can you make this? Is this a thing? Can you make it onion free?
That's how half of our recipes come into being. Is we will start making really bad jokes at each other, or in previous years we would watch Top Chef and get really mad that they messed up one of their dishes and be like, "Oh no, that would work if you only did this."
The beef Wellesley.
Beef Wellesley is one of those that's amazing, which is our deconstructed beef Wellington. That is so good. It's so good.
Sounds good.
That's also how we went to the Southwest Sushi.
That's also how we ended up with Southwest Sushi. Yeah. Which is also very good. And very beefy. Very good. Oh, Spence says, my husband made some homemade mozzarella last week. It's so good. I put it on our homemade mac and cheese.
Ooh.
I would say I want to get into like more cheese making. I really do. I've made some cheeses. I like making yogurt. I love making yogurt. And once you start doing that, beware the dark art that is yogurt making. Because once you go down that path, forever will it haunt your destiny. Because once you know.
Doper is pissed at my stepmom. Doper's the cat because she stopped making yogurt.
Once you know what fresh yogurt tastes like, everything else is crap.
He got really pissed off at her, apparently.
Yeah.
Like, when he didn't get homemade yogurt after a certain amount of time, he was just like... So she had to make yogurt just because of the cat.
That's so funny.
Because he just kept, like, trying to attack her. Because she wasn't making yogurt.
That demanding cat.
Doper's a food snob.
But I have to
That
say,
food snob.
if you think you don't like cottage cheese and you are cottage cheese curious, make it yourself. It's really easy. It's just milk and vinegar. Like literally that's it. You need no special ingredients. You need a pot, milk, and vinegar. And homemade cottage cheese is the greatest thing on earth.
All I need is... Wait, what kind of vinegar?
Okay, I will go grab the Glenn and Friends video on how to make cottage cheese for you.
Yes, because
And
I
I will
love
put it in the
cottage
link.
cheese so much.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
if all I need is milk and vinegar, I've got that.
Yeah.
It is so easy to make, and it is so good. It is so good. He then also did a video where he made ricotta cheese out of the whey, out of the leftover whey.
Ooh.
Okay, because he did, and
We are all... Tamam was also...
Of course we're
cottage
still
cheese
streaming.
recipe. We want cottage cheese recipe.
do you think I ever stopped streaming? Like, seriously, like, I stopped doing this like on the channel, and then I'm like over on the Discord talking to people because that's my life.
We still haven't played Monster Prom.
Okay, I think this is the right one. He went through and did a bunch of cheese making videos where he tried different techniques. So there's like multiple cottage cheeses, multiple ricottas and stuff. So at the very least, that will show you his channel.
Because my stepmom gets Mother Earth News, and so she bought me a subscription for it. So I get them each month, each one of the things, and one of them has something about cheese. And I was like, I want to make this cheese, but I'm not making it in this house.
But it's really easy to
I want
make.
to try to eat it before it's done.
But you will. Well, I take it back. There's one specialized thing. You need a thermometer that you can check the temperature because you don't want the milk to get too hot. Because
Okay.
if it gets too hot, it'll break up too much. So you need to be able to monitor the temperature. So like a candy thermometer or something that you can flip on. But yeah, he did a lot of them, and we've made his cottage cheese, and it is really good. It is really good, and it's.
I know what we could do. We could do a thing where we kind of like a chopped thing, where we get the same ingredients, but we're like on 2 different cameras.
That could be fun. That could be fun. I can't wait until we make spicy foods whenever we want again. Yes. I am all about the spicy foods. Like, you still need to be able to taste something, but it should have flavor. But, and I think you and I don't know if I'm what name publicly. I think I'm supposed to refer to him as Wolf because he actually used to be on the show by that name. Yeah, you and he go too far sometimes because they made a honey sriracha reduction.
Oh gosh!
For a wing sauce, and you've not lived until you've watched 2 grown men who are purple, not red, purple in the face, tears streaming from their eyes, like nose running like crazy, sitting there hovering over their buckets of chicken wings, going, "It's so good, it's so good, ow, ow, I love it, it's so good." Like they're literally like screaming and hollering. Like, I'm surprised the neighbors didn't like do a health and safety inspection to see what was going on in the house, because they're literally like howling from the pain.
Other things to it, and because of the honey, the burn stuck and burned in. There was no washing it off. It stuck, and if you tried to wash it, it smeared, so the burn spread. And
no!
Because we also did we added red pepper flakes to it and a couple other things, extra heat.
Because I know you all wanted to do that again, but add Scotch bonnets to it.
Yeah, we want to do Scotch bonnets the next time around.
Does anybody else love the channel How to Cook That with Ann Reardon and her debunking all the stupid ideas?
Yes.
Well, since I got the bag of Szechuan, the Szechuan pepper is really good.
Oh, we have Szechuan peppercorns in the house?
Oh, no, wait.
Oh, you're talking about the bird's eye chilies.
I know, so with the bird's eye chilies.
Yeah, no. So say I love them. They make your mouth go.
Yeah. The bird's eye chilies.
Oh, there's nothing like intentionally numbing yourself. They're so good.
I'm not a huge fan of spicy food, but mainly because when stuff like that happens to my tongue, I'm dying.
Yeah.
I like spicy foods, but in small doses. I don't like it too spicy. I like to be able to actually taste the food I'm eating. But I love me some good spicy food.
See, I'm in the same place with you. It's just I grew up around, like, when I was growing up, I lived in what I like to call the United Nations apartment complex because I was the only white kid in the apartment complex for most of my childhood. And so all of my friends were from India, Korea, Japan, China, Iran. And I got to try all the spicy foods in their original spiciness. And that just wrecked my palate for what is spicy. Like, there's still things that I find too spicy, but like my first experience of kimchi, I thought I was going to die. I literally thought I was going to die. I had never hurt that much in my life from something that I had intentionally done to myself. And my response was immediately to be like, "Can I please have some more?" Because I really liked it because it tasted so good. But like,
send me some bread recipes.
Yes.
I would like, because so my dad and my stepmom, specifically my dad, used to make bread sometimes, but I think so he has a recipe and I have it, and Caitlin tried to make it, but she failed.
For anyone who's afraid,
I went like this to it.
For anyone who's afraid of sourdough, that channel that I shared the link to, he's got a really good video that he did at the beginning of lockdown on how to make your own bread. But knowing that yeast was going to be at a premium because a lot of places like sold out of yeast for a while, the recipe entails making a biga, which is where you preserve part of the dough to keep the yeast alive. And you basically feed it and keep it growing, and you always have live yeast that you can use for other bread.
Flashbacks to Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Love that show.
Sorry.
But,
Such a good show, yeah.
but if you want some good bread recipes, because those are really yummy breads that he's got recipes on there. But I will not shake a stick at any recipes that Spence wanted to share because I love breads. I like bread.
And if I ever that could be a segment, attempting a recipe sent to me by Spence. Because I will credit the person. Like, I figure I will, because how I tend to cook is I look up a recipe and I look at a bunch of them and then I make it from a bunch of different recipes.
Yeah.
Because most of them have onion. So I have to alter them no matter what.
See, for everyone, but I'm just saying this for Vixens because it's up on the screen. Homemade bread ruined me forever, but we used to live in a house that had a wood stove that's what we heated the house off of, and Dad used to make homemade bread and he would prove it behind the wood stove so it would get kind of the smokiness in the bread. Like, it wasn't like a lot, like it wasn't smoked bread, but it would pick up some of the smokiness from the wood fire as it proved. And that has ruined all bread for me forever because it's missing that smoky taste that I grew up with. And
I think I'm going to cook it though.
Yeah, it should definitely be cooked. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because I could put the...
Yeah.
No smell?
Okay, I smell. It smells just about right. It needs a little bit of cooking. It's just yellow paste. It's step one for the dipping sauce. I'd show it to you, but it's yellow paste. Like, it's not. And it'll be weird looking yellow paste because the purple lights are on. So who knows what color it would be by the time I showed it to you. And like, you know.
We're going to send the hazmat team over.
Goose like a cooking. Yes.
Poor Sam's poor husband sometimes, but he's such a good sport.
It
makes me sad.
We went through that in the house and we found out that it was a stress issue. And when we ended up basically doing a lot of probiotics and working on our anxiety issues, and it completely cleared up, and we are no longer a gluten-free house. I'm not saying that that's true for everyone because some people do have an actual allergy to it, but a lot of intolerances are caused by the enzymes and bacteria in your gut no longer being able to help aid in the processing of your food because they can be harmed by the hormones that you secrete when you are anxious and stressed.
Kind of an easy test.
So, always.
There are ways to learn to work through that.
Kind of an easy test between allergy and intolerance also is allergy, doesn't matter what amount you have, you'll have a full reaction. Yeah. Intolerance, you can have a little bit and maybe get away with only a little reaction. The more you have, the bigger the reaction. That's probably intolerance.
But because
my onion allergy once started as an intolerance.
I was sick for 5 days.
Oh man!
Because I used to be able to eat small amounts of onion, but now if any amount of it touches my hand, it goes numb. My tongue, it goes numb.
Because I'm not saying that. Because trust me, I'm not an allergy denier. I'm not one of them people. I'm just saying that for a lot of people, It's actually a twofold thing. One, it's certain types of American wheat that are over processed. It's not. Don't listen to all the idiots who are saying that it's the way we're growing it. It's not the way we're growing it. It's the way we're over processing it, so that basically anything that could be good for you is gone, and you're basically eating poison because so much American food is over processed.
Mhm.
And it's a problem with the flour more than the wheat, but a lot of it is also that we do not treat our microbiomes well. And that does not cure all problems, but I used to have a bad
Definitely allergic.
Yeah, some people are definitely allergic. So I am not giving medical advice. I'm just saying what we did. And it's something to look into because it was starting to spread to other foods. And that was because, like, if you start having like a cascade reaction where you're allergic to one thing and then suddenly other things are starting to give you problems and other things, and it's building on itself, start looking. Like, there are things that they can do to check your microbiome, but like start looking into that because it could be a dearth of good eubiotics in your system. You may need to build that up because there's a lot of that. There are a lot of stress hormones that can cause problems down there, and we're not teaching people how to mitigate stress anymore. That's something that we do not teach people how to do. And this is, like, not to get on my high horse, which is really hard to do because I've been reading Aquinas all day, but this was one of the main functions that religion had in society, was to teach people how to deal with stress and with times of intense anxiety. I'm not saying that you have to be religious for that, but we have lost that place where it's normally taught to people, to the point where most churches don't even do that anymore. They've forgotten that that was the thing that they were supposed to do, but they were supposed to teach you centering prayer and a lot of other things that actually helped and aided with stress and stress alleviation. And it's something that people need to be looking into and doing more of. And one of the things that I honestly want to work more on trying to get onto my channel, because it's something that I am passionate about and am technically certificated to do. I have studied it in like school and junk, and like I am qualified to speak on such things.
When like, if you show up at my school's counseling center and you're like in the middle of a panic attack, they will immediately get you to see someone. Like I did. Because I was waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning every day from a panic attack that started in my sleep.
Lovely. Those are always so much fun.
By the time I woke up, it was already happening. I couldn't stop it. Like, now, if it starts like while I'm doing something, like, I can stop it if I'm awake.
And I'm going to get to what you said in a second, Kat. I just want to make sure that, like, I completely agree. Celiac is a thing. I'm not one of those people that's like power positive thinking can make the whole life better. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that there are things that we are doing to ourselves that are causing a lot of harm, and we don't know that we're doing them. And finding that thing, because one, if you are a celiac, you really need to figure that out, because that sometimes needs surgery to fix some of the damage that can do to your colon, among other issues that it can cause. But I'm just saying, one of the things that I think a lot of medicine in the future will deal with is basically you'll be taking a lot of bacteria pills, because they have noticed that there are certain bacteria that are missing in the guts of people prone to depression. It's not necessarily that they are the cause of all depression, but when we started taking the various probiotics that we were getting to fix our microbiomes, when we realized that was a problem, that was one of the first things that started alleviating my own stress and anxiety. So, like, we are not we're not an individual being. We are a collection of cells that have a lot of hitchhikers that coexist symbiotically with us.
Yep.
And we need to start looking at ourselves more as a whole ecosystem. And that's basically what I'm trying to get at there. Like, we need to be farming our guts, because that's how we will survive as a species.
Also, gut health is very important and can help with a lot of other things as well.
Yes.
Yep.
I could be better about it, but I'm not because I'm a broke college student. But still,
And that's why, like, one of the things that I want to talk about is like, a lot of like the stress and anxiety things. You know, like I can't tell you a magic cure that will get rid of them, but learning to do noting meditations, which are really easy. You just sit, focus on your breathing, keep your focus on your breathing. Anytime you notice you got distracted, name what caused you to get distracted. Very simply, thought, feeling, ache, pain, noise in the other room. Just name it, whatever it is, and then go back to focusing on your breath. By doing that, you will build a buffer zone in your brain. This really does work, where you will see the panic attack starting to come on. You won't be able to stop it, like it's not a superpower, but being able to see the onset, one, is very handy because, like, when the hubby's home, I can let him know, oh shit, this movie is causing me to have a PTSD moment.
Yeah.
And he knows to watch me, and that I didn't just get up to go to the bathroom. Like, if I suddenly leave the room, come check on me. Like, that's the thing that should not have happened, right? And also, I can notice that, and we can immediately turn that show off. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't stop the thing from happening, but it builds that little like split second buffer. Is very helpful. Very helpful.
I need to figure out what to do about my stress dreams, because I dream about work, and I wake up in the morning usually from a dream, and I'm like trying to match order numbers or something like that in my dream, and I'm just like, no, wait, I'm not at work yet. Not at work yet. Couple hours.
I am still haunted by the door at Goodwill.
The door at Goodwill?
The donation door.
Oh. Why are you haunted by the donation door?
Alarm go off, I feel the urge that I have to book it to a donation door. Because I was the person who, every time the donation door alarm went off, I had to go to the door and get a donation. And we do that over 100 times in a day.
Oh gosh.
Like, there were days that I was taking 100 plus donations. So I'm legitimate. Like, if I hear that noise, I am trained to want to go to it. But it haunted me. Thankfully, I haven't in a while. Haunted me in my sleep.
Oh no.
I have that one and a couple others. Okay, I take everything that I say with a grain of salt. I am not a medical expert. I am not a psychotherapist. I'm just telling you things that have helped me over the years. I practice something called dream yoga at night, which has helped, again, mitigate and get rid of a lot of my stress dreams. Not all of them. They do still happen because it's your unconscious mind, and you can't control it because it is, by definition, unconscious. Mm-hmm. There are numerous ways to get into the state of mind. The way I was taught is from a Buddhist perspective. So again, bear that in mind. But you start by setting up an intention. And the intention that I was taught to say every night was, as you're laying there, getting ready to go to sleep, you say, for the welfare and well-being of the world, may I seize my dreams and awaken within them and realize the true nature of mind in all things. The most important thing that you're trying to do is tell yourself that you are going to take control of your dreams. So, like, the other intentions are nice if that's a part of what you want to do with your life. But if not, focus on, I want to take control of my dreams. Then, as you are falling asleep, imagine a white shape on a black background or a black shape on a white background. Whatever comes easiest to you, the colors don't matter. Just contrasting colors, but try to keep the shape as steady as possible. And as you feel yourself falling asleep, try to fall into whatever the shape is.
Oh.
You will enter a state similar to, but distinct from lucid dreaming, where you're not necessarily in control of your dreams, but you will realize it is a dream.
Oh.
you will know that you were dreaming. You were conscious of the fact that you were dreaming. And then if nightmare imagery pops up, you can do that funny TV thing and go, ha ha, funny wolf, you're a dream. Ba-ding. And actually kind of deal with it and have some agency in your dreams. It does work. It has helped me quite a bit. It is not an easy thing for me to do, and I can't speak for others, but it is something that has helped me a lot with my stress dreams. They still happen, but usually I am very cognizant of, wait a minute, this is a dream. And that takes a lot of the bite out, even when horrible things are happening. Like when you realize, oh, this isn't real. Like, it does help. But that's a technique that I have employed for years.
I'm stressed, how my dad could tell when I lived at home, because he used to because before he'd go to bed sometimes, or if he got home after I had gone to bed, he'd pop open my door and knock on me to make sure that I was in bed asleep, or make sure that I wasn't having a nightmare the entire time I lived at home. And he was like, I can tell when you have the dream again that you had when you were little, because your arm goes like this and guards your neck. Because when I was little, I had a nightmare that lasted 7 nights of sleep. I'd wake up from the nightmare, and then I'd go about my day, and then the next night when I'd go to sleep, the nightmare would pick up right where I left off. For 7
I've had those. Yeah.
Those are terrible.
And the problem was, I was a little kid, and it was the nightmare that I was having should not have been a nightmare that a child was having. Because I literally watched as each person I cared about was brutally murdered.
Yep. I have had that dream.
And so it's no longer over 7 dreams, but it's when I get really stressed or something. Apparently I don't remember having it again, but how my dad could tell I was stressed or was having the dream again is he'd open the door, or I'd be napping on the couch or something, and he'd look over and my arm would be like this. Because I died at the end of the dream by being strangled.
Yikes. That's a fun dream.
Do you know how to do I've heard it called both the square breath, and I've heard it called the fourfold breath. It's a good way to short circuit that kind of fear response when you wake up and calm you down. It's very very simple. You breathe in for a count of 4. You hold it for a count of 4, and you breathe out for a count of 6. And you repeat that 3 to 4 times. And it actually triggers various systems in your brain to cause you to relax and to calm down. It will help a lot. It can really burn the first couple times you do it, because you are exhaling for longer than you are breathing in, but that's actually a part of it, is you are triggering some of your natural systems to kick in. And I know that's one of the things that when I realized that I'm having an anxiety fit, because when I learned it, they taught it to me as square breathing. That's what they called it. And it does help a lot. So if you can remember to do it, because that's the hardest part. When you're in the fit, that's why I was saying learning to do the noting exercises so that you get that moment where you can tell somebody else, because if they know what you need to do to calm down, they can coach you through it and get you to that place, that you need to get to. So, but yeah, I've dealt with these for a while, and I'm just saying, Heather, you need some snaps for that, because 27-year breast cancer, 21-year breast cancer survivor. That's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And
isn't October Breast Cancer Awareness Month?
I think so. I want to say that it is, but I'm terrible at remembering those. This is that. I'm so bad. I barely remember when Pride is until everything starts turning rainbow, and I'm like, oh crap, it's Pride again.
I'm the same way. I always find out about when Pride is happening, like when it's happening, and then I'm like, oh wait, I missed it. I was supposed to plan for all this fun stuff.
I load up.
I only remember Breast Cancer Awareness Month because my
think it
high
is.
school would have a volleyball game, and because they had a coach, I believe, and we also had a teacher at the school who were both breast cancer and several other staff members who were breast cancer survivors, that they would raise money, and then sometimes if somebody was in treatment, they'd actually donate the money to that specific person, or they'd just donate it to a charity.
That's really cool. Spence, the technique that I was talking about would really help with some of that if you really want to try to get into it, because it's like I said, it's a close cousin to lucid dreaming and will help develop some of the skills associated with that. So it's a nice, easy way in, because it's not too different from some of the methods that are in there. But I know for me, it was really hard to learn how to do lucid dreaming and to do a lot of the more active imagination stuff that I do now. That's helpful. And this was my path in. But I kind of entered that door through a lot of Vajrayana practices. So a lot of visualization work and a lot of stuff, which is why a lot of my language, when I start talking about stuff like that, comes from a very Buddhist perspective. But it can be very helpful. And that's powerful. That's powerful. I know some people that can do that. I had to learn how to do that. But yeah, it's similar, and it's very helpful, because the idea is in Vajrayana practice, you should not waste any moment that you could be working towards your awakening. And so the actual purpose of it is so that you can meditate while you're sleeping. Like, that's literally the purpose of doing it, is you wake up in the dream and then continue your practice in the dream.
Yeah.
Clever.
And it's really interesting because they tell you, like, you will meet your dream teachers in there. And that's the one thing I guess I should give a warning. You will meet your dream teachers in there. And they're interesting because they will be either people that you've known or people that you respected. And they will, like, basically remind you of what you learned from them.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very interesting phenomenon that comes up. When I first started doing this, I was an active member of the Joseph Campbell Foundation. And I had many a dream where I sat on the top of a hill just discussing various cultural mythologies with him when I first got started doing it. And it was a cool experience. And of course, like all meditational techniques, anything that you see within a meditation should be deemed as an artifact of your own psyche and not taken too seriously. People get that wrong all the time. Like, for goodness sakes, St. John of the Cross, St. Ignatius of Loyola, every Buddhist teacher that has ever lived. For goodness sakes, I think 3 of the Upanishads in Hindu tradition are specifically about stop taking all the hallucinations seriously, people. Like, you can learn stuff, but like they're projections of you. But yeah, I hope that helped some of yous, because I do want to talk more about like meditation and stuff on the channel, but I don't like one of the reasons why I did my anti-guru video that I did a while back, because I don't want to be that person. But I will say that active imagination video that I do have up on the channel is one of my most popular ones. And I think it's because people don't talk about stuff like that, you know, especially not in that way. Like, it usually gets bogged down with other topics that get distracting. You're starting to do some yoga. That I wish I could do yoga. I have a lot of back and leg problems. And so
There might actually be versions of yoga that you could do, actually.
I've been trying to find some. A friend of mine was really into yoga, and she kept trying to find stuff that I could do. But
So the Arthritis Foundation of America, I believe, they have an arthritis exercise program that's yoga based. So you might want to check that out because that's meant for people with arthritis. They also have some great exercises for. They're all done while sitting down, which is fantastic. I used to be an Arthritis Foundation exercise program instructor, so the programs are great. They're like done sitting down, so you don't have to stand up and do your exercises and build up your muscles on your important joints.
because I'll definitely have to look into that because I've tried to find some, and I've actually tried some that claimed to be for that, and no, technically I'm in that horrible position where there is technically nothing wrong with my back. When they do all the scans and all the looks at it, like there's no muscle damage, there's no skeletal damage. I fell down a flight of stairs and had 6 chest of drawers land on top of me. And my back will not relax. And it does all kinds of wonderful spasmodic things. But there's technically, like, the doctors are all clear that it's all in my head. I'm making it up. I don't really have back pain. I'm lying to them. And I get why they're saying that. I used to have a pill addiction. Like, I get why they're saying that. Right? Like, painkillers were my really naughty friend for a period of time. I get that. But no, there's something wrong with my back. It doesn't stop there from being something wrong with my back. And so since I don't know exactly what's wrong, like, I can't look at, like, oh, if you have this problem, do this. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I don't have a specific diagnosis.
Yeah.
Because technically there's nothing wrong with me other than the fact that, I couldn't walk for like 3 weeks because I had this giant bruise on my back that made my legs kind of numb after the fall. But, nothing wrong with me at all. So I don't know. I would love to find something. So I'm going to try. I do a lot of Qigong because there are a lot of Qigong exercises you can do sitting down.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm actually getting to the point where I can stand for a reasonable amount of time again. Yay.
That is good.
But when I hurt my leg, the doctors gave me the greatest note that a doctor can ever give you. Okay, so whatever you do, do not sit, stand, walk, or lie down for any extended period of time.
So you had to balance your time between sitting, standing, walking.
Or learn to fly.
Yeah, or learn to
The only
fly.
thing that's not on my don't do list.
My previous boss on campus, she picked up a box wrong, and they essentially, like, she couldn't feel her leg. She has a herniated disc.
Yeah.
So sometimes she literally can't feel her legs. And when she was going to physical therapy, they're like, in theory, this will help. They legitimately told her, in theory. They didn't give her.
Gosh.
Yeah, that was the wording they used. And she can get a surgery where there's like legit open spine surgery.
Yeah.
I think there's 2 different types. One of them is injecting needles into her spine, and the other one is they will literally just scrape it off.
Yep.
Slowly.
Ow.
And yes. Before this is a problem that goes back a long time. The group that the relationship that I was in prior to the one that I'm currently in, one of the gentlemen in that was a licensed masseur and could do for physical therapy, and he would help with the back. When I could afford it, I would go to see massage therapists, and it was very helpful. In all honesty, I should be on muscle relaxants, and it's one of the reasons why I'm trying to get my medical cannabis card, because I'm not saying how I know that would be helpful, but I know that would be helpful. Because I need a muscle relaxant. That's what I need, and I need one that I can afford. And actually, if I can get my medical card, that would actually help with the various anxiety issues and other things that I have too. Because I currently do CBD for those. And that has actually helped my back and legs a lot. Because you can get CBD over the counter anywhere in the country because it's not a controlled substance. Just make sure you do not buy anything that says hemp oil, because that can be anything that's anything that they juice out of a hemp plant. Make sure that it is something that you can verify that it actually has in it what you want to have in it. But yeah, that's actually helped a lot. Like, I thought I was heading back for a wheelchair again, and a friend of mine, politely I'll say, insisted that I that I at least try that the CBD treatments, and it was like magic. I woke up the next morning and most of my anxiety was gone. My depression lifted, and my legs were not constantly hurting. So I highly recommend it. And while I know a lot of people say that it's chicanery, I honestly don't care. If I'm paying what I'm paying a month for placebos that are actually letting me walk again,
That's okay.
magic.
Yeah.
Yeah. I personally believe that it works, because I did not believe it would work, and it did. But I will take the chicanery that makes me walk, if that's what it is.
But yeah, I definitely recommend looking into the Arthritis Foundation's exercise programs, because they've got so many great programs that help with back pain and stuff like that. And they're all easy to do, which is great. Because when I first got lupus, I couldn't walk pretty much. I could like maybe stand for 15 minutes at a time if I was lucky. And this exercise program got me walking like 2 3/4 miles every day, and it was fantastic.
I'll definitely have to look into that, because I'm down for anything that could possibly work. Like, you know, I'm not going to say who they are, but there are members of my family that think like, oh, you're just happy because you get out of having to do anything because you're always decrepit. I'm like, do you seriously think I don't want to do anything? Like, nobody chooses
things.
Nobody chooses this.
No,
because that's
definitely not a life you choose.
Well, that's the thing that I don't understand about like, I don't care what it is, but like, when people come after me for being trans or for having the back pains, or I love, my personal favorite is the PTSD, that I faked the PTSD for attention, or I chose to have it because I'm just weak of heart or something, because I get that a lot too. And I'm just like, nobody would choose any of these things. Like,
No.
I wouldn't wish dysphoria or a PTSD episode or the leg and back pain that I've had in my life on my worst enemy. Like, I literally would not wish them on my worst enemy, because it's no. Who chooses this? Like, seriously. But I've never quite understood that predilection that people have for, like, I don't want to believe that the thing that you have is real, so I'm just going to presume you chose it, you know? And I'm just like, really though? Really?
Or when people think it's just think positively.
Oh, I hate that one.
Oh,
It's my least favorite
I'll
one.
positively punch you in the face.
Oh,
That'll make me feel better.
Nobody that is currently in chat did this to me, but when I was going through when I was having the depression thing last week, I got so many messages from people. They were like, if you just think positively and have a happy face, my personal favorite one is, well, that's what you get for listening to all that devil music. And I'm like, the devil music is the only thing that makes me laugh. Like, you want to take away the one thing that makes me laugh.
The devil music, that's just absurd.
Yeah, and I was just like, no, that's not how this. It's brain chemistry. I don't actually feel bad. My brain decided to do a bad. My brain skipped a track.
Also, so many people don't realize that your mental health can cause you physical ailments in other parts of the body.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So, when I have depending on how severe of a panic attack I'm having or an anxiety attack, whichever it is, I start puking.
Yep.
It literally makes me puke.
There's that feeling that you're having a heart attack.
That
wonderful anxiety attack where your chest just tightens and you feel that cold grip. Like, it just feels like two hands just come up and grab you on either side and they're just trying to implode you into yourself.
I can't have energy drinks. I can have coffee because it's not nearly as extreme concentration of caffeine. But energy drinks, I can have one of the cans that are the kickstarts, the Mountain Dew kickstarts.
Mm-hmm.
I can have that much of one, and I'll be in the middle of a panic attack.
Wow.
In seconds.
Yep. And I just love that. I kind of want that. I kind of want a cartoon. I kind of want to make that. What did you get to be upset about? Shut up, Karen. Yes. Yeah, because I get that one so much. But everything's going so well for you. What do you have to be upset about? I'm like, that's not what it is.
That's not the point.
My brain has a broken bit in it, and it's a bad go to 10 loop. It has nothing to do with reality. That's the most important thing for anybody with depression. Realize that it has nothing to do with reality. It's just your brain has decided that it's not going to process anything good. You have a bad go to 10 loop that your brain is stuck in.
Or one chemical's not being produced like it's supposed to be.
Yep.
So it's basically a chemical imbalance in your brain.
Yeah.
That's why so many people are medicated.
Yep.
And it's not because there's a difference between being bummed and having depression. And the fact that we use those words interchangeably hurts a lot of people that would benefit from therapy and or medication because they think they can just muscle through.
Mm-hmm.
That's not.
You should see a therapist.
Yes.
Yeah.
That should just be it should be a normal. I believe everybody should go to a therapist at least once a year for a checkup, a mental health checkup at a minimum, because it's just so good for you.
Yes.
So good for your health. It's just like any other checkup that you'd go do.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. I feel that.
Yeah. Yes. Mm-hmm. Everyone would benefit from therapy.
Mm-hmm.
Because I remember sitting at a club, because the reason so many of my stories take place at the club is because that was the only community center queer people had for a very long time. That's where I learned a lot of my medical stuff. That's where I learned about safe sex. Queer clubs, if you're not from, I think this audience is probably much more understanding of that, especially nowadays. But queer clubs were where you came together and commiserated with people because it was the only place safe to talk about a lot of this stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we would get together and we would just, I don't even want to go there. It's just, it gets really frustrating when people who don't understand what you're going through try to just project all over you, because that's 9 times out of 10 what's wrong with our country. I'm just going to be honest. Like, we need therapy. Like, we need to talk it out. We need to have those moments where you can put things into their proper context, because that's what therapy is. It's just putting things into context. And if you have a good therapist, you will think that they're not doing anything for you until you realize you're feeling better, because they should be an inobtrusive guide on the journey. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're there to make sure you're working through things, because these are skills we don't learn and we don't naturally have.
Oh, yeah, I hate that one too. You're too young for all these problems. Why aren't you better? No.
Yeah.
I got sick when I was 19 years old. Like, I've been a little old lady in this body for, oh gosh, how many years has it been now? I don't know. I'm going to have to count. How old am I? Almost 10 years, 9 years.
I hurt my leg when I was 16, and I hurt my back I was 15 when I hurt my knee. I hurt my back when I was 21.
Oh, okay. That's pretty young.
You know, and I've walked with a cane most of my life, or for various reasons have used wheelchairs off and on for things, and and the worst thing is, like, and I'm just going to say this on behalf of people, please don't feel sorry for people in wheelchairs or people with canes or people who limp. Don't say, I'm sorry for you. I feel bad for you. For the most part, I know you feel like you're doing the right thing, but I know from my own experience and a lot of the people I talk to, we hear that so much and it comes across very patronizing.
Mm-hmm.
Very
condescending.
I get the emotion behind it. Like, I get the good intention behind it, but when you hear it all the time, it reinforces the worst feeling that you have, and that's the feeling that you're a burden. Because when you're physically not capable or mentally incapable of doing a thing, it makes you start doubting your own worth. And when people even accidentally treat you like you are lesser or other, just don't.
Yeah.
No matter how nice you think you're being,
And don't push people's wheelchairs without asking them first.
Yeah, that's just
yes, please.
I hate when people do that.
Yeah.
Do not touch a person's wheelchair. It's like an extension of their body, so it's like inappropriately touching another person when you touch a person's wheelchair.
Just randomly walking up to somebody and picking them up because you look tired? Here, let me literally sweep you off your feet and carry you somewhere. You would never do that to somebody.
Yeah.
Yes.
If ever it's like a crowded area, I'll just like, hey, can you guys move? There's someone trying to get through. Like, cause I've done that before, because like the person was trying to get people to move, and I was like, here, let me just use my like management customer service voice that people listen to, where it's just like, hey, could you guys move? There's somebody trying to get through. But I'll do that for anyone that's trying to get through a crowd. So
I would say yes, Nikki, and we can, but I don't know how much longer we're going to go for, because we're almost up to 6 hours, and my back is, if you can't tell from me shifting around constantly in my chair, my back is acting up.
Speaking of back problems.
Yeah. And I have to say, if you have muscle issues like I do, this is the greatest godsend I've been able to find lately. It's a topical lidocaine that you can just rub on the spot and numb it. You can't use it too much because problems, but it does help out tremendously. And I'm so glad those are over the counter now. No, because my sister and we both have bad back issues for different reasons. She was in a car wreck and messed her back up. But we used to be prescribed lidocaine patches to put on to calm it down. And those are not cheap.
No.
those are not cheap. And I'm so glad that those are over the counter accessible now. Because just all the sorry, I'm trying to read and I'm being stupid. I'm like, I can make it bigger. You would not just push or grab someone. No, you wouldn't. You would not. Agreed. Don't touch. Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Yep.
You know, I'm fortunate in that, like I said, I've been in and out of chairs for various things throughout my life, and I live in fear of having to go back into a chair for something, just because I know how you're treated. Like, there's a big difference in the way you're treated between being in a chair and you know, having a cane or a walking stick or something. And like, that's something that does not get talked about enough. Like, you get put in a chair, you're immediately a second, third class citizen, and people either infantilize you and treat you like you're a child, which I've never understood. It's like, I obviously have leg problems. Why do you think my ears don't work? Like, I don't understand this, but like, there's the immediate assumption, like, can I help you? Like,
Yeah.
I can speak the English. All right, just go. See earlier comment. Shut up, Karen. But yeah, I could literally just. Yeah, people who get wigged out over wheelchairs baffle me. My grandmother was in a wheelchair for like 70%. Yeah, it's a weird thing. It's, and I don't know. I think it's one of the fortunate things that I grew up in a generation where we really embraced the word freak, and I love that word. And I like it. Has made me like the things about me that are abnormal, like that aren't like normal, because I see them as pluses, you know. Like, there are a lot of things that I never would have done if I had better legs or a better back, you know, because I would have been distracted with other things. And I'm not saying like, yay, I get to suffer so I can make an art, because that's not how that works. But
No.
you know, honestly, I would have been distracted with a lot of
If
other
only
things.
all my suffering made me a better artist.
Oh yeah.
If only all this pain I've gone through helped.
I have my pain tokens here. May I please have one art? Like, that would be magic. I would love that. That would make me so happy. But no, that's not how that works. That is not how that works at all. Yeah. And that's really common with women. That is so common with women, that they get told that they're like, my sister, they finally believed her and did the tests, and she found out, one, she has lupus, and two, she actually needed surgery for her back.
Ooh.
But for years, they were telling her all of her symptoms were in her head. She was just being a hysterical woman. And this is in the last like 5-10 years. Like,
Yeah.
This is like back in the 80s. No, you know, like back in the before. No, this is like recently. They were telling her that. And
I had a doctor tell me all the symptoms were in my head, and then they finally cut me open and did surgery, and it turns out I had stage 4 endometriosis, which is like the worst stage.
Yeah.
And I'm like, see, I told you so, doctor.
Yep.
I told you so.
Someone I know, they lives up north. They went to a doctor up north, and they told them that they were fine, even though they had blood clots, like the size of softballs.
Ooh.
And when their doctor down here found out about it, they were like, "We did what?" Because they let her drive home.
Ooh, no.
Many times.
Oh gosh.
But
I bet you do. Here, Nikki, I'm going to send you an invite. Yeah, I bet you do have a lot to say on this. I was going to just I don't want to go for too much longer because my back is acting up. But yeah, I want to give you a voice on this. You guys can continue. I just want to say that out loud.
I also found out that when you get a hysterectomy, because they cut certain things that hold your back up. By the way, apparently, when they remove that. Apparently, other countries, not America, you go through special physical therapy after you have that surgery to strengthen your muscles, so that to help account for those being severed.
Mm-hmm.
Because they have to cut them to remove surgery to remove your uterus parts. But apparently, because somebody's like, why do you have? What do you mean you have to have physical therapy after that? Yeah, it's to build the muscles so that you can actually properly hold your body up. That's why so many people that once they've had it, they start going like this. It's because the back and their muscles are not being held correctly.
Good to know in case I ever decide to have a hysterectomy.
Yep. So
do it in a foreign country. Okay.
No.
Can I just say that's the saddest thing? Like I live in
no.
Yeah.
So why don't we have it?
Yeah.
Politics.
Yes, a lot of it. And Stephanie, I sent you. No, Stephanie. Nikki, I sent you a link, so that you can come in here and put your 2 cents worth in if you want. And Stephanie, I saw you say, "Where did you get that?" I don't know what you're talking. We've talked about a lot of things, and if you're talking about this stuff, this is available at Walmart. The lidocaine. It's in the pain. It's in the pain aisle. It's available in most stores. This is literally the Icy Hot brand, and which I actually like better. There's different ones that you can get. I like this one because this has the menthol in it, so it will actually help relax the muscles. Because I get a lot of muscle spasms and whatnot, so they help calm that down a lot. So if this is what you're talking about, it's available in most stores in the where the pain relievers are. Like look for the Bengay and the Icy Hot and everything like that. And it's a roll-on tube. I also recommend that you get the roll-on because it will numb you. It will numb anything it touches, and you don't want to put it on your hands unless you want your hand to not be able to use your hands for a while. So either apply with gloves or make sure you get one of the roll-ons because you will lose access to your hands. I learned that the hard way because when they first came out, they didn't have the roll-ons, and I didn't feel like going and getting the gloves, and I just rubbed it on, and then I was like, well, I'm not typing today because my hands were just like, I could not feel them. Like they could still move and stuff, like they didn't go to sleep, but I couldn't feel what I was doing, so I couldn't tell if I was typing, so I started typing like really slow with one finger. like I couldn't feel if I pressed the keys down. That haptic sensation was gone.
Mm-hmm.
So
no.
beware of that because they sell it where you could do that to yourself, and that's not necessarily like if that's what you're into. No judgment.
Zombie hands.
If zombie hands are your thing, no judgment.
Have you heard about the zombie Skittles?
No.
So apparently they have like zombie Skittles now, where like the pack is mostly normal, except for there's like one piece that tastes like the undead, and it tastes like horrible, and it's like this new thing. And I was reading this article about this mom who had made her kids eat. They had bought like a whole bunch of packs of these zombie Skittles, and her kids kept complaining because it tasted so terrible, and she kept forcing her kids to eat them.
That sounds like something that was intentionally done just to get social media boost.
Yeah.
Because it sounds almost like Birdie Bots.
Yeah, every flavor beans. Yeah.
Yeah. Like they got the idea from that and we're like, hey, let's have something that tastes so horrible it makes people vomit.
Yeah, no, thank you. So, Nikki, how are you doing?
Hello. All right. I'm all right.
because I'm sure you do have a lot to say on what we were talking about. So
Yeah.
anything that you want to add to the conversation, go for it. Because
Where to start?
yeah, yeah.
I have no idea.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I do a lot of stuff in avatar mode, because people ask questions, because you can tell when my back's acting up because I fidget and I move around and I make faces, and I don't like answering questions about it. So I do a lot of stuff this way. That, and sometimes people think that I'm being really condescending because somebody's talking and my back will twinge and they'll say something and I'll go, and like they're like, oh, I saw that with the chat, like, oh, Charlie doesn't approve, and I'm like, no, that's the thing, back pain. So yeah, that's why I say here a lot. That's why I say here a lot. I don't want people thinking that like I'm throwing shade. It's like, no, I just have really bad body. Like, I'm waiting for the upgrade. The upgrade has not come yet, but trust me, I will buy it when I can have it installed. Like,
what were we talking about? We were talking
wheelchairs and
so many topics.
I know.
wheelchairs, pain, depression, mental health. We hit all of the good ones, all the happy ones.
Uh-huh.
It's happy fun time on the stream today.
I can't stand when people talk down to you.
Oh yeah.
Just because you're disabled.
Mm-hmm.
You're either in a wheelchair or you're in crutches, or even like some of the Down syndrome kids at my church group, like me and Lindsay's church group. I can't stand it. Just because they don't, the way that they speak, they can't.
Yeah, I have a niece with Down syndrome, and
You know what I mean? There's the way that they talk. You can't. Sometimes you have to really sit there and listen to what they're saying to understand what they're saying because of their speech, and just because of their disability.
When my niece was born, they would not let my sister hold her because they noticed right away that she was born with Down syndrome. And they took her into another room and told my sister, and I quote, "Pretend this never happened and try again."
Wow. That's unprofessional, to say the least.
What?
And then they encouraged her to put my niece up for adoption, and just pretend it didn't happen.
Wow.
Yeah. And this would have been in the mid 80s when that happened. I think, if I remember correctly, she was born in 84, and she had to argue with them to let her hold her daughter.
Wow.
Because they just presumed she wouldn't want, as they repeatedly called her, a broken child.
Wow.
And so I have strong feelings about this. Like,
yeah,
the biggest way to make me dislike your show, or to make it like immediately sit up and like lean in and pay like micro managing attention, is include a Downs child or actor in your movie or TV show or something. Because like because I would have been what, about 8, I think 8 or 9 when she was born, and I'm very close with my sister, and so like I grew up like taking care of her and protecting her from bullies and stuff like my entire life. Like I like immediately go into defense mode when I see a Downs child on television or in something. I'm just like, do right, do right, because like she's got a job, she makes her own money, like she may never live on her own because of various issues, but like she can take care of herself. Like, she loves her trashy movies, and I love her trashy movies, and we sit around and we talk about Supernatural all the time because she loves Sam and Dean. She loves Sam and Dean, like Sam and Dean are her favorite, And I am so fine with that. Like, okay, honey, let's sit and talk about Sam and Dean Winchester. We can do this. Like, let's go. But yeah, I just can't. I just can't when people.
Yep, I have had people talk down to me. Like, I've volunteered. I was a dance teacher. No disrespect to this teacher. No, she's completely sweet and fine and all that kind of stuff. But at first, when I first started volunteering with them or working with them, this lady came. She's like, "Hi, sweetie. Do you want to go down the studio, the room?" Because we were doing stretches, so we did stretches first before we did all of our routines. So you want to go down? Do you want to do the show? I'm like, first off, here it says staff. It says staff on it.
Oh, you buried the lead. You buried the lead on this story.
I was like, staff. Not, I was like, and I'm not like most of the other kids. Like, I wasn't that mean about it, but I was like, basically like,
I would have lost it. I mean, I've got like my grandfather's temper, which doesn't help anything. Actually, I have both of my grandfather's tempers, which really doesn't help anything. Like, of the genetic inheritance I got all the bad bits. But like, yeah, I would have gone off.
But that's one of the ones that, she just didn't know. Not the ones that are just like genuinely just mean. They act stupid because they're just mean and they just don't care. No. Okay. She just genuinely just didn't. She just didn't know, because all the other volunteer or the other assistant teachers are able-bodied. So she saw a disabled girl and she just didn't know. And she's really nice. She was, after that, it was fine after that.
I'm going to tell my favorite, like, I have a problem walking story, because I love it. I may have told it on the stream before, and I'm sorry for anybody who's heard it before, but I'm going to tell it again. And you might want to get in on this if you want to, because you were a part of it. So before we owned the restaurant that we currently own.
Hi, Brian. Sorry.
The hubby. Yeah, you know exactly what story I'm about to tell, don't you? The hubby worked there. He started there as a server. He worked his way up to management, and we later bought it. When you were still a server at the time, weren't you? Yeah. And I used to go into the cafe across the street and work, because I personally thought it would be inappropriate to hang out at the restaurant he worked at all day while I was working, right? But I can't drive, so I would go into work with him. He dropped me off at the cafe across the street. I would work at the cafe, and then I would come over about time for him to get off work and go home, right? So I come walking in, and my back's acting up, my leg's hurting, I've got my cane, and I hobble through the restaurant, because I just went through out to the back deck at the restaurant, just waiting for him to get off the clock so we can go home. His boss, the owner of the restaurant, got so mad and told him, "Who the fuck does your boyfriend think he is? Walking through my restaurant with that pimp walk like he fucking owns the place. I don't want to see him in here ever again." And I was banned from entering the restaurant for what, 2 months?
Yeah,
it was a while. For months. Like, I was not allowed to get in because I walked through the place like I fucking owned it, right? And so when they decided they were going to move back to Texas, they were going to close it. And, he's always wanted to have a restaurant, so we talked them into selling it to us. And the day he signed the papers, I came in with my cane, walked right up to that owner and went, "I guess I do fucking own it now, don't I?" Walked out of the room. And the look on his face was like, oh, full triple take.
I promise you, I will tell you after.
Because yeah, I'm like,
Oh,
I'm not doing a pimp walk through your restaurant. I have a limp. I walk with a limp. But yeah, I that's my favorite. Like, well, that wouldn't have happened if I didn't have the weird mobility issues that I have.
That's funny.
And he just really didn't know what to say about that, and he's been nice to me ever since. Like, anytime he's in town, he like if I'm in the restaurant when he comes to visit, he walks over, he's like, "So how you doing now?" And like he's like all nice and sweet and sunshine and roses. And we're just like,
oh my god.
But yeah,
That's funny.
That's my favorite. Like I have problems walking, and it came, and I got to use it as a weapon. Story. Many years later, but huzzah! But yeah. Because you can see me doing it too, can't you?
Yep.
Yeah. Like you got to be careful. Like I'm like Irish and Scottish with a little bit of Dutch thrown in. Like I have storage to spare for grudges in the back of my head. I try not to use it. I try to clear the warehouses out as early and often as I can so stuff doesn't fester back there. But
To make it worse.
just a second. There.
And to make it worse, the English that's supposed to calm you down is Danish English. So
Yeah, it's Dutch. Yeah.
It's Dutch, yeah.
It's the Dutch.
It was the conquering English.
Yeah. So, whoopsie.
I am a person that I am calm until I'm most definitely not. And in fact, most people, because they know my dad, they're like, in all honesty, I never want to see you mad. You will just murder someone. Because my dad has literally, in anger, blacked out, and then everybody was silent until he dropped. He literally beat up like a whole group of people. He doesn't remember it. All he knows is he remembers sitting up because he dropped, and then everybody waited for him to sit back up before they made noise because he was at a party, and he woke up and he had a tooth in his fist.
Ooh.
I am prone to blackout rages. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. I once threw somebody through a wall.
I'm like impossible to make angry. Well, not impossible, but it's very difficult to make me angry.
I'm generally able to stay really extremely calm until and I haven't reached the point where I've truly gotten to like somebody to piss me off. And so my siblings, everybody, like I know they're just like, I'm terrified to see what happens when you truly do reach that point. Because you are like, I am small, but I'm not that small and I can throw my body around.
Yeah, it's really hard to make me angry. I think I know Kat has seen me legitimately angry at one time because I remember the look on your face because it was in one of the after shows. Somebody asked me a question about a thing about somebody who had legitimately made me angry, and you saw the rage and saw the explosion for a minute. I remember the look on your face when that happened. I don't know if any of the others,
I don't remember that too.
But yeah,
I don't think I was there.
Yeah. Because somebody said a name. Do you know what's going on with so and so? And I erupted like a volcano. But yeah, it was. It's hard to get me angry. It's hard to get me angry. But God help you if you do.
I'm just sitting here trying to remember it. Was I even?
I'm not sure who all was there. I know two people that were there, and I thought Kat was there, but that may have been like the one Friday that you didn't
might have been.
Because I know, yeah, I don't want to say it because I don't want to spill tea out loud, but yeah, out on the open web. But yeah, somebody asked me a question about a person, and I'm as nice as I can be, and the cameras are the internet recording is off. I said a lot of party words.
The closest someone has come to making me angry was like my siblings, but that's a different anger. And my siblings, I'll just smack them across the face. That is my go-to thing. If one of my siblings makes me angry, my hand just immediately backhands them.
Yes.
Like my dad tells this story of when I was little. I was like 4, maybe, and because I wasn't allowed to get like cereal and stuff by myself yet. So I asked my dad, because he was sleeping, if I could have cereal. He's like, how much milk is in the jug? So like I went and got the jug and I carried it into his room and showed him. And he's like, okay, you can make sure you put the bowl on the coffee table in the living room because it was low. And then use both hands and you can pour your cereal yourself. And apparently my sister decided she was going to take it away because she said that she's like, Dad's still in bed. You can't have this. So I stood up on the coffee table and I went, whack. And
oh my goodness.
A smack from his head. And he's like, all I heard was her say something, and then I heard the whop, and then I had to come out there. She had an imprint on her face.
I know I've told some of you the Castle Grayskull story. Yeah, I have anger management issues that I had to learn how to deal with. But yeah, it's really hard to get me to get angry. But God help you if you do. Like, okay, so I used to work at a place that the owner fired me for being queer, and very publicly told me that. Like, they called me the F slur when they fired me.
Lovely.
And this was a mistake because I managed the most successful store in the chain. So I knew her husband and her boyfriend and the guy at the Port Authority that she bribed so she didn't have to pay import duties on any of the things that we sold in the store.
Oh.
Her life took a sudden and abrupt turn for the worst. I'm just saying.
Off the person who's making you actually successful.
Yeah, like I made a lot of money for her, and then she fired me because, and so suddenly her boyfriend found out about her husband found out about her boyfriend, and the IRS found out about how she was skirting import duties.
Oh my goodness.
Because, like, I know where all your bodies are buried, honey. Like, you picked the wrong person to mess with. Like,
wow.
You should not have let me know all of your secrets before you did that.
What goes around comes around.
Yeah.
And sometimes it comes around and it bites you hard in the ass.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And like when that all went down, a friend of mine was like, "Don't you feel bad for her?" And I'm like, "Why? Why?" I'm about ready to get off anyway, so if you want to stay in here, or are you like, oh, you really want to go? Okay, guys. Here's the situation. The hubby really wants to go finish watching a show that I don't want to watch and wants me to entertain myself. That doesn't mean that it has to be y'all, but apparently he's encouraging that as an option.
I'm
You're an enabler. Okay. So.
Whether you continue for a short bit or a longer bit, that's up to you.
You want to watch your thing. So
it's not too bad. It is it's strong. So a little dab will do.
A little dab will do you.
You can try a little dab if you want. If you want to try it with it.
We have offended the entire subcontinent of India.
Try dipping the chicken into
and I'm in love.
Yeah. So the new name.
1 moment, please. Oh my god.
Yeah. So these are.
I had to go.
Boneless.
I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh my.
Boneless tandoori chicken wings.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I probably deserve a slapping for it, but
mm-hmm.
Yeah. And notice I also did cauliflower.
I can tell you some bully stories that happened to me. Because we were talking about bullying. I think we were talking about bullying earlier.
I think I might have missed that part. I wasn't here for that.
Yeah, we did talk about bullying.
Something about people pushing everybody around or something like that. Yeah. I remember being in high school and I wheeling down the hallway and somebody's behind me and somebody's in front of me. The person behind me knocked. I was about to grab my wheel again to push myself, and they pushed into me and pushed me into the person in front of me.
Ooh.
No.
And the person in front of me was like, "People don't know how to walk in this school."
Oh.
And I was
gosh.
like, gee, thanks. Like, I didn't mean to do that to you. I'm sorry.
That's unfortunate.
That's all right.
Yeah.
No.
And then people in the mall, how they like look at their cell phone and they don't pay attention to where they're going.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, "Oh, you could have run my foot over." No, you could have fallen on me and really hurt me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like you're thinking I have any sympathy for your foot when you could have landed on me and broken a leg or two, or both of my legs, or done worse, hurt me, my legs, and then hurt yourself at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
That's even worse. Like, okay.
Oh. I kind of want that in a t-shirt. Oh, honey, you've made all the poor life decisions, haven't you? Yeah. Yeah, she my brother would annoy the heck out of me. And one day he got me so worked up and I pushed him into this super heavy coffee table. I think he still has the scar on his eyebrow. I can never remember which eyebrow it is, but if you ever notice, because back in the 90s it was problematic. And because it looked like, remember when there was like that thing like where the people would shave like notches in their eyebrows? I can't remember which eyebrow.
No, I don't remember that.
Yeah, that was the thing in the 90s. I actually have notches out of one of my eyebrows. And the reason for that is I was riding on the back of a truck that my brother was driving, like standing up in the bed. And he went under a maple tree and it raked my face at high speed.
Ooh.
And took the skin with it.
Ow, no.
So I actually have, I can never remember which eye it is because I have so many scars. But it actually the scar starts on my cheek, goes through my eye and up through that was the first time I saw blood in my eyes.
Ooh.
Which is not a happy experience.
Yeah, no.
I have a scar. I might have more than one. In this eyebrow and right here because I was attacked by a dog when I was like 4 or 5. And so like the entire half of my face was like completely torn out.
Ooh.
Because it wasn't just teeth, it was also like their claws as well.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So that's why I have a fear of big dogs sometimes.
Yeah, I can see that.
I've gotten better, but I'm still extremely cautious.
Yeah.
But my cousin's dog.
Oh no.
What the hell?
Murder house. She lives in a murder house. I'm just saying.
Kat, what are you eating?
A Nestle cookie ice cream sandwich.
Ooh.
Oh, it looks like it kind of looked like a chocolate chip cookie, and then it kind of looked like an egg in the middle or something. Like, what the heck are you eating? I was like,
and then vanilla ice cream in the middle.
Yep. Ooh.
Yummy.
They totally used to be bigger.
Oh.
I'm not disappearing when I'm muting my mic. It's just everything on this plate is extremely crunchy, and y'all don't need to hear that.
Yeah, but
Cat food.
also hi, Devin.
I think
Yes, hi, Devin.
cat food.
The only scar I have is from figure skating. I once hit my ankle with my figure skate.
Ooh.
That's about the only scar I have.
Well, we can start with that wrist scar, that wrist scar, that wrist scar, that wrist scar, and that wrist scar from when I didn't know what I was doing. And that's on both sides. And then, like, my arms look like road maps. Like, if I ever do get a slight tan, because they don't, like, my arms, it's one of the reasons why I like being pale and, like, starved in the sun, because my arms look like road maps. Like, seriously. And then I have a heart that was carved on my chest by an X and with slashes through it, because that's how he thought it would be healthy and mature to break up with me.
Wow.
And
What the hell?
oh yeah, I've had a life. I'm like just riddled and covered in scars from various reasons. And like I have on occasion gotten into like Jaws style like scar offs with people at bars where they're just like, I got this scar from this, excuse me, this terrible thing. And like, oh, I got you beat. I got this scar. Like,
My legs have scars from when I was little, I would every year without fail, I would buck my knee open.
Ooh.
In reunion on concrete.
Ooh.
So I have not busted open, but like it was pretty bad actually. So my knees both have really bad scars, and then I was riding a 4-wheeler with my cousin, and I had one arm around her and the other one was holding my pocket, because my phone was in my pocket. And I don't remember falling off the 4-wheeler. I don't remember yelling my cousin's name. All I remember is my cousin sitting in front of me going, "Kathleen, are you okay?" And then her, actually, no, I don't even remember. That was after. I remember her screaming for her brother to turn around to come back. And then him having to go get his dad to drive the truck down the 2 tracks and pick me up. I couldn't walk.
Oh, Heather, yeah, because then there's the surgery scars. Yeah, I love my surgery scars from various things. And then there's the car accident.
Oh, yeah, that reminds me. I have some surgery scars, too. They're on my belly button. I've hidden them with a belly button ring so I can't see them.
And I think Devin has finally found a nickname for me that makes me sound almost tough.
Scarly.
Scarly. It's like the girly form of tough, but I'm down with it. Like,
I have too many scars. Me and Lindsay have too many scars even. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel that. Like I've got some doozies, but like
I've had like 30 to 40 surgeries.
Ooh, goodness.
In my life.
I've had quite a few, but not that many.
Same here.
I was a sickly child who luckily outgrew a lot of the things, or they cured. I don't know, one or the other. But I had a whole bunch of surgeries because they kept messing them up and having to redo to fix things that, like, problems that they caused.
Lovely.
The only surgery I've ever had was on my teeth. Those are the only surgeries I've had, is my wisdom tooth removal and the fillings. And as far as I'm actually medically aware, I haven't broken a bone, but my stepmom was like, "You've totally broken a bone," because I used to like be a very rough child. She's like, "You've probably broken a bone. You just never were taken to the doctor."
Yeah, not counting the thousands of times my toes have been broken over the years for various reasons, because bad at the walking. let's see, it was this arm that got broken because we were at a skating rink and an idiot just tossed me. I was a little kid. I would have been probably 6 or 7 years old.
Oh man.
And this idiot just literally hit me in the chest with the palm of his hand, lifted me up over his head, and tossed me behind him.
Oh my goodness.
Because I was in his way and trying to catch myself when I was falling. I hit this arm first, and I swore it was broken and nobody would believe me. And there was a nurse on site who said that it was fine, that I had just sprained my wrist. And I went for a week with that before it got a cast on it.
Ouch. Now, Heather said she got a horse kicked her in the head. Oh my goodness. That must have hurt like the dickens.
I have some horse-related scars. Yeah. Horses are awesome, but one of my grandfather's many attempts to make a man out of me that didn't involve taking me to a brothel was he bought me a stallion that had never been ridden and did not tell me that it had never been ridden or saddle trained.
Oh no.
And gave me a saddle because it was time to go a riding.
Oh no. That didn't go well, I can already tell.
That horse and I were very good friends eventually, but unfortunately for my grandfather, it did not make a man out of me. It taught me how much I love really pretty horses, but it did not make a man out of me. Like, it may have accentuated my love for My Little Pony as a child and later as an adult, but it did not make a man out of me. It did not work. It failed.
Now I have it stuck in my head.
Let's get down to business.
Mulan.
To defeat the Huns.
Yeah. Now I have it stuck in my head.
Can I just say, that's like probably one of my favorite Disney movies of all time. Like, no joke. Like, just for the music. Like, oh, I can't tell you how many times that one and She'll Bring Honor to Us All. We sing that like when we know we're going to visit family because like, it's a very fitting song to sing when we're going to visit family. And like, yeah, like we may or may not sing a lot of songs from Mulan occasionally. Like, it's a thing. Woo.
I just saw the live action Mulan.
How was it?
It was alright. I mean, I don't know. I thought it was cute in a way, and I thought it was like, okay, this is weird. And I was like, wait a second. I saw another movie clip with the two main actors, and I was like, oh, okay. I guess it's from. I guess the one who plays Chang and the one who plays Mulan. I guess they're in another movie together.
I believe so.
Oh,
because at the end of that movie, he comes back to visit her, and she's like basically telling him like, "There's no chance for us because I'm going to go to war for 12 years," and he's like, "How do I tell the girl that how do I let the girl that I love go," or something like that. And I was like, oh my god, that's such a cute ending, but such a stupid ending at the same time. So I'm sitting there watching Mulan, and I'm like, okay, where is the ending where they hug? He comes back, because in the Disney movie, he does come back. He comes back to visit her. That's actually one of my favorite parts of the Disney part of the cartoon one. Would you like to stay for dinner? Would you like to stay forever?
Would you like to stay forever?
And now for true confessions of a Disney kid. I've never seen Pocahontas all the way through.
Really?
Wow.
I have never gotten past Spirit of the Wind without falling asleep.
Interesting.
I mean, I can understand it. It took me several tries to actually fully watch that movie because I don't actually remember it from my childhood. I remember number 2, but I do not remember number 1 from my childhood. It's actually later in life that I remember.
Yeah, no shade. Like I've never been able to finish Pocahontas, and I don't know why. I like honestly, I'm one of those people. Like, give me a sappy Disney. Like, I loved Charles. No, what was it? Oliver and Company.
Oh yeah.
Like,
Oh,
give me
give
me a Disney movie, and I'm fine. Like, I have fond memories of Robin Hood, even though it's just Jungle Book meets The Fox and the Hound with a couple different scenes added into it because they recycled a lot of animation for that movie. But I still love it.
Whenever I hear Robin Hood now, I just think of Robin Hood Men in Tights with Carrie Eels.
Yes. Yes.
Men,
We are men. Manly men. We're men in
tights.
Whenever I think of Robin Hood, I think of my brother and his friends. All 3 of us were dancers. We went to dance class, and that was that was me and Lizzie's brother. That was his song. It was him and his 2 best friends. They did a dance together. It was just the 3 of them.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember him in tights.
And then I remember that I've seen several of the actors in that movie, like, closer to now. And I'm just like, oh God.
I'm sorry. I just have to for a moment. Excuse me. Excellent. I'm very thrilled. Was that creepy enough? Did I get the full creepy? How unnerving was that on a scale of 1 to 10? And please, like, make all my dreams come true. I'm very excited about that. Like I said, it's nothing against that movie. I don't know what it is. Like, I don't know. I had a hard time getting through that. That's at the beginning of the Disney era where I had a hard time getting through movies. Like, I've never seen all of The Emperor's New Groove because I just couldn't. But then again, I got to think about David Spade. Like, he just annoys me to no end. Like, he reminds me of my friend. I'm not going to say his name because he'll show up and ask for money. But he reminds me of a friend of mine who would always show up and ask money. No, it's a bad superstition that we would joke around. Like, you couldn't say his name or he would show up and ask you for money. And somebody would be at a restaurant and say, "Who are you talking about?" And somebody would slip up and say his name. And he would literally walk in, like, shortly after that, like, all the time. It happened.
Oh my goodness!
It was like, no, you can't say his name. He will show up and ask for money. He always does. He'll show up and ask for money.
Stop.
And
sorry,
but yeah, he reminds me of David Spade. Reminds me of him. And yes, I am happy.
The Crunk singing the song, like, because he made his own theme music clip. Please tell me you have.
Say that again.
Because Crunk, the Kuko in the bag, is like made his own theme music.
Sorry. If you want, it's on Disney Plus. I'm pretty sure I can force myself through it because I've desensitized myself to David Spade now. What in the world?
Holy shit!
Who's that?
Are there elephants? What was that?
Thunder!
Holy crap! I thought somebody was literally tap dancing on, like, the next floor up in an apartment building.
No, I wrote a trailer.
Oh.
Remember, I got hailed on?
Yes.
On my way home.
Yes.
Oh no.
Yes, I remember. That was loud.
It was.
Okay, Spence, you've convinced me. I will try to watch Pocahontas again. I think it's on Disney Plus as well. Because I've been watching
It should be
all on there at this point. Just a single.
Actually, you'd be surprised some things that you would assume that would be on Disney Plus that aren't. But
there's so many old things on
sorry,
Disney
I'm being interrupted. What is this for?
My
Everybody
apprentice has revealed himself to the Jedi.
Oh
read
no!
Read the last comment.
Oh no!
You can read it out loud. Just
Oh
the names
no!
out.
No, I'm not reading that out loud. I have dreams of one day maybe monetizing this channel. Yes, your apprentice has grown up and is learning to toss shade with the best of them. Oh crap! Oh.
I look when it's shaped so hard.
Oh, that's lovely. It's 39 degrees right now.
That's the kind of thing I would say.
That's cold.
That was what just text me that.
Whew, that's mwah. That's chef kiss. But yeah, if I said that, I'd be in the Johnny McGovern category of never getting monetized ever. Like I have hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and they'd still say no. Even if I took the video down. Even if I took the video down.
The weather tomorrow.
I have not watched the live action Lion King. I heard one thing about it and I got so mad at them that I just can't bring myself to watch it. And like, okay, in a series where you're giving everybody a new I Wish song, and you have Beyonce playing Nala, and you didn't give her a new original I Want song.
Oh no.
What are you thinking?
That's
Like you gave
Beyonce over here.
Like you gave one to the Beast who really didn't need one, but it's fine. It's okay. I'm happy with it's fine.
It's a beautiful
You
song.
Beyonce. And apparently most of Can You Feel the Love Tonight is like a spoken word thing.
What?
Yeah, these are two things that I heard. I don't know if they're true. If they're false, I'll definitely have to watch it. But yeah, I heard these two things about the live action Lion King, and I just went, well, you just messed it all up. like seriously, like if you need to give that
Can you feel the love tonight?
Like, why didn't you just give Can You Feel the Love Tonight to Beyonce? Like if you just if you're like we can figure out who should sing this. Just to have Beyonce sing it. You have Beyonce. Like usually you have actors who can questionably sing in your things, and it is what it is. But you have Beyonce. Like she can actually sing. How are you not like using that for all that it's worth? Like seriously. Like, and that just Yeah. That's my understanding. Is that they like talk sing it through because but yeah, it just I have to say the Maleficent ones I love. I absolutely love both of the Maleficent movies. They are everything to me.
I think the reason I like them so much is it's not following the traditional story where it's not explicitly following Aurora, it's following Maleficent.
And I really want more. Like the world that they're creating in there. Like I want to know about all the little critters. You know what I'm saying? Like
2 yet.
I liked 2.
But 1 was like my dad said that he'd be willing to watch it again.
Yeah.
And my dad is one of those people that he'd prefer to watch a movie once, wait 10 years, and then he'll be able to watch it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm similar in that
Maleficent
manner.
I've forgotten it.
Yeah, Maleficent is so good. And the second one, first of all,
I've seen clips of it.
It's Angelina Jolie versus Michelle Pfeiffer. And that alone is a reason to watch this movie. Because Michelle Pfeiffer is the villain. I'm sorry, it's not really a spoiler. Like they try to pretend that they're hiding it, but like the whole time she's giving like shifty Michelle Pfeiffer face. So I'm sorry, it's not a secret. It's not a secret. I'm sorry. It's kind of like Maleficent's eventually going to curse somebody with to fall asleep in the first one. Yeah, we know it's going to happen. Just like that's kind of the point. But First of all, that's amazing. Number two, and this is the reason to watch it. Like, it actually kind of got ripped off by Frozen 2. Like, there's a part of the movie that reminded me a lot of Frozen 2, except for it's done better in Maleficent a little bit.
I forgot there was a Frozen 2.
She finds her people. She
I
finds
did
out
know that part. I did know that
she
part.
finds out where she's from and the backstory there, and I really like it. I really like it. Like, they give Maleficent this backstory, like even more backstory, and I'm here for it. I don't want to spoil it because it's awesome, and I love it. I really like that movie a lot. But yeah, like most of the other live actions, like the Beauty and the Beast one, I really enjoyed. But one, I'm a sucker for all of the actors that were in it except for Josh Gad, because I don't know what it is. I just want to slap him. I just want to slap him. No matter what he's in, I just want to slap him. I don't know what it is. Like, it's not like I don't like him or I don't find him funny or entertaining. He needs to get slapped. I don't know what it is. He just, something about him needs a slapping.
Immediately, he's Olaf.
Yes.
We were just talking about how much
Yes. He just needs a slap. He just right across the face, really hard. Knock the carrot off. Like, just smack it hard. But it was fine. I enjoyed it. I'm really mad at the director of that movie because there are some things in there that I did not enjoy audio wise, and when I found out why, I wanted to just like go to the director's house and slap him twice.
like
challenge him to a duel. You know what you did. No, he had them record a cast album and they rehearsed to lip sync for the movie.
And then he had them do it live.
And then when they arrived on set,
and then they mishmashed it.
Yes.
Okay. So I knew this.
Yeah, that's why the audio sounds odd in some places, because they're literally one scene when Emma Watson is singing, it sounds so strange. And if you actually pay attention to what's happening, because you can't get rid of the room noise, like there's a difference in audio quality between something captured on set and something captured in the sound booth. And if you listen carefully, you can actually hear they basically wobble back and forth between the live and the studio take. Like, every other word is from one of the other takes, and it puts this really weird quality on her voice that a lot of people thought was auto-tune. That's not what's going on there. They may have used voice correction a little bit there, but if you actually listen to it, they're rapidly switching back and forth between takes to get the sound that they wanted, because when they filmed it live, like, held the note longer than she did in the studio version. So it's the first song where she sings about this provincial life. It's when she comes out of the house. All of that's lip synced. They use the studio stuff until she turns around, and then the sound gets kind of weird, and that's why they're switching back and forth to keep the timing. And it's I don't know why they did it. Like, no. Pick a lane and stick in it. Like, just pick a lane and stick in it. But they wanted to win all the Oscars, and Les Mis just won a bunch of Oscars for everybody singing live to tape. And the director decided, we can have all the Oscars too. And so half the actors weren't prepared because they literally practiced to record for the booth. Which, that's a completely different skill than learning how to sing while wearing a costume and moving around.
Yeah.
Those are two completely different skills. And that director just needs to be smacked. Like, that's all on the director.
Shame on the director.
And by the way, for anybody who thinks that Emma Watson can't sing, it's a terrible trash movie that I absolutely love, but watch Noah. She actually sings in that movie, and it's adorable, and it's wonderful. Because she sings a lullaby to one of the kids in that movie. Oh, it's such a bad movie, but I love it so much. Like, you really have to try hard to make a movie that bad.
Beauty and the Beast in theaters with Peanut and her dad and her her mom. It's her mom. And because I was on one end, and then there's her. No, it went her dad, mom, me, her, because I had to be between her and mom because her was going to talk. But
you may or may not be reading your book of poetry.
Ooh.
I mean, I have a copy right here. But
I like it. It's
dad
good.
was crying during the movie because they used to watch Beauty and the Beast together when she was in school.
Oh.
And then, like her freshman year of college, we went and watched the live action of it. So her dad was the one who was crying.
Oh.
Because he was like remembering like them sitting on the couch and watching the movie at home, and
Oh.
Because I liked it. It was.
And then I bought the soundtrack as soon as we got in the vehicle.
Yeah.
Leave.
And I'm just like, most controversial opinion ever. I really liked Aladdin, the live action Aladdin. It's a good movie.
I heard a lot of people liked it.
It's accidentally funny in a couple points because they gave Jasmine an I Want song where she's like, I will not be silenced. And then they immediately like clap her in chains and put a muzzle on her. And it's like accidentally funny because she's like, and I will not be silenced. Like, oh honey, you so were. But so that's kind of accidentally funny or intentionally funny. I don't know which, but it's funny. But Will Smith's Genie is a thing.
I really haven't watched many of the live action ones. I've fallen behind. I need to get to it.
I'm just saying,
I need to watch a lot of them too.
if you put Will Smith in anything, I will try it at least once. I with the exception of Gemini, I have not seen Gemini. That's, I think, the only Will Smith thing I've never seen. And I've never seen anything after Bad Boys 1, but see, I have an ex-boyfriend that I went to see Bad Boys 1 with, and so that franchise is kind of dead to me.
Oh, gotcha.
Because I see the trailer and I hear him laughing.
Ooh.
Okay.
And I don't want to.
Okay.
Some people are dead to me for a reason. But oh my goodness.
Freaking the costumes. I mean, I understand.
I don't. I have no strong feelings about the costumery, which I have to say says a lot, because the only live action remake I like so far is Cinderella. Well, I think that's a spicy take. I know a lot of people that did not like Cinderella.
I have not seen that one, and I want to.
But then again, let's be honest, the best live action Cinderella is Ella Enchanted. So
that was such a good book. Honestly, I think they ruined the book with the movie, but the movie was still really good by itself.
So
but
that's an example. We put them as two separate things.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm sorry, that movie is just so cute. It's just so cute. I love it. I understand people not liking it, but because you know what, I do you like? Yes, very much. Two separate skills. Why would you do that? Here, I'm going to train you to do a thing, and then have you do something that I didn't teach you how to do. It's like, oh, who was it? I was talking to an actor one time, and they were talking about, like, their worst day on the set is they were told specifically that they didn't need to learn the choreography for a fight scene because they were going to have a stunt double for it. So they only had to learn like the in and the out of the fight.
Oh.
And then the director decided that they wanted more close-ups and put them in with the other stunt person to get the close-ups. And they were like, I didn't know any of the moves because they didn't teach them to me because I wasn't supposed to do that. And they're like, that fear you could see in my eyes, would be like, that's real fear because I didn't know if I was going to get hit or not because I didn't know where I was supposed to be.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Like, directors, be nicer to people.
Yeah, directors.
The Jungle Book was disappointing. I'm going to say it. The Jungle Book was disappointing because, one, you have Bill Murray, and he could be a lot funnier than that. Like, Bill Murray is Baloo. Like, that should have been, like, a no-brainer. And Christopher Walken should not have been in that movie. I'm just going to say it. Like, I love him, and I love his weird singing, and I love his weird dancing. But you need to have both together to make it entertaining. and him voicing a orangutan just didn't do it for me. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I get it. Cinderella, at least they didn't try to make the story set in some type of time. Yeah, I'm just waiting for the train wreck that will be the live action Frozen movie that they're gonna do. Like you know it's coming. Like we've got Little Mermaid next, and I'm personally like all invested in that because I love the Little Mermaid. Like, I love mermaids in general. So like I am so ready for that. But because there hasn't been a Disney movie that's been as much of a, I hate to use the word, but a phenomenon like Frozen in a long time. Like Frozen is a touchstone for a lot of people.
I feel like Big Hero 6, if it had been, because weren't they released around the same time? I want to say, if they had been released farther apart, it would have been so much better. It
breaks my heart when people don't know my Big Hero 6 references, because I'm just like, how do you not know this movie? Max is my hero.
I watched it because it was when we had the discs for Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
So I watched it, and then I watched it. I watched it, and then my parents watched it, and then they were like, "Hey, before we send this back, do we want to watch this again?" Every time my dad has ever been like, "Let's watch it again," and my stepmom agreed.
Good morning. Good morning. Hope you're having a sunny day. Good morning. Good morning to you.
The la la la. Sorry, I said to do that.
Other people are gonna have to say this because, and I'm very embarrassed to say this, and I will lose my pink card for this, but I haven't seen it.
I haven't seen it either.
So I'm gonna get kicked out of the LGBT club, but
no idea what that is.
I think I've seen a clip or two from it.
Good night, Heather.
Good night.
We should be doing shortly because it's.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I didn't want to talk about something. Ow.
But I'm gonna lose my thingy. Yeah. And I love Peter Pan. Can I just say, I'm a big fan of Peter Pan. I love the book. I want to see Tinkerbell done justice in a movie because she is such a foul-mouthed. Right? I'm hoping, but they're not going to do her justice. They're not going to do. If you've never read the book Peter Pan, read it. Tinkerbell is the greatest, most evil sprite that has ever been put in fiction, and I love her. She's constantly cussing and snorting and doing terrible things to people, and I love her. Like, I live for all of the villainy that is Tinkerbell. Like, I love Tinkerbell, and she needs to be done right. Just take a moment for Big Hero.
Such a good movie. I am happy that they gave it like a series type thing. I haven't seen it, but I know they did it. They at least did that.
Yeah, the live action. Yeah. Live action Peter Pan that they did. Yeah, that was weird. And can I just say, stop doing the weird live action TV musicals. Like, I like a good musical, and I want more Hamilton style musicals where they just like film the performance. I want that. I stop trying to make them into movies because that usually doesn't serve the story well. But don't get a cast that really doesn't fit the movie. Don't do that, please. Because no tea, no shade to John Legend, but he is not my Jesus. And the fact that they cast him in Jesus Christ Superstar still to this day upsets me. Because I can think of several roles with his voice and vocal range he could do. But like Jesus's moment is that big high note in Jerusalem, right? Like you got to hit the big high note. And honey, your voice can't do it. You should have said no. You should have said no. I've heard good things about Into the Woods, but I have not seen it.
It open. She said she corrected it down farther. Everybody goes and looks at the movie immediately.
Oh, Chris Pine. There's so many Chris's. Yeah, I love Peter Pan. I love Peter Pan. If you enjoy Peter Pan and you like Rupert Everett, there is an audiobook, a full cast audiobook of Peter Pan where Rupert Everett plays Hook. Because I'm a big fan of Rupert Everett. I love his voice. And he plays Hook. And it's so good. It is so good. And I do put that on sometimes to relax because Hook is so much more deliciously evil in the original. Like everyone is more evil. Like that's the thing. Like that book is so sanitized to make it into a Disney movie because Peter Pan is
everything is sanitized to make it into a Disney movie.
Yes. But Peter Pan is such a horrible person in the book. Like he's just a horrible, horrible evil liar. And Tink is a vicious monster fairy that attacks people at the drop of a hat. And it's amazing. And I love it.
Surprised.
And the things that like Hook and Smee decide like plot to do, like the villainy. Hello, Mindy. You finally finished watching the live streams for the Worldwide Write-a-thon. Woohoo!
Woo!
I hear mine went okay, and what I watched of it appeared to be so. So yay! So good to be back in chat. Woohoo! Yeah, I am doing the Ren Fair this weekend, and we'll be doing things.
It's 12/11.
Finding Neverland. Oh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah.
And Hook. Oh my gosh. I miss Robert Williams.
Yeah.
I gotta put that out there.
Oh yeah.
So unfortunate.
Yeah. And you know what I heard? I heard it really wasn't him. It was like he got into like an episode and then did that to himself.
Well, we now know that there is a chemical that can be tested for in the body to see if somebody is at risk. Like there literally is a self-harm chemical. So there is a lot to the whole, like people aren't really in control.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and yeah. Tried to talk too fast and I rented tongue. Rented lips. Have you guys seen the Billboard award thing?
No, I've seen some of the news about it, but I haven't seen it.
I don't pay them most.
I am so pissed at what they did to Demi.
Here we go.
At what they did to Demi Lovato.
What did they do?
She put out a song about Trump and basically about just like things that are happening in the world and her opinion. And they censored her.
Oh man.
They censored her vote screens.
Oh.
What the hell does that have anything to do? Like, really? Like, they took that part of her performance, they cut it. When they put it live, they cut that part of her performance. Where there's two screens on either side of her that says vote in big letters.
Wow.
Yet Lizzo, Lizzo,
I already voted.
Yet
I put my
Lizzo
ballot
can
in.
wear a dress. Lizzo can wear a dress that said vote. I didn't see the whole thing. We didn't watch it. I just watched her part, but because I heard on Twitter like about her being censored. And then everyone's saying, "Oh, but Lizzo gets to wear a dress that has the word vote splattered on her dress." And she didn't get crap for it. So what the hell?
Well, they may have had I can think of a couple weird election law reasons they may have done it, but I'm not going to defend them, so I'm not going to say them. Like I can think of a couple like justifications, but they're the Billboard Awards, and the Billboard magazine can go shove itself. So I'm not.
It was on NBC.
If you want me to defend you, Billboard Awards, pay me like you do everybody else. Just saying. Yeah, the greatest one. Well, my personal favorite concert performance I've ever seen from a award was from, I think it was the 2015 Grammys. The European Grammys. Ghost performed.
Ooh.
He is with same-sex ballet dancers doing a risque ballet behind them in full like devil garb in front of a lot of people who did not know how to react to them. And it is one of the greatest things ever because he's just being very serious, singing this wonderful like ode to the Dark One. And like as everything's going on around him, then they pan through the audience of people going,
I need to see that. I'm gonna have to look that up.
Like it's so good. And it's kind of like if you've never seen when Lordi won Eurovision, because they won Eurovision for their song Hard Rock Hallelujah. And if you don't know who Lordi is, while Ghost may sing songs about devils and stuff, Lordi actually gets the costumes to look like that. Like their lead singer literally wears like a devil mask with bat wings and stuff. Like they're like the full, like they look like Power Rangers villains. Like every member of the band looks like a Power Rangers villain. And so there they are in the middle of the concert, and like the band before them was like just a generic pop group, and then they go to Lordi, and the guitars like kick in, and he's like hard rock hallelujah, and fire erupts on the stage, and then the cameras go around to all the different stages where people are watching the concert, and like people are like, what the hell is going on? Because like
that's great.
Like out of nowhere, there's Lordi doing their thing, and of course they won because everybody basically put up ABBA Light for the like here's our version, our national version of Britney Spears. Enjoy. And Sweden's just like, I don't know, we have this weird rock band who does things. Enjoy. Like they stuck out like such a sort of, and it's so funny because like one of the judges is sitting there like, yeah, like getting into it. The judge next to him is just sitting there going, just can't believe their eyes is what's going on, because like their keyboard player like dresses like a mummy, and like they're basically all the movie monsters, but they dress like in the big puffy costumes like Power Ranger villains. I love them.
Funny.
Lordi is a fun band, but like two like awards show things that are like don't miss. Like they're great. Or when Mike Patton from Faith No More performed at the VMAs. That's another good one because he was so drunk. It is still an ecumenical matter whether or not he was doing performance art or whether or not he had a seizure on stage. He does a thing, like he doesn't know the words to the song he's singing, and like just starts saying random nonsense, and then he like falls on the ground for a little bit, jumps up and down, and then he's just like, oh, dead fish, and starts flopping around like a dead fish for the remainder of the song, while the rest of the band is like, oh man
what
around him. And they didn't stop. Like the band doesn't stop playing. MTV did not cut away. Like they like zoom in on Mike Patton's face as he's like laying on the ground going, pretending to be a fish out of water. Train wreck.
Oh,
I mentioned how much I love trash. Okay, like, it's wonderful. Just search Faith No More VMAs. I'm sure you'll find it. It's horrifying and terrible and wrong, and I love it. I had heard that.
I had heard it was Parkinson's.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had the early signs of Parkinson's.
Alrighty, we've been doing this for over 7 hours.
Didn't
bad.
And an hour ago, I was like, I'm in pain and I want to stop. So I'm in pain and I want to stop.
Didn't they say he had Parkinson's, the early stages of Parkinson's, and that made like the early stages of Parkinson's like makes you have like points where you're like kind of blacked out, like when you black out, you have like episodes where you're like
you can, yeah.
I don't know what the right word is. I can't think of the word.
Does anybody have anything that they would like to promote before we run off into the sunset?
Just
No.
live days. Sims 4 3 play at noon Eastern.
Mindy, that is so good. I love that. And my favorite song by them is "The Devil's a Loser and He's My Bitch." That's like when I'm having a bad mood, I put that song on because it makes me laugh. It never fails to make me laugh.
You see that at gallery, like the joke that they're like, if you end up in hell, like you're just gonna end up like, hey, get out of my seat, type of thing. But I'm like, but don't forget, brimstone's just sulfur. I'm allergic to hell. I can't do that.
I have to say, like, and if anybody wants to get most of the humor that I get, just listen to everything that Ghost has ever done, because half of my jokes are based on their songs and nobody gets them, and I laugh at my own jokes, so I don't really care.
And I was thinking, since I realized I didn't do a live stream today, I'll do one tomorrow night. Maybe.
So
sounds good.
Haven't decided.
Anybody else have anything that they want to say before we bye-byes?
Woohoo noises.
Noises.
I gotta figure out how to get a good clean version of that audio because I need to start playing with that. All right. I'm just going to say it before we go. I have a new podcast that is exclusive to Spotify. It is called House of the Blue Dragon. I get to play songs and talk about music, and I'm very excited. The first episode is trash because I thought it was a practice. Luckily, I didn't like completely goof off. Like, I was just like, so this year's been kind of rough, and here's some songs that make me think about this year. Like, it's very DJ-y. Because I thought I was making an audition tape from the email I got from them. No, I was making a first episode. So basically, it's like it's literally, like I say like 3 times, like, here's an example of different segments I could do, and like, yeah, and it's live, and it's fine because it actually is a good like intro to the kind of stuff that I'm going to be doing with the kind of music I'm going to be doing. But it's there. Next week, I will be starting episodes in earnest, and the first 2 are going to be goth-inspired deep dives into goth, dark wave, and all kinds of sinister sounds, because Halloween's coming, y'all.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I want to make nice DJ mixes that people can play at their parties, and maybe introduce you to some spooky music that you might otherwise not have heard of. So I'm excited about that. I'm also going to try to do some interviews with people, and I'm putting this out into the universe because I really want to will it into being. I'm hoping that by this time next year, I will have done an interview with Sharon Denadell. Please, if anybody knows a way that I can contact, I have some possible avenues for that to happen. But hopefully, by next year, I will have done an interview with Sharon Denadell. That's my goal. I would like to say and Tobias Forge, but I'm not going to dream that big. Well, he doesn't do that many interviews, so that would be like a super big thing to get.
Oh, yeah.
So that probably won't happen. But Sharon's been doing a lot of interviews, and she's been on a lot of podcasts lately. So Sharon, if anybody who knows you hears this and plays it for you, I would love to interview you. We could talk about anything. I would love to talk about the Mother Earth album that nobody talks about because I love it. I love it. Anyhow.
I was laughing at what Tamama's comment.
The woo-woo noises.
Just wanted to let you know, that's why I was laughing. Just
Yay, Halloween!
Did you just want me to just record us one day? Just
I might just have.
Can send you
all
record their side of it.
I might just send you all invites to a private StreamYard thing and just have you do because it won't download the
noises.
I need to make the remix. I will find a way. I will find a way. I'm very excited about it. I've always wanted to kind of be a DJ, and I get to make a childhood dream come true, even if it's on a stupid Rinky Dink podcast. I don't care. I get to do it. So I'm happy.
I might just do a random pop-up stream tomorrow night and just invite you all.
As always.
Sounds good.
Hi, Chloe, tomorrow.
As always, don't forget, Black Lives Matter. Trans identities are valid. Joe. Joanna, trans identities are valid. Shut the fuck up. Sorry. She keeps talking. Anywho.
She just digs deeper every time.
And may have the courage to ride your dreams into reality. And don't forget to have the fun.